Albeit briefly, Cade Cunningham made the first Pistons appearance in an All-Star game since 2019. During his 5 minutes of play, he did at least have one big highlight, a huge dunk, scoring 5 points in 5 minutes for Team Kenny, who were knocked out early by Team Chuck. The new format ended up with Team Shaq as the winners, including KD, Jason Tatum, and the night's MVP Steph Curry being in San Francisco and all. Michigan beats the Buckeyes yet again, going into Columbus and escaping with an 86-83 victory to keep their Big Ten lead over Michigan State. It was their sixth straight win by 4 points or less. They even got the game winner by former Ohio State player Roddy Gale Jr., who transferred to Ann Arbor. And as the Tigers get ready for their first full squad workouts, Michigan and MSU ball began their season 7-0 over the weekend. The Spartans sweeping their 2 doubleheaders in North Carolina, while the Wolverines took down 3 opponents in Puerto Rico. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris Villar. What's up, everybody? Yes, it's your old buddy Stoney here.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Mr.
John.
Stone,
how are you?
It's great to see you.
The Stoney and Jansen. Costa is off all week. A little vacay. Heather, Gov, Greg, they're off for President's Day. Paul, Sarah back there running the show. Good to be here.
It's great to hear your voice. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
I know everybody was looking forward to this week as they get their
They were.
little slice of Stoney. Yeah, everybody wants their slice of Stoney.
Yeah, it's like a pizza. You don't want to do the whole pie. Just a little slice.
Just a slice out.
Yes.
Oh, we'll take a big slice.
Yes, one bite, everyone knows the rules. Okay. If you've ever watched Barstool's Dave Portnoy's pizza review.
Yeah. So I was going to let you know. I didn't tell you this. First, how's the wife and kids?
Kids are pretty good, actually. We'll start with them. Yes, Marissa's still NFL films till the end of March.
Yeah.
And there's the limbo. Will she come back? All that kind of stuff.
Right.
She did some stuff for the show that they show on ESPN Plus, The Turning Point, and she had to log Kelsey and Chris Jones. They were mic'd up during the Super Bowl, so she had to do that.
That's cool.
Yeah. So she had it was a good season for her. Did some stuff on the Lions that it was so funny. She goes, "Dad, they asked me if I'd be okay emotionally if to do the Lions stuff after the Washington game."
Yeah.
She goes, "I don't know." She goes, "You know what? We didn't think so. We'll give you the other game."
So she would have been the perfect one for it. You put emotion into what you're doing, and it just comes out.
She gets too sad on things like that.
After a loss?
I mean, she had definitely for a loss. Yeah. She,
wow.
But she has her 3 favorite teams. She has, the Lions are definitely number 1.
Right.
And the Eagles and Chiefs, because of me with the Eagles, and the Chiefs because she worked there and her love of Mahomes. So the Super Bowl, she was
conflicted.
She was a little conflicted, but her big deal was, and I felt bad for her because she texted during the game, "I hate blowouts." She was bummed that the game wasn't close. She loves these close games. Anyway.
Oh well, yeah.
Yes.
So did the rest of us.
Yes.
Yes.
And my other daughter Jessie, who has passed her master's in accounting and her master's. Her MBA at Walsh College. She's now, she works as an accountant, and it's a pretty busy time right now.
It is. Yes, it's about to get a lot busier.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes. So she works Saturdays and things like that. So she's home. Marissa's in New Jersey. Cindy is with her sisters in Florida for the week. I was there 2 weeks ago.
All right.
So a lot of fortress of solitude, kind of, because Jesse's home most of the time, and then I have the dogs.
Okay. So you get a little time to yourself.
I get a lot of time to myself, especially when the weather's like this.
Yeah, not getting out much.
Yeah.
Pool's not open. Golf course isn't open. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Nothing that you really want to be doing. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
It's good to hear the update.
Absolutely.
Is Jessie going to be doing your taxes?
Yeah, she does the family taxes.
Okay. All right. So she knows all the ins and outs of what mom, dad got going on.
We'll be going. We'll be getting audited. I'm just kidding.
Well, at least she can handle that too.
Yeah, that's right.
More work.
Exactly.
She's setting herself up. That's just job security.
Mm-hmm.
So this morning I did something I didn't necessarily know when I had kids that I would ever do. And that is my second oldest, Ruby, who was a senior over at Marion. And she and about 20 of her classmates, I think about it is, they're going on a mission trip down to Honduras.
Oh.
So she is currently on a jet plane. She just took off about 10 minutes ago down to San Pedro Sula, which if you had told me that a week ago, I would have had absolutely no idea where it is.
That's not San Padre Island, is it?
No, that South Padre Island.
South Padre Island.
Yes, no, I think that's in Mexico.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I said Honduras.
Yeah, I know. I didn't make sure, but I heard the Padre
no,
thing.
No,
because when I think of South Padre Island, I think of Matt Patricia, so we don't want to go there.
Okay, yeah. Well, that seems to be more of a college destination, so now I'm more worried of what Lucy might be doing for spring break. But no, she's she's on her way down there. She's going to be in Honduras for the week.
How much? Well, you went back and forth because Purdue blew out Michigan the first time in basketball, and then Michigan got revenge. So how much back and forth between daddy and daughter?
So Lucy felt like after Purdue, you mean boat raced Michigan down in West Lafayette,
Mackey,
that train was never going to end.
Mm-hmm.
So she had texted a few things that she now regrets. Mm-hmm. And there was a few phone calls in there, and I just, played the, hey, nice job. You guys did well. And then even at halftime of the game where they came to Chrysler, I said, I don't know. Michigan just doesn't seem like a very tough team this year. I think you guys will probably take this one. And she took that and went with it as well. She ran with it. And then when the game was over, she didn't like how Dad responded.
Uh-huh.
So there was some a silent treatment for a little bit. And I told her, I said, hey, there might be a chance where you have an opportunity to lose to Michigan in the Big Ten tournament.
That's right.
Yes,
because they'll all be there.
Yes, I said it'll be. There's a good chance that it'll be Purdue, Michigan State, or Michigan, and they'll be fighting it out in the Big Ten tournament.
Yeah,
Wisconsin in there as well.
Probably Maryland's.
Maryland, we'll see what happens.
It's college basketball. We'll get into it, obviously later. But there's so much freaking parity, especially in the Big Ten. All these conferences, like Iowa State was like number one in the country for a little bit. Now they've lost all the games. And you see Kansas, everybody thought they were going to be good. They're like middle of the pack in the Big 12. The Big 10 fluctuates, as we know. The ACC is horrible except for Duke.
Right.
And the SEC, it just means more in basketball, I guess, down there too.
I guess it does.
Yeah, Auburn, Alabama, the Iron Bowl and of football down there, and Auburn wins. And
I think that's just something we're going to have to get used to in all college sports is the parity because of
the portal.
The portal, but it's because of NIL and the soon-to-be revenue share. If somebody wants to play more and they can get paid more, the talent is going to get spread out, and it doesn't matter the sport. We know and hear more about it, obviously, in football and certainly in basketball, because a lot of those guys, the top players are only around for 1 year anyway, and maybe two.
Yeah.
So
I do want to mention one thing last night, and as everybody knows, everybody who was watching television and saw promotions for the past few weeks, last night, NBC ran against the NBA All-Star Game, which was... which was better than it had been, but there are some tweaks that need to be done to their new format as well. But they did the 50-year anniversary of Saturday Night Live, and I've been alive since the very beginning, so I've seen
every episode.
No, I don't think I've seen every episode. I've seen a hell of a lot. I DVR it still every week, and I watch it. And as you get older, the humor that appeals more to the younger, you just don't get it. It's kind of like some music. But I love Weekend.
Why do they think that's funny?
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, that Weekend Update I still love, and and anyway. So I was so looking forward to it, and there was some really great stuff in there. And I thought it got off to a slow start with the Paul Simon song with Sabrina Carpenter. They did Homeward Bound. It's like, let's start getting, and then Steve Martin did the monologue, which is, and they had so many freaking celebrities in in the crowd, which was kind of like they'd ask questions. Like Keith Richards is there. I left the scarf back here in 1988. Anybody see? I mean, anyway, Black Jeopardy was unbelievable. Eddie Murphy doing Tracy Morgan while Tracy Morgan was playing somebody was just amazing. Anyway, so it goes on, and I'm watching 11 o'clock. I don't have to get up early, but I don't care because this is what I wanted to watch. Also at 11 o'clock, they have this film that John Belushi made back in 77, I think it was. And next thing I know, Local 4 News. I said, wow, I know it's 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
But no credits, no goodbyes. I thought Paul McCartney was going to be on. And my friends are on my college friends are on a text thread.
Yeah.
Oh, McCartney sounds bad and his voice is low. What are you talking about? Channel 4 here dumped out at 11 o'clock. I went on Twitter. Is it just me? Is it something? Because I guess if you streamed it might have been different, obviously. Yeah. If you stream the network and they sent out a little thing I saw this morning that they due to a technical problem.
It was automated.
And if it was automated, that means that the news wasn't live. I mean, come on.
I don't.
Because a lot of times I understand a lot of these news stations.
They'll record it early?
They record a lot of it early. And sometimes they'll have somebody there just in case something major
Breaking
happens.
news, yeah. Huh. Mm-hmm. It's interesting because
when you have corporate buyouts of employees, this is what happens.
Yes, it does. But I'm curious as well because obviously we've all seen the ads for the 50th anniversary of SNL. I'm wondering how many, because you had mentioned you've been alive for the entirety of the series. Mm-hmm. It just wasn't that big of a sell for me. I wasn't going to, I may watch some clips on YouTube, which you can do without obviously having to watch them put them together. You can watch the best of anytime you want. Right. And the
montages were cool. I mean, obviously. It's on the Will Ferrell. I mean, the people we're going to get into, the best people later in the program. But it was something I was really looking forward to, and it was pretty good. Usually, something that's anticipated is not as good as you think it's going to be. Yeah. Excuse me, and that was that. But it was still. I'm still glad I watched it. And if you want to see, Peacock has done some great NBC through Peacock documentaries about SNL, like the writers, the music. Yeah. And I think they're showing, I don't know, Peacock is showing it now. They had a big Saturday Night Live concert at Radio City Music Hall in New York on Saturday night, and a lot of great people played and things like that. So anyway, I was just really pissed at Channel 4, WDIV, yes. All right, coming up on the program, there was a little hockey game on Saturday night. We'll get into how awesome that was and what's still ahead for the good old red, white, and blue. That's coming up next. Stoney and Jansen it's Costa and Jansen with me, Stoney, 97.1 ticket.
Hey, it's going to be cold today. It's going to be cold all week long, so don't let the cold creep into your house. If you woke up this morning and you thought, boy, it's a little cooler than here it's supposed to be, give Mastercraft Heating and Cooling a call, and they could service your furnace. They could check out anything that's going on right now. They've got the best equipment, the best prices, and same-day service. Plus, there's a 5-year warranty, so you know you're covered on their work. Save a bundle with their winter bundle, up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details, or you can visit them online at mastercraftheating.com.
All right, Stoney in here for Costa. Me and John, just like the good old days.
Yeah.
Really nice weekend. All things considering that the Pistons and the Red Wings are on breaks. But you have to give shout-outs to Tom Izzo, who Michigan State winning the game at Illinois after laying an egg against Indiana. Becomes the all-time winningest Big Ten coach of all time in college basketball, passing Bob Knight. Greg Campy last night became tied for the all-time Horizon League wins, defeating the University of Detroit. The University of Michigan, boy, this is kind of strange. They went into Columbus and won a game by 3 points.
Yeah, the way things have been going, what was the line, 3.5?
I don't know. We've seen that before.
Yeah.
So that was a good win by Dusty May's crew.
Yep.
The NBA All-Star festivities. We'll get into some of that later. But Cade Cunningham, who I was kind of surprised was even selected for the three-point shooting contest, he didn't embarrass himself for a while. I thought it was going to be Brandon Inge home run derby. He missed his first 4, but he didn't advance to the next round. But in his performance in the All-Star games last night, 5 points. Shot 2 for 3 in 5 minutes of play because the games went really quick because they played to 40. And then hockey. Lucas Raymond had an assist as Sweden lost to Finland in overtime. Dylan Larkin had a goal and an assist, including the game winner, as the United States of America go into Montreal and beat Team Canada by a score of 3-1. And it was unbelievable. What's amazing to me? There were actually people, and I got to say, I was certainly not one of them because I know what putting on the jersey means of your country in that sport. And people say, well, we'll just be like the All-Star game. Well, they'll be hitting.
Oh, my
goodness. What, are you kidding me? Hitting? There's going to be hitting in every freaking game. And there was even Thursday night, the U.S.-Finland game and Canada-Sweden was a great game. And then Saturday afternoon, 1 o'clock, snow's falling. I'm bunkered up. I'm watching Sweden play Finland. That was a great game. Those guys don't like each other. The Battle of Scandinavia. But then at 8 o'clock.
The battle.
It was unfreaking believable. Opening, face-off, here we go. Well, they did. There was a little group chat. It was all premeditated by the United States. They wanted to set the tone, and set the tone they did because next face-off, just, 3 seconds after that, Matthew Tkachuk's baby brother gets involved. And Bennett's an S-disturber, for the Florida Panthers. When you saw that they had the starting lineup for Canada was Bennett and Marchand, of 2 of the 3, you knew something was going to happen during the game. I didn't think it was going to be like this. But you know what? Once was great. 2 times was cool. But what about JT Miller making it a threesome?
Unbelievable.
It was,
unbelievable.
That is why, I love football, but when it comes, it's the greatest sport when it comes to certain things. And it's not just, you just like fight. No, it's not even a fighting thing. It's just they do anything to win. The physicality in these games, whether it's the Olympics where you're not really allowed to hit as much, but this was just unbelievable.
It almost feels like it's the last bastion for the tough guy.
Yeah.
Because whether it's load management in the NBA, it's guys that are signed big contracts in Major League Baseball, and then they just kind of never are the same. Football, it's not the same because guys are, out or they're held out for 3 or 4 weeks so that they can heal up. It's a long physical season. Hockey players, they're going to play without teeth. They're going to play with broken bones. It is the last bastion of the tough guy, and it was on display on Saturday all day long. It was one of those where, hey, it was the first weekend without football.
I know.
And it was magnificent. I was getting calls and text messages Saturday night. Did you see the way this game started? Yeah. Yes, I saw the way it started. And it was perfect. It was perfect because it got everybody fired up. If there was a better break, we don't necessarily love the break here because the Red Wings were on a heater.
Yeah.
But this has drawn in so many people that are not watching the NHL season for this Four Nations tournament because of the rivalries in it, the hate in it, what it means for all of these individuals to play for their country. You mentioned putting on the jersey, putting on those 3 letters.
Yeah.
It was freaking amazing.
Yeah, and obviously the players for the other countries feel the same way about their country. And it was a great game. McDavid got him off early, made it 1-0. Gensel ties it at 1. But then in the second period, the guy that they called D-Boss came through. And he assisted on Gensel's second goal, the empty netter. 3-1, the United States wins. It was great. And it's weird when you have that type of competition. Like I was at a Twitter exchange with somebody. His name is Joey P. at Joey P. Baby. And he says, because he was replying to me and TJ talking about the game before the game started, I guess. Because the anthem, Teacher said it means we hate them and all that stuff. So this guy says, I don't know. Pretty sure I'd still hate Brady Tkachuk even if he were a Red Wing. Cannot stand that guy. And I said, well, I don't know. People, did you hate Chris Chelios after he came here from Chicago? Because you always hated him.
This was prior to the puck being dropped.
This is prior to the puck being dropped. This is actually Friday night.
Okay.
And he says, Stoney, I get your point. However, I was only 11 years old when Chelios came to Detroit, so I didn't have the hate for him like most older fans. Brady Tkachuk just has such a punchable face. Added to his antics on the ice. Don't want him here. I would take Matthew, though. And then I get a tweet from this guy the next day, like right after the fight. He goes, I take it all back, Stoney. I love the Tkachuk boys. What a start.
Well, I think that's what's great about the game is that you cheer for guys that you normally would hate because they're on other teams in the NHL, but they're playing for the USA, so you're like inherently rooting for them.
I know. It's crazy. It just shows you root for jerseys.
Oh, absolutely root for jerseys. And this is, I don't care what sport it is. You put the USA on, and I mean, even for soccer, we've talked about this for years, Stoney. I'm not a big soccer fan. But when you are playing and representing your country, it doesn't matter what it is. I am fired up. That's why I love the Olympics.
Yes,
That's
me
why
too.
the Four Nations, why it excited me that there was this 2-week break because we got a chance to see Team USA and especially play against Team Canada.
All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We definitely invite our Canadian listeners to call and let us know what they thought of Saturday's festivities. And there's a scenario that could take place tonight that is kind of interesting. Do you want to go full board or you want to wuss out? I will explain that coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Stoney is in for Costa this morning. Costa's off for the week. And we're getting a chance to talk about what is going on in the sports world over the weekend. And the biggest news story over the weekend was the Four Nations face-off. And that was the biggest game, Saturday night, the matchup between Team USA, Team Canada. We talked about the way that game started, 3 fights in 9 seconds. And how much of that, Stoney, was just, okay, that's the tone that they wanted to set. But for the Tkachuk brothers, they had to beat their dad, who had the quickest fight. Was it in international play after a puck drop was 9 seconds, and they both got in under the bar.
Oh wow, that's something I did not realize.
Oh yeah. Their dad did it. I think it was in '96
In the World Cup.
Yeah,
Which was a great. That was when the United States came out of nowhere and won that thing.
yeah. And so obviously, Tkachuk brother 1 got it in 2 seconds. Tkachuk brother 2 got it in 5 seconds, 3 seconds after the first one. And then they had a chance to have a family reunion in the penalty box.
That was great. It was great. And the game, even when you take away the fight, the games are unbelievable. They're fast, up and down, and there was some good hitting. And thankfully we have our local guy, Connor Hollebuck, who from Walled Lake area. Went to Walled Lake Northern High School, I believe, and he was good again. And that's where Canada's downfall has been is their goaltending.
Yeah.
That's what people thought going in. All right, we got some ticket text. I've never rooted for a Tkachuk in my life, but I found myself up off my couch cheering them on Saturday night. Now I have a feeling you won't see Matthew Tkachuk tonight because he didn't play much of the third period because it looked like he did something to his groin or whatever.
Got dinged up. Yeah.
Hopefully he'll be ready to go for the championship game on Thursday, no matter who they play. We'll get to that in a second. That game lived up to all the hype and then some. Yes, it did. And then something on the NBA. Cade deserved all-star appearance. He looked like a star. Yeah, he carried himself very well. There's no doubt. He had that all-star I wouldn't say glow, but you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, sure. Yeah. And the Tkachuk brothers, okay, no love lost for him here in Detroit.
No, especially Brady with Ottawa and Matthew with Florida. But, Ottawa and Detroit's going to be battling for a lot of things here.
Yeah, they are. And to me, watching them, and I kind of had the same thought process as the guy that was tweeting at you on Friday night, but their performance to me was a lot like Kevin Durant in the Olympics two Olympics ago. Where I'm not a huge Kevin Durant fan. Okay, he's a great basketball player, but
he's just not a leader type, but he's a great player. And he's
not typically a leader type.
Right.
But then in that Olympics, he just absolutely took over and basically, won the gold for Team USA.
Yeah.
And no matter what he does from this moment on, there's a lot of things that I could say, well, he just, he goes to Phoenix, right? And they can't do anything, can't find a way to win, and they put him on the trade market, can't find a buyer. I don't really care because of what he did for Team USA. And it's with the same thing with the Tkachuks. They'll kind of always be on this pedestal set aside from your hockey heroes or sports heroes because of what they did on Saturday night.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Now, the Four Nations face-off resumes today. We have a matinee. Now, the series shifts to the United States now. God, I wish it was at Little Caesars. But it's in Boston, TD Garden. And it's Canada versus Finland at 1 o'clock, and the U.S. versus Sweden at 8. Now, if for some reason Finland, let's say, wins in overtime, or let's say Canada wins in overtime.
Right.
If Canada wins in overtime, Canada would have 4 points. You get 3 points for a regulation win, 2 points for an overtime win, 1 point for an overtime loss, which actually I'd like to see them do that in the NHL. Anyway. So let's say Canada wins in overtime. Okay, so they'd have 4 points, right? We have 5, we're in. Finland, with an overtime loss, would be out because they'd have 3 points.
Correct.
3 points, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sweden, meanwhile, has 2 overtime losses. they have 2 points. If Sweden would somehow wink defeat the United States in regulation, they would have 5 points. Canada would be out. So here's the question.
Are you going to say the T word, tank?
Does the United States tank so they don't have to play Canada?
So you know this. Words matter to me.
Right.
So they don't have to play Canada. No, I don't think that is why they would tank. So they don't have to play Canada.
Right.
Do they tank to screw Canada? And Canada doesn't get a chance to play the USA on Thursday night. Yes, it matters. Yeah, because it's not like they don't want to play them. They would love to play them.
Right, yes. To screw Canada, that's a better word. Yes.
Yeah, can they F them?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Right.
But no, they're not going to.
They're not going to. You might see, I think Kreider and somebody else, the United States haven't played. They'll probably play in this game just to
get everybody in.
Yes, and probably, like I said, Matthew Tkachuk probably won't play, would be my guess.
Got to rest
the fists. Why take a chance, number one? Yes. Rest the fist. Well, and then there's the other, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, because nothing would be better to beat Canada in the finals, beat them twice. I get all that. But it would, in a weird way, be funny as...
Only you would think of that. I didn't even think of that until I read your email.
It'd be funny as hell. Look, believe me, they're going to try to... The United States, and they should, are going to try to play to win. Do they play a different goalie just, to give somebody else a shot? Rest Hellebuck for Thursday.
This is Monday.
Right, yeah, I know.
He can rest on Tuesday.
And Wednesday.
He can rest on Wednesday.
I know.
And rest most of the day on Thursday.
Right, I know.
So, no, they don't rest him.
I'm just thinking.
And I know the NHL resumes on Saturday.
Right.
But no, this is, you run through the Four Nations tournament undefeated.
Yes. And there's something else I do want to mention here. And it refers to our friends Jeff Rieger and TJ Lang. They trash talk a lot, okay?
Yeah.
On Twitter.
Yeah.
Why we own you now and all that kind of stuff, gleeful about what happened Saturday. I was very happy too.
Well, we do.
We won Saturday, okay?
Yes, and we own them.
We don't own them. We'll own them if we win the freaking thing. I don't like you know how I feel about trash talking? You're not big on it either. Trash talk after it's done. There's no need to trash talk now when you might play them again and they beat you when the stakes are higher. Why trash talk?
Because you can.
Okay.
Simply because you can. Mm-hmm. And you get in their heads. It's the same thing. I mean, are we not in their heads?
Wait, you talking? You have said that nothing can get in people's heads.
I have never said that I was a big trash talker.
I know.
Not going to say I didn't do it at times. I pick my moments. But I have never said I am opposed to those who do.
Okay.
It's just not part of who I am. But in this instance, and in most instances, I fully support it.
Okay.
And go ahead and talk. You won the game. You beat them down from the first puck drop to the final whistle. It was a dominant, and you browbeat them.
Okay.
It was a physical game, other than the fights. You mentioned it was fast. It was fast.
Yeah,
it was good
great.
hockey, but it was physical. They were slamming in the boards. They were doing everything they could to make that as physical a game as possible.
The only difference is, and nothing against TJ or Rieger, I just like trash talking when the result is done. Everything is done. Then I'll trash talk.
Oh, so you can't trash talk at all till the end of the season?
Pretty much. I mean, what are you going to trash talk for? I mean,
because it's fun. It's what sports is. That's part of the game.
Yeah, but then
you win and you get to the victors go the spoils. And if it only lasts for 5 days, all right, then you tee it up again and you go after it again. And maybe they're in their heads.
Anyway.
And you can. Are you worried that you're going to piss off Team Canada?
No.
Then what's the big deal?
I don't know. I just don't like gloating until it's over. Then I could be a gloat machine. And you know what?
Stay tuned Friday morning.
You know what happens Friday morning?
Trash talk Stoney.
The Stoney version of the "Oh Canada" comes out again.
Yes. It'll give us all the chance to boo.
Oh yeah, I'll trash talk all you want on Friday. And let me tell you something. If Canada loses to Finland,
we could bring out "Oh Canada" tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's no doubt in the world.
I totally forgot about your rendition.
Oh, every year.
Oh, Canada. Every year they're eliminated from the cup.
Whoa, Canada.
Little teaser.
I know.
All right. Yeah, little Doug Carsh tease.
All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock, we're going to do something we're going to call quarterback carousel. And also, coming up next, a question about hockey and another sport that I find absolutely amazing. 97.1 The Tip.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all your sporting events. And right now, we're talking hockey. It's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest moments and games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen that's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas. It's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
All right, Stoney in for Mr. Costa, Heather, Gov, and Greg off today for President's Day. Hope you're enjoying the holiday as well. Have some ticket text. Bill from work says, good morning, Stoney and Jansen. So in the biggest stage for the NHL in the Four Nations tournament, our guy Dylan Larkin was one of the best players on the ice on both sides, offensively and especially defensively. Scored a goal, then unselfishly got an assist on the Gensel empty netter, and his play was very noticeable on the ice. It gave me chills and pure excitement and joy. Bill from work. Larkin was terrific.
Yeah.
He had great text. He also hit the post in the game too. I don't like the fact that Canadian fans are already making excuses about the loss. Okay, Cale Makar got hurt. Okay, I understand he didn't play in that game. And, Theodore got hurt in the first game. But you know what? You know who got hurt and didn't even make the squad? Maybe the second best defenseman in the league this year, Quinn Hughes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So take your excuses and shove it up your Canadian ass.
Careful, Stoney.
I know. Hey, watching a little too
Trash
much Saturday Night
talking?
Live.
Yeah, you're doing your own trash talking?
No.
My goodness.
I'm not gloating. I'm just, shut up. Injuries are part of sports. That game had everything you could ask for from an international hockey game. Yes, it was. It was terrific.
And more,
yes.
honestly.
Yeah. Roy in Livonia, you're 97 on the ticket.
What's up, fellas?
How are you?
Stoney's going to hate this. It's good. Stoney's going to hate this take, but maybe the football hangover's got me talking crazy. Honestly, the only thing I want to see after that game, I want to see him run it back. So, I mean, winning it all is great, but I want to see him run it back. I'm rooting for Canada and U.S. next game here, for sure.
Oh, well, U.S. doesn't make a difference.
Well, you mean just today?
Just today, right?
Yeah, just today.
Yeah. I have no problems with that.
Really?
Yeah, no, I'm not suggesting I don't want them to do it. I just thought they might be curious of a little strategy. I don't know. To F with Canada.
Can you imagine if they played this thing in the late 90s? Oh my God.
I know. I mean, this is it also in a hockey, parlance. It just shows you how the United States has just come to become a power in this sport.
Oh, sure.
I mean, Canada, all in all, is still better probably as, a country, but the United States is right there. Yeah, the only thing they probably...
Unless they can't win.
Well, no, I understand that, but I'm not just talking about... There's more Canadians are playing in the NHL, so I still think they have the advantage that way, but as far as the best players, it's close. It's really, really close.
I think these guys wanted to show us something, too. I think hockey guys overall are sick of taking a back seat. And like Dan Campbell says, he pushed the narrative, we'll play you here, we'll play you there. Hockey guys, I think, are a different breed. They'll play in a pond, they'll play in your backyard. I really think, those dudes wanted to show the world something like, we've been taking a back seat for a while. Let us show you what you got.
Yeah,
what we got.
It was great. There's hockey people are definitely different. The people that play that game, they are different in a great way. One of my biggest regrets is I never really learned how to skate. I played a lot of street hockey, and gotten a few tussles here and there, but it was it's such an awesome sport. You know what I always found very interesting? More Canadians, but still people who actually played the game.
Yeah, whether
it's at a high level or not, but played hockey throughout their youth. When they were in the stands or when they're watching a game live, they look at it completely different than people who've never played the game. I mean, they'll look at different things. Most people who are just fans who've never played, they just follow the puck.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's like football. When I watch football, I'm looking at things that have nothing to do with where the football is.
Right.
And you're watching it with somebody who has played the game. They obviously know it at a deeper level than I'll ever know.
Yeah.
And I'm a puck follower.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, hey, somebody says something about what, and I have to rewind to even comprehend what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, that's just that I think that's common in any sport.
Yeah. There's another sport that does not have a lot of scoring in it. That's pretty damn popular around the world, and we'll get to talk about that later in the show because I don't think I have time.
Not enough time to do it now. But the comparisons between the two, and
it's unbelievable. It is unbelievable to me, and it's not so much here in this area as it is across the country. And I've seen
around the world.
Around the world, I understand it a lot better because, like in South America, hockey's not a choice, really. Okay, but people in this country, and that's great. Football's number one, and I get it. You know, a lot of people grew up with baseball, whatever. Everybody can shoot baskets. I get it, and all the kids are playing soccer from an early age. I understand it, but from a spectator's point of view. Can somebody explain to me, and you can like both, why you would like soccer more than hockey? And there are people, you know, I've Colin Cowherd for one. There's other people who they'll talk about, you know, soccer, but they won't talk about hockey. Why? I don't understand. And I'm not one of those. There are people in this country, in this area, people I know who hate soccer. Oh, it's for wusses and all. No, I really like soccer, especially at a high level. But the comparison between high-level soccer and high-level hockey, there's no comparison. Yes, their passion may be better. Some of their goals might look more acrobatic. But the athleticism, the pace, even the greatest soccer games, there's so much time where they just hang around the midfield and just do nothing.
And then they add extra time. You're like,
yes,
oh, come on. I thought it was over.
Right. Look, there are some times in hockey where I thought the United States was going to a little bit of a defensive shell the other night, get icy too many times. But that's just for me. But I can't fathom how somebody can like soccer more than hockey. They're both low scoring.
Well, they're both low scoring. I think the biggest difference for us is we're so in tune to basketball and the court size, football and the field size, but everybody is all basically in one spot, and there's physicality. For soccer, everything is so spread out. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of time where that ball's just kind of floating through the air, or it's, a defenseman has it and there's just no action going on. In hockey, you're not allowed that time.
Right.
There's always somebody coming for you.
Right.
And I think that's the biggest thing for us, as maybe it's just American sports fans that are looking at it going, you know what, we just need more action. That's always been my knock on soccer and I trust me, I get the strategy behind it. I don't understand it, but for those that do, I get there's strategy there and there's passion. But I mean, there are times where it's like watching paint dry.
Oh, I know. And you know what? And it's not about the amount of goals for me that is the detriment in soccer. It's the amount of scoring chances. I mean, they'll sit there and say, well, they had 5 chances tonight. 5 chances? That's all?
In 100 minutes?
Yeah, 90 minutes. If it goes overtime, you never know where it's going to go. Yeah. I just can't fathom it. And I like soccer. When the World Cup's on, I'll watch it. If we had an MLS team, and I don't want to get the DCFC people all upset, but if we had an MLS team, I'd go to games. I think soccer's very, very good. It's enjoyable. But it doesn't come close to the speed, the excitement, the physicality of ice hockey. Carl, you're at 97 on the ticket.
What's going on, fellas?
How are you?
Good morning.
Good, man. I just wanted to comment, being a hockey player and having the chance to play with my brother and being able to start games like that, the adrenaline that was going through them guys. I mean, for me, I just had meniscus surgery, so I'm out of hockey for a little bit. But watching that game, I was trying to find a way to get back on the ice. I mean, I wanted to run through a brick wall. I was laughing so hard because I just was so overcome with joy. My wife's in the other room like, what are you laughing at? I'm like, you don't even understand. 3 seconds, 3 fights. And it was one of the coolest things I've ever witnessed the beginning of, besides, McCarty getting Lemieux, that game.
Right.
Which I've probably watched over 100 times. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
But at the end of the day, I kind of agree with you, Stoney, man. Nobody likes foot fairies. You know what I mean? Like, they're probably hockey players that weren't good. You know what I mean?
No, but I don't think that's true. I think the people who play soccer are really good athletes. But it doesn't compare.
I didn't play soccer because we didn't like running. You know what I mean? There's way too much running in that, just back and forth. So I don't know. I just wanted to say, man, that was the coolest game ever. Watching USA get booed and then we put it on them like that. I mean, it was just one of those things like, boo us all you want. We're going to still tear you down. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
I think
it was really cool. I hope we play them again because That's what the hockey fans want. You know, my hockey group chat was going crazy until
I know.
2 in the morning.
I know it's going to be that will be one of the highest rated hockey games Thursday night if it's U.S. Canada.
Oh, it may be the highest one.
Yes.
It'll definitely be the highest one all season long. Maybe if Stanley Cup goes to a 7th game.
Yeah, maybe depending who plays. Yes,
Right.
absolutely. All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797. All right, coming up a little later, 7:35. We're going to ask you who your Fab Five of SNL performers are, and coming up next, we're going to go on a carousel ride, a quarterback carousel ride. 97 won the ticket.
Michigan getting pretty good at winning games in Columbus. They needed one more stop at the end as the Buckeyes had a chance to tie it or win it at home yesterday. Brian Bush with the call on WWJ. 86-83 would be the final. Never more than a 6-point difference between the two teams the entire game. And Michigan now 12-2 in conference play. They lead the Spartans by 1 and will play them next on Friday in Ann Arbor. The new NBA All-Star format didn't seem well received on social media. The round-robin games with a target score of just 40 ended up with Team Shaq winning. Cade's squad knocked out early as he scored 5 points off the bench. William Byron won his second straight Daytona 500 yesterday. On the links, Ludwig Oberg won the Genesis Invitational with a birdie on 18 at Torrey Pines, and Joaquin Niemann took home the big live money with a victory in Australia on the Saudi Tour. And the Tigers will hold their first full squad workout in Lakeland, Florida, with their first exhibition game coming up on Saturday. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris Villar. I bet on Oberg yesterday. Actually won. Yes,
Good call.
absolutely. I had 3 of the top 4. Anyway, it is the Costa and Jansen program. Jansen and Costa with Heather. Are you first or second? I don't even know.
It's Costa and Jansen with
Costa,
Heather. Yes. So I'm right in the middle.
Okay. But it's me, it's Stoney, in all week.
Mm-hmm.
Then next week, I'm in for Valenti. So you get me in the afternoons next week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I won't see you.
I know.
I'll hear you.
You'll hear me. Yes. Yeah. Maybe you're out of here at like 10:02. All right. Our telephone, you don't linger like me. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Free agency in football will be starting in March. We have the Combine coming up next week. Lots of stuff to still figure out, including which quarterbacks are going to be playing on which teams.
Yes, little quarterback carousel going on right now,
Mm-hmm.
and we learned on was it Thursday or Friday that Aaron Glenn isn't going to put up with the antics of one Aaron Rodgers, and so we want to know where he's going to land. Paul's going to give us a number of different quarterbacks, and we will tell you where we think the best fit is for these quarterbacks.
All right, well, why don't we start off with said Aaron Rodgers? Obviously, the Jets, they talked to him. Aaron Glenn talked to him, and they're moving on from him. So he's free to go wherever he wants. Where does he end up?
Well, there are, by my list here, there's probably 9, maybe even 10 teams that could use quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Steelers, Browns, Titans, Raiders, Giants, Jets, Vikings, maybe Saints, Rams, right, and possibly even the Colts, and maybe some teams want backups. I'm going to go a little off the board here with Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
The Los Angeles Rams.
And why is that?
Because if they do trade Matthew Stafford, they'll need a quarterback. And for 1 or 2 years, he still has Nakua there. They have a pretty good young defense. Kyron Williams is a really good running back. Little veteran experience there. And I think Rodgers, he won't have to carry the team as much. He's got a good coach that I think will call correct plays for him. What the hell? I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but I decided to go off the board with that one.
I could see that. I'm not sure that LA actually moves on from Stafford, but if they did, and here's the only question I have. I know, him going back out to California would be something that maybe he would be interested in, and playing in LA since he played at Cal. But I think for Aaron Rodgers and for the NFL, I don't know that there's actually a great fit. And Aaron Rodgers may just say, you know what, I'm done.
Right.
I don't know that he has that in him. I think
You can say nowhere.
Nowhere. No, I think he will be somewhere, because I don't know that Aaron Rodgers can live a year without somebody talking about him or having this type of discussion. His ego just won't allow it. But if you're going to go to a team, the list is going to be small. And you're going to have to go to a team where the coach isn't going to put up with the ego. And if he wants to win a Super Bowl, and I don't know if it's just strictly MVPs or if he wants to win a Super Bowl, if he is able to go to a coach and have a conversation before they sign him and say, you know what, this is what we're expecting of you. Here is, and clearly define his job description as a quarterback of a team, it's Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're a team that they got plenty of cap space, and he's not going to demand, or he won't demand a big contract because of where he is in his career. But that will allow them to then go out and decide what they want to do with George Pickens.
He's been very successful with historic franchise before.
Yeah. And I don't think he follows the same path as Brett Favre and hits to the Minnesota Vikings. We'll get to them in a minute, but I think the Pittsburgh Steelers are a place that would be a great fit for him, because I think Mike Tomlin might be the only guy that would be able to keep him under check.
See, I think McVay would. I think they'd have, because McVay's kind of a bizarre
I don't know.
dude.
Yeah, but McVay, I think he would try and be friends, and I don't think you can be friends in a situation like this.
I do think it'll be very telling where he ends up, because it'll tell you whether he actually wants to win or if he went to a situation where he knows he can manipulate the franchise like he did with the Jets.
Right.
So the other guy on the list, next up, Sam Darnold. Where does he go?
This one's interesting because I don't think he stays in Minnesota. They've got good options. They've got a lot of options on the table for them. I'm curious as to what they do with him, though. I think they probably franchise him and then trade him so that they get something for him. And I think the place that he ends up is in Vegas. It's a team that just desperately needs a quarterback. They have no path to a quarterback in the draft. Even though they're drafted high, there's not one in this draft that I think is going to answer their needs. So I think he ends up in Vegas.
Half of your statement I agree with. I think he will be franchised or transitioned, whatever tag you want to put on him. And I think he stays. I think they keep him for 1 year, and we'll see what happens with his protege, whether they keep him or not.
Well, that's going to be a good question. It also depends on whether JJ is going to be healthy or not to start the season.
Right. Look, Darnold, as Valenti could say, you can never trust a ginger, so to speak, in big situations. Look, his last 2 games were not very good, obviously. But he had a terrific season. He seems to have a really good relationship with his teammates, with his coaches. I think they keep him on a 1-year deal.
Next up, as we talked about earlier in the segment, Matthew Stafford. Rumors are he wants out. They might trade him. Who knows?
I think Matthew Stafford definitely does not want to go to a situation where he's part of a rebuilding deal. I know I read somewhere that, he would look good in Cleveland. No, I don't think he would want to do. He would look good in Cleveland. I think the place where Matthew Stafford would excel is someplace you already mentioned, and that is Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh? Okay, I could see that.
I mean, he's got his – I don't know how much the alma mater plays into play at all, but George Pickens did go to Georgia with him. I know everybody respects Mike Tomlin. Their offensive coordinator is Arthur Smith, I believe, right?
Yes.
I mean, he won't have to do as much as he has been as he's getting older,
and
because they still want to run
good defense,
right? Good defense, run the ball. I think he'd be a good leader. I think Matthew Stafford would be great in Pittsburgh. Actually.
Yeah, and I think we're kind of under this misconception that because we saw Matthew Stafford work his way out here, and the Lions did him a solid. and in return they got, obviously Jared Goff and 2 first-round picks. But just because a guy wants out
Right.
doesn't mean, first of all, that you have to trade him, Myles Garrett. It also doesn't mean that you have to trade him to where he wants to go.
Correct.
Now, he could blow up a trade by just simply retiring. I don't think he's at that position. I think they end up sending him to the Giants. Giants need a quarterback. And this is not one where you're looking at going, oh, he could turn him around into a Super Bowl contender. No. I think this is one where the Giants could find a way to stem the tide until they can figure out who the next quarterback is going to be. And Brian Daboll needs a quarterback. If he doesn't get a quarterback, he will be looking for a job next year. I can't believe he still has a job this year.
There's no doubt about that they need a quarterback.
Talented receivers?
Well, yes, talented receivers. Then again, the Giants did hire Kelly's brother to be one of their assistant coaches.
Yeah.
And I could just see Kelly, Matthew, New York, Broadway. Because he's like, to go from L.A. to New York, I don't know if he'd want to deal with that again. I don't know.
The spotlight would be big.
Yeah.
He could win another Super Bowl if he went to the Vikings. That would be an awful scenario for Matthew Stafford to end up on the Vikings with the talent they have and the defense with Flores.
Wow. I didn't even think about that.
Next up on the list, Derek Carr. What's his future look like?
I think he is locked into staying in New Orleans. I think Kellen Moore needs a quarterback, and it's not going to be anybody else that's on the roster. Where they got Rattler is Spencer Rattler is their backup quarterback. He ended up starting a few games at the end of the season. This is a guy that could be on the move, but I don't know that New Orleans, they're in salary cap hell, and it's going to be hard to pay him. It would be even harder to send him elsewhere because of the acceleration on the cap.
John, I hate to do this, but I agree with you. It's the Saints. He's going to stay there. I thought about Cleveland because Stefanski needs somebody, because what they have there ain't working. I mean, they're not bringing Jameis back, who's turned into the most entertaining player in the National Football League.
The two teams that are in the worst salary cap position, the Saints
and the Browns.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I think they just keep him.
Russell Wilson. Obviously, it looks like the Steelers are going to move on from him after 1 year. Where does he end up?
This one is entertaining.
It's cliche, but I'm going to go with the cliche here. He's going to the Raiders to play for Pete Carroll again. I think it makes sense to have a veteran quarterback there. Pretty young team, rebuilding, good relationship. Maybe.
Good relationship?
Well,
I don't think so.
Who knows?
I don't think there's a relationship, and I don't think Pete Carroll wants anything to do with Russell Wilson again. I don't think he wants to enter that marriage even for just a year. I think he actually ends up with the New York Jets. The Jets need a quarterback, and, I mean, he's just the next in line to lose with the Jets, and I hate to say it for Aaron Glenn, but I think he ends up in New York.
Next up, Kirk Cousins. His time in Atlanta lasted 1 year. Looks like they're going to move on. They owe him a lot of money, but they got Michael Penix sitting behind him, who came in and looked pretty good his last few games. Where does Kirk Cousins go?
I think he ends up in Tennessee. Tennessee is a team that has some cap room. They could absorb his contract, which it's a bizarre contract, and how they ended up doing that down in Atlanta, coming off that Achilles that he had. But Tennessee, they are a team that needs – they need consistent play at quarterback. And I know when I say, Kirk Cousins, consistent play doesn't necessarily define what he was last year, but they need to make an investment in their quarterback position because it's not going to be your mayonnaise lover, banana peel eating guy, Will Levis. So I think he ends up in Tennessee.
That's a good idea, but I think Aaron Glenn needs a stable quarterback for 1 year. Whether he can be healthy or not, that's a big question. They do have a really good defense. I don't care what they showed this year. They have a great receiver in Garrett Wilson. Hall's a really good running back. Stability for year one, Aaron Glenn. I think Kirk Cousins ends up in New York, and I think he can handle the New York media because he doesn't give a crap about that stuff.
Right, for the money that they would be spending. And who is better at this point, Russell Wilson or Kirk Cousins?
I'd say, Cousins coming off the injury, it's a coin flip, but I'd go with Cousins because Wilson, with all the,
they're not going to have to spend as much on Russell Wilson, and if you're just looking for a bridge, a year, possibly two, might be Russell Wilson. That's why I put him with the Jets.
Yeah, I get it.
And then finally, J.J. McCarthy missed his first year, obviously, due to the injury. He's going to be coming back. Do the Vikings move on from him and stick with Sam Darnold?
I think they stay with J.J. McCarthy. I had them bringing back Sam Darnold, too. I think they run that whole thing back again because Darnold, I think they franchise him, keep him for a year if he'll sign the tender. And J.J. hopefully will be healthy and, get ready for 2026.
It's interesting because they could pay Sam Darnold, franchise tag money, and because J.J. McCarthy's on a rookie contract. I think Kevin O'Connell knows they drafted him for a reason at 10 overall. They know what they have in J.J. McCarthy. I think they like what they saw early on until the injury, and I think it's a great situation for a young, developing quarterback for J.J., so I think he stays in Minnesota.
And that is our quarterback carousel off-season 2025.
Hey, a personal injury attorney of any sorts is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need and deserve to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. If you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Stoney in for Jim Costa all week. I think he's going like Cayman Islands or someplace
Yes,
like that.
he's at the Cayman Islands, yes.
Oh, that's where he keeps his money. That's that's what I heard. But people, that's what they do. They keep their
Is
money.
that what you did?
No, I don't have that. I don't have Costa money. See, people are under this crazy impression.
Well, I mean, the chopper, the moat, that kind of all gave us. You're saying we have the wrong impression?
Yeah. That stuff's disappeared.
Now that you have somebody legitimate doing your taxes, I'm sure it did.
I defaulted on my payments. All right. We talked a lot about Canada and the United States. Of course, both teams play again today. Canada, Finland early at 1 o'clock, and then Sweden, the United States at 8. The game means absolutely nothing for the United States. They're already in the championship. And for Canada, they need to win in regulation. If they do that, they get in, and then the game, the USA-Sweden game, absolutely means nothing. And, I suggested I wouldn't do it, but do you think the United States wants to F with Canada if Canada, just wins in, regulation?
So watching the game tonight, if Team Canada wins in regulation this afternoon at 1.
Right. Sweden can beat the United States in regulation. No, Canada has to win in overtime.
Well, Canada wins in regulation.
They're in.
Right. That's what I just said.
Okay.
Yeah. If Canada wins in regulation, you're not going to watch that game tonight going, why are they playing these guys?
Well, no, I don't have to look at the rosters, but I'd like to see some guys who probably won't play on Thursday play.
Get in.
You don't want to take a chance. I definitely don't want to see Matthew Tkachuk play. He's injured.
Yeah, well, he's a little banged up.
Appears he's injured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, everybody wants to.
But the fact that him, of all people, did not play, in most of the third period means he was hurt.
Yeah, I would think so as well. And because of the way that game started, that was as physical a hockey game as you're going to see. Obviously, the fights are what they are. But even just the skating, how fast that game was, how physical they made it. Every time they were by the board, somebody was headhunting. And that's part of what made that game so great.
Yeah. It seemed McAvoy's personal mission was to knock Connor McDavid on his ass as often as possible.
I know. And after McDavid's goal, he basically did nothing the whole game. Sidney Crosby, who was brilliant in the first game, didn't do anything. That's what happened. He's like LeBron, if you think about it. 37 years old, he's still having a tremendous year.
Sure.
And LeBron doing what he's doing. LeBron, by the way, did not play in the All-Star game.
No, he had a foot soreness.
Yeah, well, he missed a regular game, so it was legit.
Yeah. I could take my shots at LeBron all the time, but the one thing I will not accuse him of is playing into the load management.
No.
I mean, he's 40?
Yeah, he wants to play.
And if he misses a game or two because he's just beat up, I don't know that anybody could complain about that now.
Yes. By the way, I want to ask you something, and granted, it's just, a headline first, and then there's a quote in here I want to read. In yesterday's Detroit news, actually, it was probably Saturday, late Saturday, it came out on the interweb, as Wojo would call it. The headline from Tigers beat writer Chris McCoskey. Arrival of Javier Baez sends a jolt of energy and hope through Tigers camp.
So are we at that point where we are looking at him and we're going to say every year until he's no longer here that he's arriving in the best shape of his career, as we did
with
Miggy? Or at least in recent memory. So the jolt of energy, and we talked about this a little bit in the playoff run that they had when he was healthy last year, and he wasn't healthy, but he returned to the dugout or returned to the clubhouse.
Yes,
his teammates love him.
Yes, which is something we as fans and broadcasters sometimes get lost in all that stuff.
Well, we're analyzing numbers and production.
Right. But he always has, has that reputation of being, not the greatest teammate. He's a hot dog and all that kind of stuff. But you're right. I mean, quoting A.J. Hinch, he's happy. He sat in our pitchers and catchers meeting today, which was fun. Everybody is happy to see Javi. And look, we've said, and other people have said, if he's on the, team opening day roster, there's a problem.
Yeah.
They're cheap, they're this, they don't want to buy him out. Let's see what happens in spring training. To use a line from the great philosopher Jonathan Jansen, let's let it play out.
Let it play out. And so that's obviously how I would lean.
I would have preferred if they bought him out during the offseason. But if he's going to show up at Lakeland, and if he's participating and he's doing the right things and he has a decent spring training, who knows? Maybe the hip. Maybe it is a legitimate reason why he sucked the last 2 years. I don't know.
There could be a number of different reasons for it. I have a hard time believing that whatever he had done to his hips, low back, whatever the issue he was having, is connected to his decision making at the plate and his eyesight. That's where, because he's just swinging at things in the other's batter's box. Right. And that to me is...
His chase rate was better last year than it was the year before. I will say that.
Okay.
I'll give him that.
But here's why I'm fine with how they're handling Javi. You're going to have to pay him one way or another.
Right.
He doesn't have to take up a roster spot, but you don't have to make that decision until you make your final roster. You could make that decision because you would hate to all of a sudden, hey, maybe he does have a resurgence. And by resurgence, I say he could contribute, maybe not be the headliner for this team, but could contribute. And if that's the case, if he's number 24 or 25 on the roster, then so be it.
Yeah, I like the whole argument about buying him out. Oh, well, it's not your money. Why would you just waste $25 million? And my analogy is not a good one. It's not an appetizing one. But if you have a pile of poop that you paid for, are you better off with the pile of poop still in your house or the pile of poop away, even though you already paid for it? So you have this piece of poop that you paid $25 million for, or you have a piece of poop that's not on your team that you're still, you got to pay for it anyway. Why do you want the poop?
This is your analogy.
Yes. Why stink up the joint? You can get rid of it. That $25 million would be better spent.
Yes, but if you got rid of it February 1st or you get rid of it March 15th.
Right. Well, we're talking about when the season starts.
Right, yes. So I at that point, maybe I'll be able to see your version of the pile of poop.
Okay. The pile of poop goes to Los Angeles because he wants to hang out with Ohtani. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Last night was a wonderful night in television, not just if you're an NBA fan, but if you're a fan of comedy and television. And we'll ask you to pick your top 5 of the best Saturday Night Live characters of all time. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app, which is something that I use daily, and I've already used it again today. And it also has innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer or donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, Stoney in for Jim Costa, 248-539-9797. Before we get talking about the 50-year anniversary of Saturday Night Live last evening, which Channel 4 botched. We'll get to that in a second. John, we have some ticket texts?
Yes, we do. And I'm going to read these since they're all about your analogy.
Okay.
That is the best single analogy I've ever heard in my life, from an unnamed ticket texter. Oh, how the world has missed Stoneyisms. That's from Scott and Carlton. And we gave them the heads up on Friday that you were going to be in all week, so everybody is well prepared for these moments. Okay. Pile of poop is the best analogy of Baez I've ever heard. Thank you, Stoney. And that poop analogy was very Larry David-esque.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, a comedian yourself.
Yes. Good segue, because Larry David was a writer for Saturday Night Live, and he was in attendance last night with tons of celebrities there. Most of them didn't say anything, although Keith Richards did, and they asked Ryan Reynolds a question, how's it going lately? And Blake Lively sitting right next to him. And, there was – so last night, as, because they've been pounding this for the last 3 weeks, the 50th anniversary of Saturday Night Live. And like I said, I remember when it started back in 1975. And, some of the great cast members, great bits.
So they aired the 50th version of Saturday Night Live on Sunday night?
Yes, last night.
Yeah.
Last night.
It just seems like it was the wrong night.
Yeah, but you know what? The reason they do that is because Sunday night is the best night for television.
I get that. Yes,
ratings. Even though I assume, I know the Saturday Night Live
was on for Saturday Night Live.
Correct, but Saturday Night Live, the ratings will dwarf the NBA All-Star Game. Anyway, so it was really, really good. I mean, I didn't like the way it started. It started slow, and then they got it into. They did some new stuff. They did a version of Black Jeopardy where Kenan Thompson is the host, and Tracy Morgan and Eddie Murphy playing Tracy Morgan and it was just hysterical. They brought back some old bits. Debbie Downer, for those who remember that character, they brought back a lot of stuff. Will Ferrell did his Robert Goulet, which was unbelievable. They did these Bronx Babes or whatever they're called with Maya Rudolph, and I forget the other woman, but then Mike Myers comes back in as Linda Richmond for Coffee Talk. Like butter. They did a lot of the good stuff. Look, 50 years. There's so many, and they had really good musical acts. They opened the show with Paul Simon and Sabrina Carpenter singing "Homeward Bound."
Okay.
They had Miley Cyrus sing a song with somebody. I think it was a new song. I didn't hear it. I believe Lil Wayne was on for a while. He was better than Kendrick Lamar at the Super Bowl, actually. And it was great. However, here in Detroit,
shots in.
Well, no, Lil Wayne was he was more upbeat. The thing about Kendrick Lamar, not to go back to last week, I just thought all the songs were, even though I didn't know them that much, I could still, if you don't know songs, you could still be entertained. It just was too slow for me.
You couldn't hum along?
No. Anyway, so here in Detroit at around 11, now the show I thought was going to be 3 hours, and evidently Channel 4 WDIV didn't get the memo that it was going to be 3.5 hours. Because after an old John Belushi film that they showed, next thing you know, Local 4 News Live, and I thought and I DVR'd it, so I went back to. I thought maybe I screwed up. No, they messed up. They somehow, whether they did it at automated switch because they thought it was going to be at 11 o'clock, some human being effed up live, and screwed up. But we got the miss because my friends are texting. We're on a text chain because, people of my age, we remember all the great Saturday Night Live stuff. And Paul McCartney closed the show. Yeah. I didn't see Paul McCartney. Channel 4 preempted a Beatle. How the hell do you do that? You talk about a pile of poop. Whoever's running that
the board over there.
Well, not the guy who runs the station. That's Bobby Ellis. He's a good guy. Whoever was in charge of master control. You talk about
ultimately he's in charge.
Yeah,
right?
You talk about a pile of poop. Anyway, they came out with a retraction, or basically not a retraction, but saying we apologize. You can watch the whole thing on Peacock. Okay, great. So now you got to pay for it if you want to watch it, right? Anyway, that said, Saturday Night Live has been part of television for 50 years. It's been a staple in a lot of people's lives, not just me. I still DVR it all the time.
Yeah.
So I don't want to do a Mount Rushmore, but since we are in the state of Michigan, we'll do a Fab Five.
Okay.
Who are your five, you think are your five best, favorite, whatever word you want to use, Saturday Night Live performers? Now, we were thinking about doing characters, but you could do characters. You could do five characters from one person. It could be and there's so many great people that I don't think I could really argue with anybody's selections. But you know me, I probably will.
Oh, you will.
Yeah.
And so I'll tell you what, I'll go first.
Okay.
That way you can argue mine as you say yours. And mine is coming from the context of I love comedy and I love some of the skits. I don't sit down and watch SNL from start to finish.
Right.
And I really never have. So it's with that type of context where I'm probably picking from some of the greatest characters along with the actors that are performing those characters. So my number 5 is Tina Fey. I thought she was, especially on the what is it, the news update that they do.
Yeah, she with Amy Poehler.
With Amy Poehler, she was hilarious.
By the way, last night Bill Murray came on and he because he used to do Weekend Update too, so he sat in for a little bit and he ranked all the Weekend Update people, and he had his one category: Black Weekend Update people. It was one name, Michael Che.
But it's always amazing to me how what they do and who is doing it, right? So when she did Sarah Palin, like she was spot on, but she looks like her.
Do you remember when Sarah Palin and the real ones came on?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
It was like her twin.
Yeah.
And so, but even, and trust me, I get the whole makeup and all that stuff. They can make people look however they want, but there's a lot of just dumb luck in how they, who was on Saturday Night Live at the time when who was making news at the time as well. So Tina Fey is my number 5. My number 4, and this is probably my favorite there, but I'm not going to put them at 1 just because I think there were other ones that were probably historically better. Chris Farley. Chris Farley gone way too young, and he just, the van down by the river, that whole skit, his whole character there, and everything that he did from his physical appearance and the energy that he brought along with
Chippendales.
Oh,
you have to watch because he said it's all going to be on YouTube. They did a montage of physical comedy from Saturday Night Live, and obviously he was featured very heavily.
Yes. So he's my number 4.
Okay.
And the number 3 is Bill Murray. I mean, just his comedy. It's amazing how many of these guys, when you go back and look from my generation, you didn't necessarily know that they got their start on Saturday Night Live, but then you go back and you find out how they originally got going. So Bill Murray's my number 3. Number 2 for me, and you talk about guys that couldn't be there, because so many of them are no longer with us. But Phil Hartman, I thought he is just a master, and for so long, in so many different roles, in so many different ways. And then number 1, and I don't know that this is even up for debate, because I guarantee you your number 1 is probably my number 1, and it's probably everybody's number 1 should be Eddie Murray. Murphy, yes, Eddie Murray, yeah, not the third baseman, Eddie Murphy.
Or the kicker.
Kicker.
Yeah. He was there last night. It was pretty cool. Now I didn't rank them. I just listed 5, and I wanted to do one.
Oh, you didn't rank them?
No, because
that's what we're supposed to do.
Well, no, you said pick our 5, and here's my 5. Well, okay, ready? I'll rank them.
Okay, rank them. Yes. So I'll just to recap: Tina Fey, Chris Farley, Bill Murray, Phil Hartman, Eddie Murphy.
You'd be surprised that ours is not as far apart as you would think.
Oh, okay.
Number 5, and she's not currently on, but she's recent, and I just think she is so freaking talented. She's played everybody from, I believe, like Rudy Giuliani to they featured her in a skit like being abducted by aliens last night. That was when Meryl Streep came on and did it with her. Kate McKinnon is just one of the funniest freaking people I've ever. She's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4 is Chris Farley.
Okay. All right.
Number 3, John Belushi.
Okay.
Number 2 is Bill Murray, and number 1 is Eddie Murphy.
Mm-hmm. It's and
Bill Murray. I love what he did, like the lounge singer. Star Wars, nothing but Bar Wars. Tip your waiters and waitresses. Nick, and then he was singing on a train. He was Nick Rails. All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797. That's the text as well. Your top 5, or you don't have to give us 5, your 1 or 2 best Saturday Night Live performers of all time. And there are tons. Adam Sandler. I mean, you can just go on and on and on. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal You. Go to idealu.us now, and you can lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. So whether your resolution is to lose 10 pounds, 100 pounds, or anywhere in between, Ideal You works, and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days. I lost 50 in the 40 days that we're talking about, and I got to eat real whole foods. It's not shakes and bars, so it's a lifestyle that you can maintain after you've reached your goal. Ideal Use weight loss coaches are there with you every step of the way, and your coach is going to help you lose weight. The best part is, as we all know, the struggle is to keep it off. They're going to help you keep it off. I'm actually down 70 from when I started, so it's worked for me. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal You is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal You customers, think about that, that's 9 out of 10, lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right. Lose weight and get a $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
248-539-9797. We have some ticket texts asking your favorite 5 or whoever, favorite Saturday Night Live performers since they broadcast the 50-year anniversary last night. Jeff at Imlay City says, maybe not the best actors or comedians, but the skits Dick in a Box and Sweaty Balls are my favorite. Sweaty Balls was unbelievable. Andy Sandberg's digital shorts put out some absolute bangers like I'm on a Boat, I Just Had Sex, YOLO, and Dick in a Box. That's from Colin. Yeah, he was in one of them last night too, a new one. My top 5 is from Andrew and Adrian, Chris Farley, Will Ferrell, Bill Murray, Adam Sandler, and Mike Myers. And somebody went pretty old school, except, well, yeah, it's all old school, even though one's not the original. Eddie Murphy, Dan Aykroyd, Bill Martin, Bill Murray, Gilda Radner, and, of course, Jane Curtin. Yeah, Aykroyd wasn't there last night, which surprised me. Jane, you ignorant slut. All right, let's go to Michael in West Bloomfield. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tony, nice to hear you on the airways, my man.
Nice to be heard.
Yeah, we met at Planet Fitness a couple of Mondays ago. I don't know if you recall, but
I
anyway.
I do recall.
Oh, thank you. So I have to premise this by saying Saturday Night Live debuted my freshman year of college. So Saturday night at 11:30 became must-see TV.
Yeah.
So our standard evening was bong, ribs, Saturday Night Live. And it was fantastic. And so I have to tell you my 5, and these are in no particular order.
Right.
Eddie Murphy, John Belushi, Bill Hader, Gilda Radner, Dan Aykroyd. But, man, Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, they were fantastic. Andy Sandberg was great. Adam Sandler. I mean, you could go on and on and on.
Oh, yeah.
Tony, I love Kate McKinnon. And my wife and I did the same thing last night when Channel 4 screwed up. We just, looked at each other and went, what? That's it?
Yeah.
There's no goodbye? No
Yeah.
nothing?
Because you heard McCartney was going to be on, and I was wondering what the hell was going on, and he played, Carry That Weight, Golden Slumbers, I guess he played. So.
Yeah, I missed that. But I was really kind of hoping they were going to bring back some of the older characters, but doing current bits. More current news and satire and stuff like that. I just thought that would have been rich, and but there were some funny parts of it.
Yeah, Black Jeopardy, I think, is always is my favorite.
Yeah. Have you? Was there ever a period where you didn't watch, or has it always been a part?
It's always been a part, but there were some years I don't remember exactly who was in the cast where, there's a documentary. Like I said, they have a series of Peacock documentaries. There's called The Weird Year, which was when Lorne Michaels came back after being gone, and he got rid of the entire cast that was there before, which was Martin Short and Billy Crystal, and started new, and it was awful.
Uh-huh.
Like the best performer in that cast was John Lovitz. It was basically the most famous one. That's the ticket. Yeah, John Lovitz. He's pretty funny too. All right, so those are ours. Paul, I imagine because you're younger. Yours might tilt a little younger than ours.
Well, I will say this. I did rank mine like John. I thought we were ranking them.
Uh-huh.
So for my number 5, I'm going to put a guy on there that's only really did update and a few sketches, but he's my favorite update guy ever, and that's Norm Macdonald.
Norm Macdonald is great. I've gotten lost in the rabbit hole on Facebook and Reels. There's a Norm Macdonald, every day. There's 3 or 4. He's unbelievable. They actually last night, did you watch the show last night?
I did not.
They referenced him, that he got fired basically for the OJ joke, and they showed Norm Macdonald. They showed the clip or a picture of him with OJ in the background. It was pretty funny.
No, his OJ jokes were hilarious.
Oh, unbelievable.
Number 4, Will Ferrell.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, how could you not mention him?
He did, like I said last night, he did Robert Goulet. That was just incredible.
My favorite Bill Clinton impersonator, Daryl Hammond.
Daryl Hammond, he's doing Trump now, right? I believe.
I don't know, but I know he did Bill Clinton, and he also was great as Sean Connery on the Jeopardy.
Oh, he was great at Sean
Yeah.
Connery. Yes.
Number 2, Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah.
Just because he was SNL.
Oh, he was the commercials that he did. Bassomatic.
And to me, number 1, because I do think he's the best guy that's ever been on SNL, and that's Dana Carvey.
Dana Carvey was so freaking talented. He did the greatest George Bush.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, not gonna do it.
Not going to do it.
Yeah.
Church Lady.
Church Lady. Church Lady is a classic.
Well, and he was in Wayne's World.
Yeah, Garth.
Yeah, he was Garth. And Mike, I mean, they really, look, you sit there and say, well, I wish they would have done this last. You're talking 3.5 hours. Most people still 3.5 hours, not in Detroit. But so you have 50 years of material. I mean, I can imagine the editing process. And they decide, look, you could do a 50-year, homage, so to speak, and just show old stuff. But they did some, new stuff as well, which was pretty good. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up next, it was an unbelievable Saturday night. Great weekend in sports, but a particular sporting event got us all fired up. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Cade Cunningham making his All-Star debut with 5 points, a rebound, an assist, and a turnover in just 5 minutes of action for Team Kenny. However, the Pistons star eliminated when they lost to Team Chuck in the opening round, and Steph Curry was the night's MVP, Team Shaq, winning the event in the Bay Area. Another narrow victory for Michigan basketball as went to Columbus and survived with an 86-83 win over Ohio State. Danny Wolf and Vladislav Golden combining for 37 points. And former Buckeye Roddy Gale Jr. hitting the eventual game winner late. And Dusty May got his first big rivalry win. The Wolverines improved to 12-2 in the Big Ten. They remain a game ahead of Michigan State in conference play. And Tom Izzo did earn his 354th Big Ten win over the weekend, passing Bob Knight for the all-time record. And MSU Baseball became the first D1 team to win 4 games after sweeping their doubleheaders in Cary, North Carolina. Michigan's team won all 3 of their games in Puerto Rico. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number and our text number as well. You want to talk about Saturday Night Live? We're here for you. You want to talk about the NBA All-Star Game? Draymond Green hated it. A lot of the players, the problem with it, I like that they were trying to change
it up.
Yes.
The format was a little hard to follow.
Yeah. You didn't need, and his point, Draymond's point was, why are we having rising stars playing an All-Star game? Fans don't want to see these guys, really.
Right. They haven't heard it yet.
Right, exactly. So we should have had more All-Stars. And the thing I didn't like about it was I liked the concept like they had with that, that summer tournament, where you play to a certain score or whatever.
Yeah.
40 is too quick. I mean,
especially if you're always scoring by 3.
Yeah, and there was more defense than usual All-Star games, but it still wasn't, because none of the games, the first game was somewhat competitive because it was a 5-point game, so they actually played a little defense, but the other ones, like the championship game, was like they were blowouts, so they were nothing. And they just went so fast, and enough of Kevin Hart, really. I mean, he just that was a little too much.
Well, it was interesting that Victor Wembanyama was playing so hard, was so upset that they lost after his performance in the skills competition.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me was, I couldn't believe it as it sounded like that concept of just throwing up the balls to try and go for speed versus
trying to make a shot.
Yeah, was his idea.
Yeah.
How does Chris Paul go along with it?
Because there are a lot of people who believe that Chris Paul is a D-bag, basically. And that's why. He's Chris Paul, a lot of people think he's a
okay, that's fine.
That's got to be the only. I agree with you.
That's what you're putting out there?
Yeah, that was awful.
It was embarrassing.
Yeah, it was crazy. And how do you do it? Look, I'm not going to lose sleep over a skills competition, but it's just weak.
It was very weak.
It was weak. All right, so that was the NBA, the All-Star game was last night. The skills competition, Cade got off to a Brandon Inge start with like the home run derby, but then he recovered. Didn't get to the next round, but at least he made a few, and he scored 5 points last night in the game. The slam dunk contest.
Shouldn't you have to
It
be
was
player?
it was unbelievable. What McClung did was incredible. There's no doubt about it. But I'm sorry, you don't want G League players in there. Has he played the NBA this year at all?
One game.
One game.
So I think in his career, he's played in 5 NBA games. And he has 3 NBA slam dunk championships.
I believe I saw a graphic that said his salary from his prize money from winning the slam dunk contest is more than he's made in his NBA career.
Yeah. And so, it was spectacular.
Yeah.
What he can do by jumping is spectacular.
He made the Blake Griffin over the keel look like nothing.
Right. But if they're going to go this route and just keep going with a G Leaguer, then why not open it up to other G Leaguers? Why not open it up to college basketball players and just say, hey, for a night, why don't you come and dunk? Or just open it up to fans. There's got to be some individuals out there that can't play a lick of basketball, but they could jump through the roof.
Oh, yeah. There's probably like Olympic athletes, like, high jumpers.
It'd be interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, why not, just open it up to anybody? If the stars aren't going to do it,
Right.
then I just don't understand the attraction of watching people that you don't know anything about going out there and doing gymnastics and dunking a ball.
Right. They should have what were they called? The Bud Light Daredevils or whatever, where they had the trampolines.
Oh, the trampolines, yeah. Yeah, bring those out. But they're entertaining. At least they got some music to go with it.
I got it. All right. So that was also Saturday. And Saturday was also watching Michigan State beat Illinois. Good win. Yesterday, Michigan over Ohio State. God, they go to Columbus
Always
and win a game
win.
by 3. When's that happened before? Izzo getting the record, the Bobby Knight record. Our buddy Greg Campy, the Oakland U beating U of D. So Campy is now tied for the most wins in the Horizon League. So congratulations to him. But the highlight of the weekend in sports.
Oh, yeah.
And it was not the Daytona 500 or the Genesis Invitational. It was the United States versus Canada, Saturday night, the Four Nations face-off. And there was a great game. Look, the first night, the Canada-Sweden game, I'm sure you guys talked about it on Friday, was great on Thursday night.
Oh, it was great hockey.
It was great hockey with Canada winning on the Marner goal in overtime. Now, the United States got off to a slow start against Finland, and they just blew them out. So that game wasn't a great game per se. Great that we won.
Sure.
But then Saturday afternoon, Sweden-Finland. That rivalry is as bitter as United States-Canada. They just can't stand each other.
Right. Yeah. And we just don't know as much about it because
exactly.
We don't have a seat at the table in that
Right.
one.
They don't fight per se.
Right,
With
yeah.
their fists, they use their sticks a lot more over in Europe, over in Scandinavia. So that was a really good game too. The Finland won in overtime, and going into the tournament, you thought Finland was going to be the weakest of the 4, and they beat Sweden. And then Saturday night,
the headliner,
United States, Canada. And it's been a game that a lot of these guys have been looked forward to for over a decade, including the Kachucks. And right from the get-go, the opening faceoff.
How did you say you didn't see it coming? Kind of saw that coming.
Yeah. And we found out later they had the group chat during the day.
Yeah.
They found out, especially that they knew Marshawn and Sam Bennett were going to be on one line to start the game for Team Canada. So, all right, that's cool. Well, good way to start the game.
Yeah, 2 seconds in.
But yeah, but Ed Kachuk, that's what he does. But so does his little brother. Yeah.
What? So they're up 2-0.
I know.
Start the game.
Absolutely. So here we go. What the hell? Let's do it again. It's unbelievable.
3 fights, 9 seconds in, up 3-0.
Yeah. Oh my God! You know what the funny so it's Hagel in the first fight. Okay, so he's Tampa and Kachuk plays for Florida, so there's a rivalry there to begin with. Hagel said during the first intermission, Kachuk had initiated the fight, asking Hagel before the puck drop if he wanted to start the game with gloves off, and Hagel said, "Just trying to get some energy in the building." He asked, and I'm not backing down from him. He just asked him, "You want to fight?" Sure. Let's fight. What the hell?
Oh, man. It felt like Slapshot, the Hanson brothers, where they just, it was time to put on the foil. It's foil up. It's exactly what they did. That's how they started that game. And you want to talk about setting the tone in that game, in that matchup? They took it to them.
Oh, and it was terrific. I mean, look, it set the tone. Canada got the lead first, 1-0 on the McDavid goal. Man, when he gets some speed going. Oh.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. He didn't do anything after that. After the game, Gensel tied it in the first. And then in the second period, some guy who grew up in Waterford, Michigan, scored. And he almost did it earlier, too. He hit the post. He almost had 2 goals. But the 1 goal wasn't enough for Larkin because he was unselfish and put the game away. All right, there's a lot of things to take away from the game. First of all, it was a great game. The fighting was unbelievable. Now, there are some people who really aren't big hockey fans. Oh, well, that's the only sport you can do that. You can't do that in the NBA. You get thrown in jail, whatever. Leave me alone with that, okay? It was great.
Yeah.
It's part of the game.
Yes.
Now, we're in a situation today where it's possible that if Canada wins in overtime,
correct, they'll get 2 points.
They'll get 2 points, which give them 4.
Mm-hmm.
Sweden has 2 points right now, right?
Yeah.
They play the United States. There's no chance, and I'm not suggesting they do this, so don't take this the wrong way, but just to F with Canada, is there a part of you that says, you know what?
If they throw it?
If we'll lose, so Canada can't get in. But I don't think that's not a hockey player's mentality.
No, it's not an athlete's mentality. I don't care the
no,
sport.
Because you want to win. You want to beat them twice.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Would be awesome.
It would be a lot of fun to mess with them.
Right.
And but everybody wants that matchup. After that game on Saturday night, the first thing everybody did was they went to the stats and said, okay, how does this matchup happen again? Because in that win, the United States guaranteed that they were going to have a spot in the finals.
Yeah.
Now all we have to do is hope that Canada can take care of their business, win in regulation.
Right.
And then we'll have another match like that on Thursday night.
All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. A couple of things here. Number one, you wouldn't want the United States to throw the game just to avoid Canada, would you? Of course not. Number two, in all this, how much hate do you have for Canada if you are a United States citizen or our friends across the river?
Is it reciprocal?
Down south, do you hate us now?
No.
Because of all this stuff? Are you like the whole booing of the anthems and all that stuff? And here's another question about that. And I got a Twitter correspondence with somebody over the weekend who hated Brady Tkachuk. Now he loves him. Is that odd at all to you, or is that's just because he's an American? And then there's one other thing I want to throw out this way.
Uh-huh.
How in the hell does anybody like soccer more than hockey? 97 won the ticket. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. I do want to read a little tweet exchange I had the other night during the game. Basically, a guy says, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'd still hate Brady Tkachuk even if he were a Red Wing. Cannot stand that guy. And I said, basically, did you hate Chris Chelios when he, because you hated him when he was a Blackhawk? And he said, I get your point. However, I was only 11 when Chelios came here. I didn't have the hate for him like most older fans. Brady Tkachuk just has such a punchable face. Add to it all the antics on the ice. Don't want him here. I'd take Matthew, though. Yeah, he's a guy you want on your team. You hate him if he's not. But he's on our team now. He's on our country.
Right.
And then right after this was before the fights. And then right after the fights, he says, I take it all back, Stoney. I love the Tkachuk boys. Ha ha ha, what a start. So we want to know what you feel about that. Also, I suggested that there's people that, think that maybe if Canada wins in overtime tonight to get to 4 points, or this afternoon to get to 4 points, the United States should lose to Sweden on purpose. Because, Matthew Tkachuk's not playing.
Right.
Because of the injury.
So you just have a U.S. and Sweden matchup again on Thursday night?
Yes. And then not play Canada. Just like the F with Canada, as I said.
Yeah, that would be so boring.
I don't prescribe to that because the U.S. Look, I'm not saying the U.S.-Sweden game wouldn't be a great game, but it would be nothing. As far as the electricity in the building, now you'd have to sit there and say, well, we could lose. You could lose to Sweden, too. I mean, they got this guy called Lucas Raymond. He's pretty good. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Yeah.
They have some good players, too. Also, I asked, after watching this, and I've said this all along, I like soccer. I like World Cup soccer. I like the Premier League. I like it, okay? But what I don't understand how there are people in this world that like soccer but don't like hockey. They're both low-scoring sports. One has many more scoring chances. One is faster, and one is much more physical. How do you like soccer ahead of hockey? That I can't figure out.
So you asked two different questions there. You asked, and we went to break, and it was brought up on Twitch, Stoney throwing a grenade before the commercial break, who likes soccer more than hockey? And then you said, how do you like soccer and not like hockey?
Or how do you like soccer more than hockey?
Yeah, how do you, I've always asked that question.
Yeah.
Is because, one, the field for soccer is so big. And there's a lot of time where there's just no action. Plus, there's not the physicality that you have in hockey. In hockey, it's faster, there's more hitting, there's more violence. And you could make the argument in terms of goal scoring, they could be very similar.
But
now,
chances, though.
But the scoring chances in hockey are there. There's just more offense. There's more violence. And I just don't understand the allure that people would have for soccer over hockey.
And look, there are hockey players who take dives occasionally, but nothing like you see in soccer.
Oh.
The acting in soccer is unbelievable. All right, here's some ticket texts. I'm going to get to a text I got from a mutual friend of ours. Most NHL fights are either predetermined before the game by the two guys or it's talked about during the face-off. Hey, want to go, bud? Ready when you are. That's true. I don't know about most, but yes.
Yeah, I don't think they're all scripted.
Not sure which fights John was watching. As much as we'd like to say we won all three, it was more like 1-1-1 or 2-1 them. There was a lot of hitting in the face masks and helmets and stuff. There really wasn't much damage being levered by anybody. Hockey and soccer are both tremendously boring, and the vast majority of Americans don't care about either. This is like trying to pick your favorite piece of garbage out of your trash can. Okay, I'd like to know we love football.
They must have loved your poop analogy.
Yes, that was the Javi Baez poop analogy. Not seriously, garbage? Maybe you just don't understand the game.
Well, I understand why more people play soccer. It's a ball in a net.
Right.
And there's not, well, I say this cautiously, there is more skill involved in learning how to skate and handle a puck with your stick versus kicking a ball with your foot. I understand that I am minimizing.
You're hyperbolizing, but that's okay. Because I always think that hockey are the best athletes because it's really two sports in one. Skating on by itself is a sport.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
All right. Now I got this other text here from somebody.
You're going to name names?
Yeah, I will. But if I'll read the text first about possibly not winning tonight if they're in that situation. Yes, F them. They had their chance. Matthew Tkachuk is not playing today. He's resting. The entire country would be devastated and would build a fire for future matchups with the Olympics being next year. So I said, so you would tank the game? 100%. It would kill Canada. They care about this stuff so much more than we do. It would crush them and their elitist hockey asses. Of course, Canada can help themselves by winning a regulation, though, because they have the tiebreaker versus Sweden.
I understand wanting to crush the heart and soul of your competitor.
Yeah.
I'd rather do it in head-to-head competition.
Well, that would be, by the way, Jeff Rieger, who's on it too today. So.
That doesn't surprise me. Okay. Lead with that information next.
Well, I said it was a mutual friend of ours.
Yes, but that's a terrible take. I understand that hockey for Canada, it's their national sport.
Right.
And if they don't have
technically lacrosse is, by the way.
What, their national sport?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. Huh. But I mean, I would much rather, like I said, crush their hopes and dreams head to head versus we're just going to throw this game so you can't have a seat at the table. That's a chicken-ass way to go about it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot, when a team goes through a playoff run, no matter what the sport, you always say, well, who would you rather play next? It's kind of the same thing, but it's only amplified because there's only one game, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's always, you want to, if they're the best, the next best in this tournament,
mm-hmm.
then you want to beat the next best. Because the best is USA.
Yeah.
That's already been decided.
Well, by one game?
By one game, sure.
Okay.
So if you want to be the champs, the true champs, then you get a chance to beat whoever believes that they're number two.
I believe Canada was the betting favorite going in, but not by much.
Okay.
Because we have better goaltending.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have a Michigan lad between the pipes.
Yes, we do.
When's the last time you heard the word lad?
I don't know. Probably the last time you and I worked together.
Maybe. I don't think I've ever used that word before.
On air?
Yeah, definitely on air.
Yeah, young lad.
Yes.
From Michigan.
Yes. Connor Hellebuck. What a great goaltender he is.
Do you think the game it'll have the intensity? Will it have the fights?
I don't think they're going to start off.
Not to start off that way, but at some point during the game.
Depending on how the game goes. Like if it gets a little out of hand, like if it's like, 3-0 early in the third period and on whatever side's winning, that team that's losing, they'll take their shots. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Because, look, there's more skill on these teams, obviously, than most regular teams, obviously. But you still have your, S-disturbers, the Tkachuks who have talent and the S-disturbing ability.
Mm-hmm.
And Canada, like Marchand, can score goals too, but he is a renowned S-disturber. Sam Bennett, definitely.
Yeah.
He's a what. So, yeah, I mean, it would be very interesting. Now, as far as, I don't see anybody on Sweden per se going at it, dropping their gloves, They won't back down. But
no, I don't think anybody would ever back down. No. We're talking about guys that this is what they do for a living. Right. What makes it so much fun is the rivalry,
mm-hmm.
but it's also the physicality that these games have taken on, and the fights are a part of it. Do you wish that there? I do. I wish there was some more fights in NHL games than there are.
Oh yeah.
Go back to mid-90s. Let's go back to that era.
Go back even further for me, man.
Well, sure.
Yeah. Bobby Orr, the Big Bad Bruins, the Broad Street Bullies. I mean, yeah. And usually guys don't get that hurt in hockey fights. I mean, you've heard stories, unfortunately, of, the concussions and, a lot of the guys who've had major problems with their brains have been the enforcers. The goons, so to speak. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up at 9 o'clock, we'll go on the quarterback carousel. I want to tell you about Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness is my favorite place to go and work out. Why? Well, it's a no judgment-free zone, number one. Number two, I love the one in West Bloomfield because I love all the cardio. I use the elliptical. I use the recumbent bike. I can sit there and, play games on my phone while I work out, have a great time. They got free weights. They have all that stuff. And right now they got a great deal. Just $15 a month. That's right. $15 a month with $1 down. Great deal. There are over 2,500 clubs nationwide with over 50 in Detroit. And you get all the perks with a Black Card membership, which means you recover with hydro massage and other innovative amenities. And, like I try to tell people, the Black Card is the way to go. And when you work out at Planet Fitness, it's not just the physical stuff. Mentally, you feel so much better. It's clean. It's a great place. Find your nearest club. Join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We are all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. Two four eight 539 9797. That is the telephone number. We have some ticket text here. I don't care what team they play for or what country they're from. I can't stand the Kachuk family, USA or not. I was hoping they got their asses kicked. I couldn't stand a few players who played in Detroit like Brett Hull, John Sally, Juan Gonzalez, and Mickey Tettleton. You didn't like
John Sally
and Mickey Tettleton?
Who doesn't like John Sally?
I mean, he maybe got a little overexposed towards his, after with his comedy, allegedly. But I don't know. Other than that, no. 100% Italian here. Grew up watching soccer. It's in the blood. Played it. Kids play it. Baseball is the worst sport. I'd rather watch a knitting contest. Okay, so I could see that, even though I'm a baseball fan more than a soccer fan because we grew up watching baseball. I get it. The excitement factor is really not there. There is, technically, if you want to talk physicality, and
oh, sure,
there's probably more physicality in soccer than there is in baseball. I get that. I'm not going to argue that take. I prefer baseball, but
the pitch clock
I
does
like
help
soccer.
a lot with the action part of it.
Right. Tanking the game would not be crushing Canada. It would be avoiding them, and that would be lame.
I agree.
Yeah. Because kids can just get a ball and play soccer. Hockey is expensive and a snooty rich kid sport. That's why. Is it really a snooty rich kid sport? I mean, there are some rich kids who play, but there's a lot of players who don't around here. And in Canada, now I know it's getting more and more expensive up there too, but, because of the weather, a lot of kids, just play outside and play.
Well, just in terms of equipment.
Yes,
it is. It costs more. And if you're down here and you're not playing pond hockey,
right,
ice time does cost.
I understand that. However, that's not the point. The point is, what is more exciting to watch?
Yeah.
I'm not asking about playing. I love this Four Nations hockey. NHL should make sure they do it every year, the weekend after the Super Bowl. It is firing me up for the rest of the season. Well, next year's the Olympics.
Right.
So you'll have it again, but it's going to be in Italy.
I actually thought they should have done it in the 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl because, especially here in Detroit, now not everybody is going into this break playing as well as the Wings are, but if you had the Pro Bowl weekend, you had All-Star weekend for the NBA, and the NBA doesn't want to do it because they don't want to go up against anything the NFL does, or you had this Four Nations hockey tournament, that would have been a better time so that when the Super Bowl was over, you could actually turn the page and be right into the thick of a playoff race in hockey. And if you can find a way to watch the NBA, then you could do that as well.
I kind of disagree. I think this is the perfect week to do it because there's no football. That's why I think it's perfect.
Yeah, but the 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, there's no football.
Well, yeah. So
there's conversations about football.
Yeah, that 1 week. Yeah, you could have done it that week, I guess. But I like it. I think this is if you're going to do it, if you're going to shut it down, which a lot of people don't love, shut it down. Now next year it'll probably be shut down a little longer because it's the Olympics, and obviously it's in Italy and there's more teams. Now I saw Gary Bettman at a press conference a couple of days ago before this thing started, said they're going to bring back the World Cup of hockey. And have it instead of the Four Nations, I think this is just a one-time deal. The World Cup will be, they want to do it with 8 teams.
Right, yeah,
8
more
countries.
nations, yes.
Yeah, which hopefully, politics should not be involved in this. I think it's criminal that Russia's not going to be in the Olympics. Or at least it would have been, I'd rather, with all due respect to the Finns, I'd rather see the Russians than see the Finns.
Well, sure. I mean, because you just have better hockey players.
Right. I mean, I don't think that's a whole other argument, the sports and politics, just because we don't agree with, or some of us don't agree with what's going on with Putin and in Ukraine. So we get robbed of seeing, Ovechkin and, Kucherov and people like that.
Yeah.
I mean, how cool would it be to see Sergei Fedorov or Igor Lariano behind the Russian bench? Not that you watch games to see coaches, but their goaltending. I mean, the United States has the best goaltending in this tournament, but they don't have the best goaltending in the world. Vasilevsky, Shesterkin, Bobrovsky. I mean, the Russian goaltending is incredible.
Yeah.
So
no, but I mean, more nations would make it more fun. There's no question about it.
Yeah, that's what hopefully they'll be doing when it goes to 8 teams in 2028. But I'm still waiting to hear from anybody who can actually say why they like soccer more than hockey. Especially if you like both.
Right. I mean, that it usually is an either or. It doesn't really feel like you
No.
have, soccer fans that are hockey fans as well, or vice versa.
Right.
In large part, there are going to be some, but it just feels like when you watch a hockey game, there's just more action, there's more contact, there's more physicality, and that's why I would prefer watching hockey.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just more energy. And fan bases aside, and you start to get over in Europe, and they bring the energy from the fan base side of things.
Right.
But there's just so much downtime.
I know.
Where nothing is happening.
I know. Especially if a team has like a 2-goal lead in the second half.
And there's no fights.
Yeah.
They can't drop gloves.
No. The goalie's good.
Goalie could, yeah.
Goalie has some good gloves on. Let me ask you this, because I started thinking about this when we got the Kachuk tweets, and I hated him and now I'm rooting for him, or this one text who says he would never root for Kachuk if they were on the Red Wings. Here's the deal. I'm going to ask you this question, John. Is there an athlete that either came to Detroit from somebody that you hated and you had a hard time rooting for, or is there somebody now, or maybe in the past, you say, like, I don't know, I can never root for Michael Jordan if he was a Piston, because of all the animosity, or pick your player.
I don't know, because, and there's a great one here on Twitch. The Kachuk family is a group of players you hate if you're not on your team, and you love them if they're on your team. Anyone who says they wouldn't want those two kids on the Red Wings is either lying or just doesn't understand the game and what those two could bring to any team. A terrible take by the texter. I don't know that there's anybody that has either come to the Lions. I'm trying to think that I hated before. And I even try to think of teammates that I hated before. I hated some after they were teammates, but not necessarily before, because if they can come here and help you win, winning cures all ails. Winning is the salve that covers all wounds. And so if they come here and win, whether it's with the Lions, the Pistons, the Red Wings, I don't care. You could bring LeBron to the Pistons. I'm not a LeBron fan, but if he came and helped the Pistons win, I could like it.
Well, look at I pointed out Chris Chelios is the perfect example. I mean,
Sure.
He was vilified here, and I mean 248-539-9797. There's somebody else who didn't have, I don't believe, a major issue with us in Detroit, but people didn't like him because of an incident when he played in Vancouver. There were a lot of people, because we took phone calls. People were pissed at first that the Red Wings got Todd Bertuzzi, and that changed over time,
Sure.
obviously, because that stuff always does change over time. But yeah, I mean, you can separate it, I think.
Could this town have handled Claude Lemieux as a Red Wing?
I think so. I think many that's probably the number one that many people wouldn't. But if Draper and McCarty were still on the team, let's say, and they accepted him, then I think people could accept him because he was a great playoff player.
Yeah, there are other issues at play there.
Yes.
Yeah, if Draper could accept Claude Lemieux, then I think we could all get over our animosity towards him.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you see it sometimes. Well, you saw it. It's a lesser extent, and nobody really, unless you really follow Ohio State basketball, but Roddy Gale, who plays at Michigan, is a transfer from Ohio State.
Right.
I mean, football is obviously a bigger deal. I remember when one of the Bourne kids went from Michigan.
Was it Zach Bourne?
Yeah, went from Michigan to Ohio State. I mean, that was a lot of people took offense to that. Van Sermon, whatever his name is.
Ben Van Sumeren?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He went from Michigan to Michigan State
no, one of them went to Ohio State. Wasn't there one that
he went to Michigan State, I think.
Yeah, there was. I think there was one that went to Michigan State. There was also one, I think, that was at Michigan last year, went to Ohio State this year. I can't remember.
I don't know. You
There's
see
so much movement in college.
Well, you see in coaches. I mean, Greg Madison took some crap when he left, right?
Both times.
Because
he went to Notre Dame first.
Right. And what's his name? The running back coach now at Michigan, right from Ohio State.
Yeah.
Alford, right? Is that his name?
Yeah, Tony Alford.
Yeah.
I don't know that it matters as much for coaches.
Sadie Washington was a longtime Michigan assistant. He's now on Izzo's staff.
I don't think it really transfers with coaches as much as it does with players.
Yeah.
Because it's more of an opportunity. And for Greg Madison, like, I didn't understand it at the time because I was there in 96 when he was coaching. He was one of the coaches to help recruit me. And then all of a sudden, 97, he goes to Notre Dame. The only thing I think he had said at the time, like, he wanted an opportunity to win a national championship. Now, that kind of ate at us a little bit.
Yeah, and you beat him.
And then we beat him, yes.
And you won a national championship.
Right. But on the flip side, I didn't understand at the time that he was going from D-line coach to defensive coordinator.
Right.
And it's the same thing at Michigan. He was going from D-line coach to D-line coach, but he was going to make 3 times as much as he was making at Michigan as the Ohio State defensive line coach. So when you start looking at it from a business side, it takes some of that animosity away.
I get it. 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. A lot of people out there not fans of the Kachucks before Saturday. Now, all in if you're a citizen of the United States of America. And, of course, when the Four Nations is over, the next time the Wings play Ottawa or Florida, you'll be hating the Kachucks again, probably.
Yeah.
But with a little more respect.
I made this analogy earlier. It's kind of like Kevin Durant and what he did for the U.S. basketball team in 2020 Olympics. It was played in 21, where not a huge Durant fan. And, I mean, he just can't seem to win anywhere else without somebody else leading him, to the trough. But what he did in those Olympics, I mean, they don't win the gold without him.
No, he was Captain America, really, if you think about it.
Yeah. And so a lot of respect for him, no matter what he does in the NBA. And it'll be the same thing with the Kachucks. No matter what they do in the NHL, there'll always be a matter of respect for what they did for Team USA or are doing.
Yeah. By the way, hypothetically, salary cap aside, like for next year, if the Pistons could get Durant, would you be in favor of it?
If he helps them win.
Yeah, because Cade's your leader now. You don't need Kevin Durant. You just need him to be Kevin Durant.
Right, yeah. As long as, like I said earlier, as long as whoever the individual is, insert any name. I don't really care. As long as they help you win. I mean, the only one that, and this would never happen because we have our quarterback, but if Aaron Rodgers were to come here, that would be a really hard one to swallow.
Yeah, as long as, but if he could play still, if he somehow got in the time machine.
That's the debate,
yeah, exactly. I have an interesting tweet here from Jim.
Yeah.
If Clinton Portis was a current player, could John root for him if he was on the Lions?
No. You found my kryptonite. Nope.
Lions are going for the Super Bowl, 3rd and 2. If they get in the end zone, they make the Super Bowl. If they don't, they're not. The ball goes to Portis. Do you want him to score or not, John?
Well, I'd want him to score, but I know the result of that play.
Well, okay. We're living in a very...
he'd probably be hurt.
We're living in a hypothetical.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hypothetical. Yeah. He's a good player.
Okay.
Hypothetical.
Yeah. And you'd want him to score the touchdown so your hometown team could get to the Super Bowl. Ooh.
I abstain.
Oh, depending who they played. If they played the Commanders, no.
What?
I'm just kidding.
No.
All right. We have some ticket texts here before we get to the phones.
Okay.
I'd say Rasheed Wallace, when he came to the Pistons, I was not a big fan, but once he got on the team, I was rooting for him. Yeah, but Rasheed was, I know people didn't like him, but there was never a Detroit thing.
Yeah.
He was just, a technical foul machine and all that stuff. Anthony says, I had a very hard time rooting for Chris Chelios when he became a Red Wing. A lot of people did. How about Chicago? If you're a Chicago fan, Rodman and Probert? I mean, come on. Spent forever hating Patrick Kane. Super happy to have him as a Wing now. That's Colleen near Owasso. Guy you hated until he got here, Rick Mahorn. The original McFilthy and McNasty was him and Jeff Ruland for Washington. It was a great trade for Dan Roundfield. Mm-hmm. Everyone hated Hull and Cicerelli till they came here. And Dino was not very popular here before he got here.
Right.
But he became one of the most popular players in Red Wing history.
It's amazing what winning will do.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he never got to win a cup, though, here. I used to hate Patrick Kane when he was winning all those Stanley Cups with the Blackhawks. Now I love him. I hated Ndamukong Suh at Nebraska, but loved him once the Lions drafted him.
I think that's a polarizing one because a lot of people didn't like his antics here.
Oh, right. I know. Like if he came back here, that would be different.
No, even when he was here.
Yeah, well,
it cost him a lot of penalties, a lot of just a lot of people weren't necessarily on.
He stepped on TJ's buddy.
Yes. But
well, you find it, in college is interesting that people go, I don't want to go to Buckeye. Okay. Really?
Oh, no.
Because I've seen mock drafts where, Jack Sawyer.
Sure. Hey,
if he can play, who cares?
Yeah, I don't care what college you played in. I don't care whatever you did in college, it all goes away. And I've said this time and time again. I wanted guys that had played at Ohio State or that had played at Penn State, that had played at some of the biggest rivals that you had, and had gone up against because you knew that they were prepared for those moments, the biggest moments, because they played in them in college. They were seasoned by the time they got to the NFL.
Let's say good morning to Jay. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Jay?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for having me on. So this one's a little sticky for me in the way I'm going to explain it. When we signed Javi Baez, I was very skeptical that he was ever going to turn out the way that he did. I don't want to act like I had some kind of vision into it or anything like that, but I was mad at the signing. And every time the guy comes up to the plate, I go through these mixed emotions of, one, kind of hating my beloved Tigers for continuing this charade. And as it pertains to Javi, I go through the phases of angry that I see him out there, and then I just feel awful for the guy that the organization keeps trotting him out. So, I don't know if that fits what you guys are looking for necessarily, but for me,
it's different. Let me ask you this, Jay. When you saw, or I don't know if you saw the headline from the Detroit News on Saturday that says arrival of Javier Baez sends a jolt of energy and hope through Tigers camp, and everybody was talking about, AJ was quoted, hopefully he can play with some freedom. He's happy. He sat in our pitchers and catchers meeting, which is fun. Everybody's happy to see Javi. How does that make you feel?
It was a jolt of, I can't believe we're going to freaking do this again. I don't know how much longer we need to carry this on before we know. I mean, maybe there's a couple of guys we can pull examples from that, had a bad year and year and a half and then figured it out and went back, but we're how many years into this experiment and it's just not getting any better.
Let me ask you this, if you agree with my analogy here. I don't know if you heard this earlier in the program, but you're paying him $25 million a year for the next 3 years anyway, okay? So the money is spent. So my analogy is you have a pile of poop. Do you want the pile of poop to smell in your house even though you paid for it, or do you want the pile of poop to go away even though you still have to spend it?
It's time to take it out with the rest of the trash, my friend.
Yes.
Again, I feel terrible for the guy. I mean, it's probably more I feel terrible for him than I dislike him. And again, maybe that anger is more directed at the organization itself, but it's time for this to be done. I don't think that any of us, whether you're in the media or just a fan, are wrong that, we know better than the Tigers here. That ship has sailed.
I agree, unless he has the most unbelievable spring training and they bring him up to start the season. I don't know. I don't think he should be on the team. I don't, for the poop analogy. You have a pile of poop. Yes. Get rid of it. Get rid of the pile of poop.
I don't necessarily think that one. I mean, there's a lot of people that don't like.
I'm not talking about his personality. I'm talking about his poop performance.
But in terms of the analogy we have, I don't know that there was a disdain for Javi before he got here.
There were a lot of people. He didn't have a disdain. Well, some Cub fans didn't like him.
Sure, but we're talking about Detroit fans.
No,
I mean, there was never a reason to hate him before he got here.
No. All right. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. Coming up next, we're going on a carousel, and we're looking for quarterbacks. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Dusty May says he expects every Ohio State game to be a battle, and he got it yesterday. But eventually, Michigan came out on top in Columbus with an 86-83 final. A complete team effort is what Dusty called it, as they improved to 12-2 in the conference, and they are still atop the Big Ten. Also over the weekend, Tom Izzo finally earned his record with a 354th conference win. He passes the late Bob Knight, who he obviously has great respect for. A big matchup coming up later this week as the Spartans and Wolverines will clash in Ann Arbor. Pistons' appearances at All-Star Weekend didn't last that long as Sar Thompson's Rising Star team was knocked out early. Cade scored a respectable 16 points in the three-point shootout but was eliminated in the first round. And then his team was bounced after one game in the All-Star tournament, scoring 5 points in his limited 5 minutes. And after an amazing fight-infused victory over Canada this weekend, Team USA Hockey will take on Team Sweden tonight as the Four Nations tournament shifts to Boston. That means Dylan Larkin taking on fellow Detroit star Lucas Raymond. Larkin was the second star of the game against the Canadians with a goal and an assist. He says he has no bets with Raymond for this game. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 pounds in those 40 days, and I got to eat real whole food. So you know what? It's something that I could stick with. It wasn't shakes or bars. Ideal U's weight loss coaches are going to work with you every step of the way, and your coach is going to be there to help you lose weight. They're also going to be there to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right. Lose weight. Get a $200 Visa gift card along with it. And want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
Stony Air in for Jim Costa. Doug Karsh will be here at 10 o'clock. Jeff Rieger at 2. This is the holiday season. Pat Caputo at 6 o'clock.
Holiday season?
The holiday season.
Yeah.
President's
Day, yes. It's a day.
It's a day, yes. When I was a kid, John, we used to get off for we didn't have President's Day. He got off February 12th for Abraham Lincoln's birthday and February 22nd for George Washington's birthday, and then they decided to combine them.
Combine them into President's Day? So when you were a kid, what was it like with the first election for George Washington?
You know what's crazy about that, John, is like I was going to go – see, my memory's not as good as it used to be.
Were you there when he chopped down the cherry tree?
Well, no, I was going to go there. I don't remember if it was Hancock or Franklin that I was leaning towards.
Herbie?
But when I heard, that George Washington never lied, I voted for him. What a fool. Presidents lying. Gee. Presidents don't lie. Yeah, sure. In this century.
Stoney opened up his window and told Paul Revere to shut up when he was screaming in town.
Yes, exactly.
No, you're interrupting the game.
Yeah, really. I don't care if they're having a good time. I don't know if you got that or not, but whatever. I don't need to know you're the British are finished. Let's go to Brent before I lose control. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Brent, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Oh, we're doing good.
That's awesome. Hey, I want to weigh in on that. The guys that Detroit hated when they got traded.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with Allen Iverson. Boy, he was hated before he got here, and boy, he was hated even more when he left.
Well, I think he was hated more when he left than when he got here, because he didn't play well and he was always at the casino. I think I don't know who you were hanging out with, but Allen Iverson was one of the most loved basketball players around this country. And we used to I remember, Brent, we used to get in these discussions on the air. Why do people in Detroit like Allen Iverson more than they like their own Grant Hill?
Yeah, that's true, I guess. Oh, man, I don't know. I was never a big fan of Allen Iverson. I always thought he was pretty arrogant and, too showboaty for us. You know what I mean? Like, Detroit was gritty and grindy, and Allen Iverson came in all flashy and great and pizzazz, and he was supposed to be the next savior. And, man, it just left a really bad taste in my mouth.
Well, yeah, especially since they traded Chauncey, but they did that for salary cap reasons more than anything else. And Allen Iverson, say what you want about him, gritty, maybe not the right word, but man, that guy was a baller. He was a dog. He played.
He was a gamer.
Yes, exactly. He was actually somebody who would fit this town.
He was a gamer. He was a gamer. Didn't like practice, obviously, but he was a gamer.
No. He did not like practice too much. All right, 248-539-9797. Iverson, I remember when they made the trade. I was kind of excited, I mean, you didn't want to lose Chauncey, but if you remember, like the last year in that playoffs against the Celtics that they lost, he kind of was, he didn't play very well. It looked like he was starting to age a little bit, and then he had a resurgence in Denver when he was traded there. Speaking of NBA guards, John.
Yeah.
Chris Paul.
Oh, boy.
What do you think of that display he and his young teammate Wemby pulled on Saturday?
It was embarrassing. I can't believe that they tried to skirt the rules and that they didn't even understand the rules to know that you had to make a valid attempt. Like, none of those were valid attempts. You can't just, grab the ball, throw it in the direction of the hoop. Although I did see one of Wemby's, I think it went off the rim.
Yeah.
So you could make an argument, but no. I mean, it was embarrassing to watch. And if you saw it live, which I don't know how many people actually saw it live.
If you weren't a hockey fan, you would have.
Right. You were kind of thinking, like, what the hell is going on? And then you processed it yourself, and you're like, oh, well, they're just trying to win the time.
Yeah.
I thought it was embarrassing, and especially for a guy like Chris Paul, who it's not his first All-Star game.
No.
or his first appearance in the skills, or he's done a lot of these things in the past. I can't believe he let a young guy talk him into it like that, because it sounds like it was Wemby's idea. It was reported that he was asking around if we could do this, and then they went out there and actually did it. I mean,
I love the fact that they got DQ'd immediately.
Immediately, yeah, as they should have been.
Yeah,
it was terrible. It was stupid to just throw the balls up like that. Come on,
it was awful. It's like All-Star Saturday night. I saw something. I think it was on Hoops Hype. The amount for the All-Star game last night. It was a 3-hour show basically.
Right, because of the multiple games.
Right, the amount of actual basketball that was played was like 30 minutes maybe. Because the games, they went to 40, and the game ended first to 40, and that didn't.
It didn't last long.
No, it took like 10 minutes of game time.
Right, because there's not a lot of defense, and if you're just not playing defense and you're shooting threes, you're going to get there quick,
right?
And they did.
So if they wanted to tweak it, there's a lot of things that need tweaking for that. But one of the things they should tweak is, all right, if you're going to do it like this, make it like 60. So at least you get to see. Like if you're a Cade Cunningham fan, he played 5 minutes.
Right. I mean, because there's multiple games, then you get into, are they actually going to play for the entire time? Mm-hmm. Like that's the question you have about the NBA players is, because it's not a real game, and even in real games, you're not really sure if they're going to play for the entire time or if they're even going to show up and play. I don't know what they can do to make it interesting, because it's a matter of the players wanting to compete. And in that environment and in that setup, they don't want to compete. They're just out there.
I know.
Just throwing the ball around.
I know. I mean, look, it was
just not very compelling.
No, it was a little better than the past couple of All-Star games as far as, I wouldn't use the word intensity, but there was more of an effort. It wasn't just a layup line or wide open threes all the time. They actually, especially the one game that I think was a 5-point differential, they actually played a little bit of defense. But other than that,
there just wasn't much to get excited about.
It's a joke. Look, I understand. Maybe it'll be like the Pro Bowl. You get invited. You want the honor of being a Pro Bowl player or an All-Star in the NBA, but we're just going to do something else. Let's just play horse.
Get rid of the game itself and just go to what they've done in the NFL and go with basically a skills competition.
You know what they should do? Shirts and skins.
How is that going to change?
I don't know.
Anything?
Maybe get more women to viewer. More women viewers. And you know what though? In this world, we'd have to do it for the WNBA too.
I knew you were going to go there. I didn't know how you were going to get there, but I knew you would get to the WNBA.
DEI and the WNBA. I don't know. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Last night was the historic 50th anniversary broadcast of Saturday Night Live. It was on a Sunday, but that's because more people watch TV on a Sunday, and it's more prime time. And I guess they were scheduled to go from 8 to 11:15 or whatever, something like that. However, in Detroit at WDIV, if you were watching on that platform,
right up to 11,
I was, right at 11. Maybe it was a little after that. I don't know. There was a John Belushi old film that they showed, and then boom, Local 4 news at 11 live. I said, God, that's kind of weird. I mean, you'd think they would have some Saturday Night Live wouldn't just, go without either credits or people, coming up. Home base, as they call it, the wave goodbye like they end up every show. And I said, wait a second, Paul McCartney I heard was going to be on the show. What's the deal? And then my friend starts texting me from like other parts of the country. Oh, McCartney, he sounds a little old. Well, he is a little old. We're going back and forth. I said, what are you talking about? I said, I'm not seeing Paul McCartney. So what happened was Channel 4, jumped the gun, basically. They dumped out of one of the most hyped programs of the last couple of years on their air.
They pulled out early.
Yes. Well, they heard Paul Revere too. Anyway, so I'm convinced what happened is they go through automation sometimes, and somebody didn't get a memo. Something. I remember when I used to work in television, if something went wrong and there was always communications from the network to all the affiliates,
right,
telling them something was going to happen. So I just think, I don't know. Look, they've had buyouts there. Maybe they don't have enough staff. I have no idea. Jason Colthorpe. Jason Colthorpe, of course, works at Channel 4. He sometimes subs and does some sports in a pinch because he can do that. Really good news reporter. Friend of the station, friend of the program. He tweeted this. Not sure if you got an explanation on this, but from what I've learned this morning, SNL ran over and never let the affiliates know. Scheduled to end at 11:15, so any station with an automated master control like us automatically rolls the start of the next program, which is the news. And once we realized that wasn't the end of the show, it was too late. It definitely sucks, but folks can catch the end on Peacock or on YouTube if you don't have Peacock. And
so it happened at 11:15?
Yeah. So people are sitting there saying, well, it's still BS and all that kind of stuff. And he also said to me, it'll definitely go into the box score as a fumble. Glad to hear you on the air in the morning. But I wrote back, it doesn't make a difference. I would accept this excuse if this happened to other affiliates all over the country. Now, obviously, I don't have friends in every single market,
right,
but I haven't heard anything.
Well, your buddies, which are some of them in Philly,
New
some
York,
of them in
Philly, Orlando, and Atlanta. Those are the four that I deal with. And actually, somebody else was actually watching in Florida. He was on vacation.
Right. So they all saw
Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
So not to.
It's unfortunate.
Not to give it away, but WDIV is my chump.
Who's your champ?
Oh, the Kachucks.
It's Kachuk brothers.
The Kachuk brothers.
The whole family.
Yes. even his father, even Keith. All right. Speaking of Saturday Night Live, please, 248-539-9797, give us your Fab Five of Saturday Night Live.
Okay.
And you can rank them from the bottom up, or if call and text. You can, if you only have a few. Just who are your favorites? I thought, by the way, I thought the show was very good. It got off to a slow start. Like trying to get 50 years of material into three hours and 15 minutes is not easy.
You're going to be cutting some good stuff,
right? And a lot of the best stuff I thought was basically all the the film montages with the clips and things like that.
Some of it they probably can't even use anymore.
Oh no, they used like the Richard Pryor Chevy Chase thing, but they cut out the N-word.
Okay.
Other than that,
that was.
But they used all the other They did actually.
Did they use Dan Aykroyd?
Yeah, him calling Jane Curtin an ignorant slut. Well, they called the little the footage, the montage is basically, I don't remember the exact name, Things We Can't Say Today or whatever.
Yeah.
Like inappropriate ethnic stuff.
Right.
They showed a lot of,
So the
Italian,
disclaimer was already in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So it was really, really good. Some things were better than others, like everything else. But
I know Chevy Chase was only on it for a couple of years.
Right.
Where did you have him? Because we gave our 5, and I'll give mine again here in a moment, but
he's not even top 20.
Oh, really?
No.
I mean, smaller sample size.
Yeah, but he was really good at Weekend Update. He was good at, opening the shows at times and imitating Gerald Ford when he tripped all the time. That was another thing they did. They did all the physical comedy, and Chevy Chase was really good at that. But I wouldn't put Chevy Chase in the top 20.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Here's I'll go first. My 5 from bottom up, and this is surprising a lot of people, but because of who's getting me out. But I wanted to put somebody who's somewhat modern in, and that's Kate McKinnon. I just think she's brilliant. They showed they did a live skit last night, and Meryl Streep was in it with her, and it was, John, knowing your sense of you'll go crazy. It was filthy. Filthy. It was about alien abductions, and she's sitting there with Woody Harrelson and somebody else. It was filthy. Number 4 is the late but great Chris Farley. He talk about physical comedy.
Yeah.
Talk about all the stuff he did. John Belushi, I had a third because he had physical comedy, but he had other stuff that was just great. Now, he wasn't on as long as we like to remember him, but he was great.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Murray is 2. Star Wars, nothing but blah. I mean, every character. He was great on Weekend Update. And number 1 is Eddie Murphy. I mean, from Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood to James Brown's Hot Tub to Gumby. My name is Gumby, damn it. Buckwheat. He was shot. She did a nightline. But we interrupt this program. Buckwheat has been shot. The guy who did it was the assassin was John David Stutz.
Yes, got to have 3 names.
Yes, exactly. Were you surprised he did it? No, he said all along, all I want to do is kill Buckwheat. Like the exact opposite of when he was a quiet man.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So those are my 5.
All right, so my 5 are not that different from yours. I had Tina Fey at 5. Chris Farley was 4. Bill Murray at 3. Phil Hartman, I put him at 2, and then Eddie Murray. Or Eddie Murphy. I did that the first time too. Eddie Murphy. Sorry. He's got to be almost everybody's number 1. I don't know that one's even. Or you could debate the top 5 as to who you like the most, and sometimes comedy can always be a little bit subjective.
A little. Comedy is so subjective.
But Eddie Murphy was just. I mean, every time he was on, it made you laugh.
Yeah.
Whether it was delivery, it was character, it was everything that he did.
I think comedy is almost more subjective than music, because I can never understand how somebody could not like George Carlin, but like Gallagher. I mean, great, the guy's chopping watermelons, and that's funny.
What, you didn't think it was funny?
No, not really. No.
So yeah, those are my 5. You gave your 5, Paul. Do you have yours?
Yes, I do. So number 5, he didn't do a lot of sketches and stuff, although he was pretty funny in the sketches that he did appear in, but he's more known for Update, and it's my favorite Update guy, and that's Norm Macdonald.
Norm Macdonald is brilliant.
His OJ jokes were great.
Oh, got him fired, too.
Well, I mean, hey. Number 4, Will Ferrell.
Yes.
I mean, come on. Number 3, my favorite, Bill Clinton. He was great as Sean Connery, and that's Daryl Hammond.
Very underrated, Daryl Hammond.
Number 2, Dan Aykroyd. And number 1, to me, I think he was the best SNL cast guy ever, just because of all the different characters he did, and that's Dana Carvey.
Dana Carvey was great. And Phil Hartman, who obviously passed away, he was very, in my opinion, underrated. He was great. And if you want to go old school, I mean, Gilda Radner was brilliant. They had casts, that only lasted a year with Billy Crystal and Christopher Guest and those crew. When they did you ever see the synchronized swimming skit?
No.
Oh my God, it is hysterical. Martin Short and Christopher Guest, and Harry Shearer. I mean, they had so many great stars. And even recently, I mean, Pete Davidson's really funny. There's Adam Sandler. We didn't even mention Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
Chris Rock.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Adam Sandler, Chris Rock, Dana Carvey.
Yeah.
There are some just
Mike Myers, who basically showed up as Linda Richmond from Coffee Talk last night.
He did?
Yeah, did a little cameo. Yeah, it was really good. What was really cool is they had so many celebrities that were in the audience. I mean, it's a small studio, obviously.
Right.
You know,
They packed them in.
Seinfeld and Larry David and, you know, Alec Baldwin, of course, because he's, I think, hosted the most. They did a little Q&A with Tina Fey that was pretty funny. Keith Richards was there. He's asking, I lost my scarf here in 1987 or something. Has anybody found it? And then Zach Galifianakis was in it. It was pretty funny. It was well done. I suggest you look at some of the skits in there. I'm telling you, the abducting alien one with Kate McKinnon last night and Meryl Streep was just unbelievably poor taste, dirty, funny.
Right up my alley.
Right up your freaking alley. No doubt about it. All right. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797.
Hey, Planet Fitness is for everyone. They want you to let you know that you are always welcome to walk through the door. It's a judgment-free zone. And everybody wants to know, why do you work out? They're trying to figure out why that is. I'll tell you why I'm working out. I've got 5 kids. I've got one in college. I've got one that's 3. So I span a wide variety of ages, and they're always doing different things. So I want to be able to play baseball with Jack. I want to be able to play softball with Ellie, basketball with Ruby and Teddy. I don't know what the hell he's going to be doing, but I know that he is as active as can be, and I want to make sure that I can always be able to do the things that my kids are doing. And when I go into Planet Fitness, it helps me accomplish that goal. As I mentioned, it's a judgment-free zone. They've got a wide variety of machines that you can use. You like free weights? They got it. You like machines? They've got it as well. Plate-loaded machines, free weights, cable tower, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines. And if you like cardio, they've got treadmills, Stairmasters, bikes. They've got it all. $1 down, $15 a month gets you in the door. And if you want a little bit more, the Black Card membership, and here's what you get with the Black Card membership. You get access to over 2,600 clubs nationwide, 50 in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 6 in Toledo, and you've got access to all of them. You don't like going alone? Black Card membership gives you unlimited guest privileges, so you can take somebody every time you go. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. By the way, we have people don't realize, or maybe they do. I know you do. Friday night, we got Michigan State.
Oh, I know.
In hoops.
Yeah. That's in Ann Arbor, too, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yep.
And then they play, I think they finish out the season at the Baez.
Very last game of the year.
Yeah.
It'll be a lot riding on both those games.
Oh, I know. Both teams very good. They both have flaws, as most of college basketball right now. A lot of good teams with flaws. All right, we have some ticket texts here. Stoney, par for the course for WDIV. 3 weeks ago, they showed infomercials instead of the NBC coverage of the 24 Hours of Daytona sports car race. So much for being the Motor City. That's Mac in Dearborn. That I cannot confirm. WILX in Lansing was able to figure it out. Watched the entire show live here in Jackson. Yeah, that's we're getting that a lot. Somebody I know saw McCartney live in Grand Rapids last night. Somebody tweeted about Wisconsin. They were in Wisconsin, and everybody got it live.
Yeah.
Channel 4 maybe just making some excuses. They screwed up. It's not the network's fault. All right, here we go. Some other stuff from Saturday Night Live. Top 5 SNL players. Eddie Murphy, Andy Samberg, Gilda Radner, Tina Fey, and Kate McKinnon. Norm Macdonald has to be on the list. By far the best Weekend Update and great skits. Rest in peace, Norm. I didn't even know he was sick. He died a few years ago.
Yeah.
He used to always tweet during golf events, too. He was a big golf fan.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm 40, so I have a couple more modern people in no particular order. Will Ferrell, Eddie Murphy, Bill Murray, Dana Carvey, and Kristen Wiig. That's from Vince. Top 5, Eddie Murphy, Chris Farley, Phil Hartman, Dana Carvey. Another vote for Darrell Hammond. Paul's
He was
guy.
great. He was a great Bill Clinton, too.
He was a really good, yes. It's from Nick in Sterling Heights. All-time Saturday Night Live cast members. Eddie Murphy, Gilda Radner, Chris Farley, Dana Carvey, and Norm Macdonald as the all-time Weekend Update anchor. Yeah, he was a great Weekend Update anchor.
Yeah.
I believe he also did, you can find it on YouTube, he hosted the ESPYs one year.
Dana Carvey did?
Oh, no, Norm Macdonald.
Oh, no. Yes, he did.
He did it the year you guys won the national championship because he does this thing with Charles Woodson. He goes, maybe you can have a great career and not kill your wife or whatever he said because he won the Heisman Trophy like OJ did.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, he was all over that one.
Yeah. That was his thing, man. He just loved that OJ stuff.
Gave him a lot of material.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. By the way, they did a thing. Somebody was like playing like bongos on like Kim Kardashian's butt last night. Something to that effect. I was switching back
Something
and forth.
to that effect?
Yeah.
Yes.
Here's a tweet.
How'd it sound?
Pretty good. I don't remember. Here's a tweet at Stony16. Hey, Mike, I now live in Wisconsin, now Green Bay, originally Royal Oak. Nobody I know in the state of Wisconsin at all missed the end of Saturday Night Live. In fact, I went to DVR it, and it was scheduled to go till 10:15 on 10:15, so that everybody knew it was going to be past 10, meaning Central Time. WDIV is making an excuse.
That's unfortunate.
Yes.
But you can go. I mean, the beauty of the age that we live in right now, you can go and watch it in a number of different ways.
Exactly. I mean, I'm going to watch the McCartney thing. I heard his voice was not great, but at 80 years old, these things happen.
Right. Yeah. It's probably one of those things where it was more his presence
yes.
and the music he was playing versus how he actually sounded.
Yeah, like Paul Simon opened the show with Sabrina Carpenter's her name. They did Homeward Bound, and he didn't sound really that good. I wish they would have opened with a typical like cold open that they used to with some kind of skit or something or something new. Whether
should have had Eddie Murphy start it.
Yeah, they could have done Little Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood. To start.
Sure, yeah.
And then Steve Martin was like the host part at the beginning of the show, and that was okay. I mean, I think he's kind of played out by now.
How old is he?
Oh, he's got to be in his late 70s, I would think, right? Mid 70s, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably a little played out.
Yeah, a little bit, but you know what? That's what happens.
Yeah.
Like I said, comedy is subjective. Some
Right.
people still love them.
So you got your champ, which I think is the same as mine, the Kachuk brothers.
The Kachuk brothers. I have a feeling they will be running away with it. Although I don't want to call my shot. I don't want to call my shot on for the Carson Anderson program, but it's either going to be the Kachuk brothers or Dylan Larkin.
Could be Dylan Larkin. Yeah, game winner.
Yeah, and my chump Doug is WDIV Channel 4 for dumping out of Saturday Night Live before it was over.
Did they?
Yeah, like 15 minutes early, like before Paul McCartney.
Really?
Yeah.
You weren't watching?
I was not.
Yeah.
Although my wife kept flipping over. I was watching the NBA stuff.
That was thrilling.
So, well, you know what? All-star formats are like a sports talk radio evergreen.
Yeah.
You can always bring them up and discuss them.
Yeah.
What it comes down to is, were you entertained?
Right. And it
Were
was,
you entertained?
I think it was entertaining to a certain extent, especially for the people that were there. Although they kept breaking it up, with this, the Kevin Hart stuff and the interview.
Kevin Hart standing next to Shaq looked like CGI.
Yes,
didn't look
did.
real.
Yeah, I saw him standing next to Kevin Durant as they were handing out the trophy, and Kevin Durant is not as tall as Shaq, but it still was.
There was a little more competition than normal.
Oh, I would describe it as a lot more competition. I think it's a weird thing. Like I was watching Cade, his first All-Star
Right.
game.
Sure.
You're in this weird space where you're like, okay, I'm new here. How hard am I supposed to go? Am I supposed to, am I on
You
a
don't want to
scale?
piss off all the vets,
Yeah,
but you're
so
still there
kinda,
to show off.
Yeah.
Well, the first game was more competitive because it was a close game, so there was a little bit more effort. It was better. You know what I think? One way to make it better, 40 points is too quick.
It seemed kind of quick.
60 would be probably.
Yeah, I think it was kind of quick. Yeah. But we're going to discuss all that stuff. Champ and Chump, as you mentioned. Interesting weekend of college basketball from Michigan to Michigan State. March Madness is right around the corner. So we got that stuff to mix in. Obviously, we'll talk about the hockey as well.
Finland, Canada during your show, 1:00.
Yeah, I'll be streaming college baseball in here at 10 a.m. and I'll have that hockey game on. It's a busy day.
Great start for both Michigan State baseball.
Undefeated.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Both of them.
Yep. Let's go.
All right. Can't get me excited about college baseball this early. Take me to the World Series. See you tomorrow, 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, Doug Karsh. Scott the Gator Anderson has the day off. Welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program on this long holiday weekend for many of you out there. Hope you had a great weekend so far. And I know many people enjoying today off took advantage of this to a degree, although I had to come back and work. Spent the weekend up north. Got a chance to, I got to tell you, first of all, no shortage of snow up north. And to say that it's good for business is probably an understatement, at least from what I saw, which was a day spent on Saturday at Nub's Knob. And go to Nub's and Boyne Highlands all the time, back and forth, right across the street from one another up there, Petoskey Harbor Springs. And so Saturday, sensing holiday weekend and holiday weekend type crowds, was like, okay, I'm not going to mess around. I told everybody at our house, I'll get the skis to the hill. I'll put them on the rack, but I'm going early. I had to get up early, get the snowblower going, and dig out from the snow that we got, and headed over to the hill by 8:15. And the chair starts spinning at 9. I was in line there at about 8:45. I was on the 4th or 5th chair up as it started to run, and was able to get in a ton of runs with fresh powder, which was awesome, but B, getting a ton of runs before, oh my God, was it crowded. It was insane. If you ever go on a holiday weekend, I would highly recommend that you get to the hill early, because I've never seen it that crowded. Like we were, skied for quite some time, and then went into the lodge and you could barely move. Like, it was so many people. They have a giant like cafeteria area at Nub's. I couldn't find an open seat. I did, however, find an open seat at the bar, which I was good with. Sat down, had a couple of pops after getting in a lot of skiing before noon. And it was great, and enjoyed our time up there. And as always, enjoyed our time at Teddy's. My guys, Rick and Eric, do love, Richie and Eric, sorry, we do love hanging out there and taking in games, and great atmosphere. Classic up north place. Teddy Griffin's right there off Pleasant View Road. So anyway, good time for sure. And glad to be back. It was strange, though, because yesterday on a holiday weekend, making our way back from up north, nobody was on the road because everybody's coming back today. So those of you driving back from up north, have a safe trip, as I would imagine that come a little bit later today. 75 South is going to be packed. 75 South yesterday, not packed. 75 South today probably will be packed. Interesting weekend. And by the way, if you did make it the holiday weekend for whatever, if you're coming back from right now, where'd you go and what was it like? Because that part of our state, I absolutely love it. Getting up north, our place up there. But also, for the winter, like my brother-in-law Dave was there. He's a big snowmobiler, and he was talking about how the UP last year, there was like no snow. And it was crushing for hotels and restaurants and businesses up there. All the rental snowmobiles were just sitting idle, as there was like no snow last winter. This winter's a different story. So if you want to report from where you are, where you were on a long holiday weekend, and how was it? Because like I said, I have never seen Nub's Knob that packed. The parking was out to Pleasant View Road. The parking lot was full, and people were parking on the driveway up. It was crazy. So again, 248-539-9797. If you'd like to report as to where you were and what was it like, because between the snow totals and I think people are just dying to get outside and do some of the great stuff that you can do in our state. I'd love to get an update as to where you were and what was like. All right, so, we heard the morning show there, and I spent a lot of time taking in all the all-star formats. Let's face it, we're at the break for both the NBA and the NHL, and they're both doing something new. The NBA, this is the first year of them taking the 24 all-stars and dividing them into 3 teams, and plus the Rising Stars team, and we had that tournament yesterday. In the NHL, they had the 4 nations. both knew next year the NHL goes to the Olympic competition at the All-Star break. The NBA has yet to determine its format. Look, these aren't like that important. This isn't like debating college football's postseason, which might be revamped 1 year into a 12-team playoff. There's already discussion of that. This isn't like determining a champion. This isn't that important. It's about entertainment. And I guess the question is, if you're an NBA fan or you're an NHL fan, what they have done this year, are you entertained? Are you entertained by the Four Nations? Are you entertained by the NBA's format? Because the reality is that's what this is. This is bringing eyeballs to the sport. This is a chance for people to just sample it and see maybe stuff that they haven't seen or players they haven't seen, they haven't paid attention to try and draw in the fans. And, if something fails or flops, that's okay because it doesn't really matter. It's not like if the format they come up with is if it's a disappointment and people aren't compelled to watch and they don't find it interesting, it has almost zero impact on the league. It can help with popularity if you have something really super compelling at the All-Star break and people get all fired up. Crazy thing is, the thing that might have created the most buzz out of the NBA's All-Star festivities is a G League player in Mac McClung winning the All-Stars slam dunk contest for the third consecutive year and leading once again to guys saying, maybe I'll do it next year. John Morant going to social media, Giannis Antetokounmpo going to social media saying that they're inspired and they're going to, hey, maybe I'll do it next year. This happens more often than not. And then the players that end up participating are guys on the end of rosters that are great dunkers. But anyway, McClung was great. The jump over the car, pulling the basketball out of the sunroof, and the reverse was ridiculous. But at the end of the day, I'm asking you, NBA fans, were you entertained yesterday? NHL fans, are you entertained by the Four Nations Cup? Because if something really catches on, perhaps it becomes a staple of All-Star Weekend. Experimentation is what got us the dunk contest in the first place. Experimentation is what got us the home run derby. And if you don't like it or you're not entertained, it's okay. It's okay because it means nothing in the grand scheme of things for the leagues other than perhaps a missed marketing opportunity. But those leagues will carry on with their seasons regardless of how the All-Star games go. I appreciate the creativity and them trying to find something because All-Star games are hard to push anymore because there's so much on the line in terms of the players make so much money with their regular jobs. If you're busy being a Red Wing or a Piston, like Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond and Cade Cunningham, that you cannot afford to injure yourself in these All-Star formats. But, the Four Nations, you might get hurt doing that. I don't know if you get hurt in the NBA thing, although there's more effort than there used to be. And I love the players that give it. Victor Wembanyama was given it the old 110 last night. And I think it's an awkward position to be in when you don't know how hard am I supposed to go. Where do I dial this in? Am I going at 60%? Am I going at 80%? Victor Wembanyama looked like he was going 100%. And I have no issue with that. I think it's great. And he wanted to win. They said he went through his normal pregame routine. But again, let's turn it to you. Were you entertained? So a couple things on the table here to start the show. One is NHL fans and NBA fans. Are you entertained by these All-Star break formats, what they're doing? Do you like them? Do you want to see them come back? Or do you want to go back, revert to something else? Two, holiday weekend, spent the weekend up north and really leaned into it. If you want, and it was crazy. It was packed where I was, Nubs Knob, Petoskey Harbor Springs area. I am intrigued to find out what your experiences were on the long holiday weekend, if you're back or making your way back today. It is Carson Anderson on a Monday. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Today is no exception. My Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. This is where you nominate a person who had a great weekend or call out somebody who had a weekend that stinks. Who do you want to make the champ of the weekend? Who do you want to make the chump of the weekend? And we tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Gator out today, 97-1. The ticket. The football season may be over, but the sports action never stops at Twin Peaks. It's a great time to be alive for Detroit sports fans. Detroit hockey and basketball in the middle of a playoff hunt, watching their games have become enjoyable again. And what makes those games even better is watching them at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks is well beyond your favorite sports bar. They don't just serve up flat draft beer and small wings. They do it right. Their draft beer system pours your favorite draft at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for at least 6 hours and is only used once a day. They boast an extensive bar with all your favorite bourbons, tequilas, as well as your handcrafted cocktails that rival any speakeasy. Now pair that with a scratch kitchen serving up dishes like the hand-cut New York strips, hand-breaded and fried to order boneless wings and tenders, salmon, trout, and smashed and seared burgers. And what takes all this to the next level is the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Talk about the ultimate man cave. Wall-to-wall TVs, amazing food and drinks. Beautiful and personable Twin Peaks girls. Why go anywhere else? Make sure you stop in Thursday through Sunday for their awesome beanies and bikini costume party. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Skater out today on this President's Day. Not many people have the day off. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line calls here on the Carson Anderson program, and we start with Jack in Livonia on 97.1. Hi, Jack. Jack, are you there? Jack? Put Jack on hold. Let's go to Quincy in Saginaw. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Quincy.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Quincy. What's up?
Hey, I wanted to comment on this All-Star format. I've been watching basketball, man, since I've been like 10. This format is ridiculous. They should leave it like the East versus West and maybe go up to 100. That way they would have to play some kind of defense. And I'm going to add something else to that. That slam dunk contest, the NBA should be embarrassed letting the G League guy beat them 3 years straight. Number one, the guy can dunk. I ain't taking nothing from him. But he's not an NBA player, even though he's in the G League and he's affiliated with the NBA. There's no way this guy should be winning. It's ridiculous. They should force the NBA to have a lottery, and they should pick like 3 players out the lottery each year. That way, they'll be forced to be in the slam dunk contest. This guy can't win no more.
Well, I mean, a couple things. Let's go back to the format. So there is no question that for whatever reason, if you put a total on the end of a possible basketball game, and just say it's first one, in this case 40, as you mentioned, you do first one to 100 East versus West. For whatever reason, that has people trying to stop you to get to that total. When you're playing with the clock, nobody was even making a cursory attempt at defense. Because of this total, it led to people trying to stop their opponents. Now, it wasn't 100% all-out effort, Quincy, but maybe they'll look at changing this format. I didn't hate it, to be honest with you, and I think anytime you change something, I don't think you should revert back after 1 year. Let's let it roll for a few years and see what we think. I think is the most prudent thing to do. It's not particularly important, but it is wild to me that there's some psychology. If you put 40 out there and say first one to 40, people don't want to let them get to 40. And if we just put a clock on the game and said it's going to be a 12-minute game, people wouldn't play defense. So it's fascinating to me that it works that way. Look, Draymond hated it. I don't know if you heard Draymond last night. He just shredded this format. But I kind of liked it. I liked it better than what they used to do. And I liked, the 2 things I liked about it a lot was, 1, Victor Wembanyama going 100%. 2 is the Rising Stars team was trying to win. And I think because all these young guys were trying to win, it forced the OGs, as they were called, to show up and play harder. Now, as far as the dunk contest, Quincy, I don't know how you can make somebody do something that they don't want to do. It's voluntary. And if your heart's not in it, you're going to fail miserably because you need to show some creativity and you need to show some effort. I mean, it's an artistic form. Like the dunk is, in the dunk contest, is art. It truly is. How creative can you be? And by making somebody do it, I just, it's too bad they aren't compelled to. Like I almost laughed when John Morant said, "Ooh, I might have to do this now." And I think it was Giannis who came back and said, if you do it, I'll do it. And this happens every year. The veterans and the guys that decide to skip it, they they say, "Hey, maybe I'll do it next year," and then next year comes and they don't. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Paul in Livonia on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Yeah, I think this NBA All-Star, just another example of why the league is so bad. It's a bad product, and you can try to defend it and say this guy was trying, it's just bad. The ratings are down, and to see the 4 nations, I mean, you had people talking and watching and talking about hockey that don't even watch hockey. I mean, this is on a level of unlike any other pro or professional sport. I mean, it was amazing. And it gives you a taste of maybe if you don't watch hockey, what playoff hockey is like. And it shows you how above and beyond the NHL is over the NBA. But man, you can't say enough of how great it is and just how bad the NBA is. I mean,
you
keep
do
trying to
realize
change
that the
format.
NBA ratings are exponentially greater than the NHL ratings. Clearly you love the NHL more than the NBA, but as far as mass appeal, the NBA wins that battle.
Well, you can say that, but mass appeal shows that ratings are down a lot.
Yep.
They're down a lot this year.
They are.
You can just watch a game.
Still better
it's
than
a
the
bad
NHL.
product. It's not good.
Well, obviously you're not entertained. Paul, what is the definition of bad? Are we talking about it's used to be? Are we talking about their audience? Because their audience is greater than the NHL, even with their ratings down.
You could definitely go back and look at games when they used to play defense, when guys used to not take maintenance or rest days or things like that.
Paul, keep in mind, though,
it's.
I love both, okay? In fact, I probably like the NHL more than the NBA. But when you use an example and say people are sampling hockey and seeing what playoff hockey is like and then rip the NBA for what they do in the regular season, they don't take maintenance days in playoff basketball, right?
I guess let me say this. And yes, I'm an NHL guy, but I think more people would be apt to watch a regular season game on a weeknight between two NHL teams as opposed to two boring NBA teams. It just, I don't see where I don't see how people are enjoying the game when you used to have teams like the Pistons and the Bulls and the hatreds and the rivalries and those things. That's all gone. I don't know how is the NBA staying relevant.
Have you again? You see, you do know that more people will watch a weeknight NBA game than a weeknight NHL game. And obviously you're not watching because lately the Pistons have got into altercations and have developed rivalries with Indiana and Orlando, and the Atlanta thing seems to be getting more tense. The Pistons are developing some of those rivalries. And that's happening on the court. And I do not dislike the NHL. I love the NHL. I probably am a bigger hockey fan than an NBA fan. But I feel like you're confusing your own biases with what is actually happening.
No, I'm just saying at the end of the day, if you were to watch the Four Nations this weekend and you were to watch the NBA All-Star game, and I don't care if you're NBA or you're NHL, and someone's going to try and tell me or you or anyone if that NBA All-Star game was better than the Four Nations, then I'm going to question their love of sport. I don't know. It's not even on the same level. I don't know how you could say, well, which one's better?
They're different. They're definitely different. And it was funny because during the broadcast last night, Paul, Candace Parker implied that the world was catching up to the U.S., and Reggie Miller said they've caught up. And the Four Nations might inspire a U.S. versus the world NBA All-Star format, which gets a little tricky because players do want to be voted or selected for the All-Star game. So I don't know if you can force there to be 12 international players and 12 U.S.-born players. But Four Nations is definitely bringing an intensity to the level for their All-Star weekend that is not in the NBA's All-Star weekend. The NBA's All-Star product this year was more intense than it's been in the past because people were, at least cursory efforts on the defensive end. But the Four Nations, when you're playing for your country, there's definitely an intensity that wasn't in previous All-Star games. And maybe the NBA takes its cue from the NHL and says, we'll do U.S. versus the world next year. They haven't decided next year's format yet. It's to be determined. But I look down, somebody on Twitch, Bear Slays writes in, caller, my love for hockey supersedes the fact that NBA ratings are higher, and I don't care about any data supporting a different view. Yeah, kind of. I mean, TV ratings don't mean everything, but if you don't like them, doesn't mean other people don't. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's a Monday Champ and Chump on my nominations today at 10:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. So I want to make something clear here. It doesn't have to be one versus the other. These are different products that appeal to different people. Had a caller just trash the NBA All-Star format and doesn't understand how anybody can like the NBA more than the NHL. The NHL, what they have tapped into this year for their All-Star break, the only problem I have with this is how long it takes. Like, I would rather watch a regular season Red Wing game than watch a Four Nations game just because I care more, but the Four Nations thing has been pretty good. I went into it with I described, I'm open to anything that you try, okay, when it comes to all-star formats, because it's basically about motivation, and 3 of the 4 all-star games, all of them with the exception of baseball, has a problem with, under normal all-star rules, the way it used to be done, they lost, they weren't playing the game any longer. They were kind of just turned into they were a joke because nobody played any defense. Nobody tried. So a lot of leagues have been searching for ways to make their all-star formats better. And the NHL might be onto something here because that's a game that people were talking about, and the USA-Canada game. And we'll get into it a little bit more length coming up as just far as the game and Dylan Larkin. And, today there are more games being played, 1:00 this afternoon as the format, gets back underway. But then there's the NBA, which I think what they did last night was better than what they had been doing, but it wasn't as good as the Four Nations. Although, like the previous caller wanted to make a direct straight line between the all-star formats and the quality of the sport. Now, I'll say this about the NBA, very well may consider taking its cue from the NHL here. And there was some implication, but Candace Parker and Reggie Miller were talking about the world's catching up or caught up to the U.S., a world team versus a U.S. team. I think the effort might be there more than we've seen even in last night's format, where there was more effort and it was better than what had become. That, to me, the previous format, I was not entertained. Like some people, say, I don't want to say unwatchable because it's, if you were entertained by, I was not at all entertained by the previous format. The captains selecting teams, nobody, it was a layup line. And it was, I'm either going to take a 3-pointer from 10 feet beyond the arc or layup or dunks. But this was better. Doesn't mean it was great, but I was more entertained. 248-539-9797. Laz is in Detroit and on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Laz.
Hey, Doug. How's it going?
Great.
So what you got to remember is the All-Star Game is kind of a relic of a pre-YouTube era, right? It used to be an exhibition for people who didn't get the chance to see Michael Jordan or Hakeem Olajuwon or even like a Grant Hill every now and again because cable wasn't as big, no digital media, nothing like that. Now, because we see all these guys, there's Netflix series, every team has a YouTube channel, you see highlights from every team, you got League Pass, you can see every game. Like it doesn't hit as hard as it used to, right? And so I agree that I like the format change. I like that they're trying to institute like a little bit of competition between the teams.
Yep.
I liked what you said too about how there probably element of nationalism might help a little bit when it comes to the competition level.
Yep.
But I don't know, man. I'm thinking that the utility of the All-Star Game is just going down in general.
Well, it has. I think the other thing is, like, players have so much on the line in terms of financially that nobody wants to sell out and get hurt. And it's only one game. But if you're making that much money, it makes it very difficult to justify, risking an injury. So
you remember Paul George got hurt during the Olympic exhibition a couple of years ago. Had that horrendous leg injury, right?
Yeah.
And you understand why it affected his career. He's fine, but you understand why guys don't necessarily want to turn it all the way up to 11.
You're right, and I think it is a very valid point, and this is true of all sports. Like, it used to be a rare opportunity to go see players that we didn't have access to. I guess, especially like you think about baseball. Like, oh, wow, all these National League guys that we'd only read about. But everything's on TV now. Everything can be streamed. Everything can be found. So, no, it's a very valid point by you. it used to expose people to things that they didn't otherwise see. Now, that doesn't mean they still don't have a utility anymore. Like, it can still showcase the game. The NHL is an example of that. I mean, the Four Nations thing, with what happened to the USA and Canada Saturday night, was obviously well received from a entertainment standpoint. But I guess one of my questions about it is, will it actually at some point be looked at and say, okay, that was awesome, but it was maybe too intense. Like maybe we went too far. Now, as from a fan standpoint, not at all. But are players going to get hurt? Nobody wants that either. 248-539-9797. Tommy's in Auburn Hills and next. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, what's up, Doug?
How are we doing?
It wasn't too intense, man. I loved it, you know. It's like, you know what? The NBA dunk contest, it's jump the shark, gone, end it. That's what a lot of people, just get rid of it. The three-point contest.
Hold on. You realize that this year's
listen
Tommy,
to me.
this year's dunk contest is being hailed. Like, people said it was really entertaining. Did you watch it?
Well, it's the same dude from a G League. He wins it every year.
Nobody
wants
it?
to see that anymore.
Did you watch it?
Nobody wants to compete with this guy who can jump off springboards, and it's like, you know what, Doug, it's gone. We've seen it.
So you didn't watch it?
You
didn't watch it?
No, but I heard about it. But the hockey game I watched because I love hockey, and I love, it was like an Olympic gold medal game. It was like a Stanley Cup Finals game. It's like I watched this USA against Canada, and it was like they cared. Right off the get-go, you got to fight. I'm like, yes, I love it. And, it's so, to me, I'm biased, obviously, because I love hockey. I played it as a young kid. It's so much better. It's like country against country, and the Four Nations thing. It's like, you know what? They're playing for pride. And we were playing in Montreal, and we won the game. Our own guy, Dylan, he scored the game winner. It's like, how better does that get than watching some stupid dunk contest where who's some same guy from a G League's going to win it? It's like, to me, Doug, it's a no-brainer, man. The hockey game was like, I'm so glad I just turned off basketball and I watched this hockey game. It was pride against pride, country against country, and I can't wait for the next one.
Thank you for the phone call. Look, I mean, I guess because the dunk contest and that game were head-to-head, then fans had to make a choice in real time as to which they were going to watch live. You could watch both if you wanted. He didn't watch the dunk contest. This dunk contest, the reaction to this dunk contest was that McClung was awesome, and people enjoyed it. And it maybe it doesn't change anything, but as far as I was concerned, I was glad to see that. It's okay to be entertained by both. I don't know how it's been created that you have to hate one, which is the vibe I'm getting from the two of the last three callers. You have to hate one and love the other, because the hockey game was great. And yes, our guy was awesome, and we will get into it. Both formats, the Four Nations and the NBA, both formats are improvements on what they used to be. And I've said it before, I think the NBA might take its cue, given that they haven't announced next year's format, might take its cue from the NHL and say, let's try USA versus the world. Because they might care even more. National pride beyond the line, and it could tap into something that hasn't been tapped into yet with the NHL. Or with the NBA, excuse me. The NHL tapped into it. As far as the intensity as a fan, yeah, I liked it. The moment somebody suffers a serious injury, which could happen, that league might go, okay, because they don't want that either. All right, Champ and Chump, my champ of the weekend is Dylan Larkin. I was thinking about this. In my lifetime, one of the biggest USA hockey goals I've ever seen. The U.S. in Olympic hockey has beaten Canada just twice since 1960. Dylan Larkin scores the game winner on Saturday night in a very compelling hockey game. Dylan Larkin, my champ of the weekend. My champ of the weekend is the University of Illinois. Why the University of Illinois? Because when they went to retire Shannon's jersey at halftime, they unveiled it upside down. Terrence Shannon's jersey number gets retired. He pulls the rope and the banner unfurls, and it's upside down. That, my friends, whoever's it was, the game ops people, the promotions people, that's embarrassing. My champ and chump of the weekend, Dylan Larkin, champ, Illinois, my chump. Get your votes in, 248-539-9797. The new formats, the Four Nations, the All-Star NBA format, are they better than what they were? Were you entertained? It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. A lot of feedback coming in, and we do appreciate your phone calls. In the wake of new All-Star formats, I would argue that both were better. Four Nations tapped into something that I don't know that we thought we'd see, and that is an incredible sense of national pride. That USA-Canada game on Saturday night, with the hostilities right from the opening puck drop all the way through to the end. There was an intensity. And look, USA versus Canada has been a great rivalry on the ice, but it's been lopsided in favor of Canada. We've only beaten them twice in Olympic hockey since 1960, which is pretty incredible. And Dylan Larkin, I mean, that's a big goal in the history of the series. And it was cool to see. And we'll get into that a little bit more as the show goes on. The NBA format I liked better as well. Now, there's some hostility from the hockey crowd. Then my guess is, they just wish that more people, I think at the core of it, they wish more people paid attention to and loved their sport. I'm surprised at how the people that love the Four Nations have opted to trash the NBA and specifically their All-Star weekend, which in my view was simply better than it had been. Now, it wasn't as good as the Four Nations, and the NBA might be compelled to follow hockey's cue and do USA versus the world. And I thought the broadcast hinted at that a little bit last night with some of what they were saying about the world is caught up to the United States. And you could see how, a team, international team could really give the NBA stars, Americans, a run for their money. And maybe it would tap into something that they still haven't gotten to, which is full-on effort. But even the NHL, this is, as it turns out, that game Saturday night was better than anything that's happened in an All-Star game in years, in my opinion. But it all comes down to your level of entertainment. Were you entertained? 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, we got a ton of votes. Let me get to them. Champ, the tenets of LCA with Larkin's Heroics on Saturday and Cage Performance on Sunday. My Chump, Illinois basketball, 2 points in the last 8:30 of the game. It's from an unnamed texter. Champ of the week, the Kachuk brothers. Chump of the week, the New Age All-Star games for all leagues. Oh, you didn't like the NHL one, huh? Champ Tom Izzo, all-time leader in Big Ten wins for basketball. Person offered no chump. John in Richmond, college baseball. I am ready. Great start for Michigan. Glad to see Donald Lally Jr. Maybe it means David. Have a great start. Go Blue. They're winning again today. They are 3-0. They beat number 2 Virginia on Friday. Both Michigan State undefeated to start the college baseball season. And I love to see it. I think that sport is, I'm a huge fan, but not everybody is, but sample it. Check it out. I went to Holland for a hockey tournament where we played 4 games and took second. Go Livonia Knights. Go Livonia Knights red. Philip, assistant coach. Champ, Kachuk brothers. Chump, NBA All-Star events. Next text, Champ, Michigan baseball. Chump, people who snub their nose at college baseball. Wow, a lot of love coming in for college baseball. I was talking about being up north and how packed it was at Nubs Knob Ski Hill this weekend. Were you up north? Did you find anything to be revitalized this weekend with the amount of snowfall? Jim in Burton says, longtime snowmobiler here. Houghton Lake last weekend, 7 to 8 inches, great snow. Going next weekend, probably 12 inches based on reports. Ring cam shows at least 8 inches on cottage roof, which I will be snow tracking. Andrew in Owasso says, Champ USA hockey team, Chump person in charge of retiring the Illinois jerseys against MSU. It was upside down. My God, that was embarrassing. 248-539-9797. Okay, let's get back to your phone calls. Bob's in Grand Rapids. Hi, Bob.
Hey, Doug. Thanks for taking my call. I've been watching, all Detroit sports since 1970. So I'm an old guy. And, I watch these All-Star games because I like to watch the guys that are on our teams. I was a little bit miffed that Larkin didn't get a lot of time versus Finland. But I watched the game. And, as soon as, I was watching the Rising Stars game because of Thompson, and I was actually kind of mad that he was missing those free throws because I wanted him to win so we could watch him some more.
I did too.
And I wanted Cade to win. And actually, when he was missing those free throws, it reminded me of Holland missing those 2 against the Bucks. And it just drove me crazy.
It's funny because it doesn't really matter. But when I was watching like Cade, and I was rooting like hell for his team. I can't remember, it was a Team Kenny.
I was too,
because
I
wanted to
watch
keep
him again.
I wanted to see him play, and it felt like the beginning of that game. Cade was like, I'm not sure how hard I'm supposed to go here. I'm kind of floating around, but he kind of dialed in. He got his dunk blocked by Wembanyama, that reverse where he, and then I think he kind of took off.
I thought Cade and Wembanyama, I can't pronounce his name. I thought they were both playing pretty hard, and I was just disappointed to see them not win so I could watch them some more. But I did love the hockey game too, man. That was so intense, and I was so rooting for Larkin to score, and he did. I was texting my son. It was really weird, Doug, because all through high school, my son wasn't much into sports. We would take him to games, but now after he got out of high school, he's dialed into all these sports, and it's just great. But I really want to. I guess what I want to say about the two sports is, I tuned out of the All-Star game after Cade left, and I kind of checked into the Michigan State UCLA women's game, and I tell you what, those girls were going at each other, and I like girls basketball. I know a lot of people don't, but I want to champ those two girls or two teams because they played super hard last night. And like you said, college baseball, I was watching that yesterday, and that was pretty exciting.
There's a lot.
And,
I mean, look, it's cool. We don't force it down people's throat. If there's an audience for it and people call and want to talk about it, I'm here for it. But, I know Jake Boss, who's a head coach at Michigan State from way back in the day. He's a great dude. Michigan has off to an unbelievable start, beating number 2 Virginia.
I know.
So, hey.
That was a great game. I mean, I'm so excited for all the Michigan State's doing good. I'm married. My wife's a Michigan State fan. I'm a Michigan fan. So we got a nice rivalry in the house. So.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to watch. A lot to watch and be excited about. I remember it didn't seem like that long ago. I think it was like 2021 when all our teams were in last place. And it felt like there was no hope. And not even a light at the end of the tunnel to talk about. And we all survived it. And here we are. And we got a lot to watch and talk about. And it's fun. And yeah, Cade, I wanted Cade to keep playing. I wanted Sor Thompson to keep playing. And yeah, after the game against Finland, we were talking about Dylan Larkin, and he didn't get the ice time. He got the ice time on Saturday night and came through with a monster goal. And honestly, I mean, I feel like these international games, they don't kind of like register in my memory. But I'm like, Dylan Larkin, that's one of the bigger USA hockey goals I can remember being scored. I mean, obviously nothing compares to the Miracle on Ice, right? But that was 45 years ago. What since then has been a bigger USA hockey goal? Somebody's going to call and remember something. But like I said, those moments didn't register with me as much as like some other big moments. That was a huge goal by Larkin. Rodney's in Westland, and he's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rodney.
How you doing, Mike?
What's up?
There's a couple things I wanted to talk to you about. First of all, was the Chiefs. I know you're not talking about them right now. I mean, you're talking about them. How did you feel about them losing and getting exposed that they shouldn't have been there in the first place?
What are we? I'm sorry. Who?
The Kansas City Chiefs.
What about they shouldn't have been where in the Super Bowl?
In the Super Bowl, how they got exposed? They shouldn't have been there in the first place because they weren't the best team to be in there because they had help from the refs.
Well, I mean, like that's a whole other topic. But yeah, I mean, I think they got their share of calls, but I think the Chiefs are pretty well established as a hell of a good, legitimate Super Bowl contender. You don't think they were a legitimate Super Bowl contender?
I think it was a couple of teams that could have got there if it wasn't for the calls that should have been there instead of them. I'll put it that way.
Okay. Right.
Okay.
They're on the record.
I'm going to turn back to the basketball you were talking about. Back in the day when all 4 major sports, had the All-Star games, there was something to watch because there was competition there. And everyone wanted to beat the other conference, the East versus West. And just like, the 1968 Tigers was the last team that had a real World Series when they played the National League against the American League. Then they split up where they had interleague play. And I think that started changing things in all
They didn't
sports.
have interleague play in 84.
No, 68.
I know, but you said that's the last
time. The Tigers were the last team won the World Series against the Cardinals. That's the last time where they had nothing but the American League versus the National League. They never played each other until afterwards.
You think interleague play started in 1969?
Yeah.
It did not.
Mm-hmm.
It started like 12 years ago. Or whenever it was. It was not 1969.
Okay. So
2002 is when it started.
It's 2002?
Yep.
Okay. When I was there, the Tigers were the last team that played in the national, against the National League, American League. I thought it was when they started interleague play after that, but that was the last time that the National League, American League played that never had played each other. Period, during the season.
No, it's not.
It's not. I'm going to look that back up.
Interleague play started in 2002.
Between the National League and the American League.
Interleague play, a Major League Baseball season between American and National League. Interleague play, it was first introduced during the 1997 baseball season. My apologies. 1997 is when it started.
1997.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
My bad.
It's okay.
Like I said, I used to hang around with John Selig and Vinnie Johnson. And back in those days, when the basketball, hockey, baseball, the 3 or 4 major teams played, they played each other for the sole purpose of playing, I'm better than that conference, or I'm better than that league, and I'm better than that team. And players really wanted to win instead of now, where they're buddies, almost. So that's when in the heyday of it's never been the same since. It's like when Pete Rose in the All-Star game ran over Ray Fossey and cost him his career. That's what I'm talking about, how teams wanted to win so bad, no matter who, in the All-Star games.
Thank you for the phone call. Yeah, I mean, look, there are going to be people now that are 17, 18, 19 that are watching what they're seeing in the NBA and the NHL and all the sports, that when they're 40 and 50, they're going to say, back in my day, back in 2025, it was so much better. The older generation, and I am now in that generation, but are we just the next wave of the next generation complaining about how much better it used to be? I mean, I think you can make a compelling case that it was, but you got to keep in mind we are now in that group. Remember what our uncles used to say, and our fathers and grandfathers, and how it used to be better when there were only 6 teams in the NHL. 248-539-9797. The introduction of 2-platoon football ruined everything. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Excitement building around Team USA's run in the Four Nations face-off. They're a lock for Thursday's championship final, but they'll still take the ice against Team Sweden tonight. Head coach Mike Sullivan there. Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond will be going against one another, which Raymond calls weird, but the two Red Wings will face off at 8 o'clock from the TD Garden in Boston. The return of the Shock to Detroit seems like it won't be happening right away. Multiple reports claim that Cleveland is being awarded the newest WNBA expansion franchise. An ownership group featuring Pistons owner Tom Gorst, Jared Goff, and others put in a bid, but won't be the 16th team in the rising league, according to the Sports Business Journal. Gathering in Lakeland, the Tigers will have full squad workouts for the first time today as they prep for 2025 baseball. And with the new NBA All-Star format getting less than stellar reviews, we'll call them, one new idea that's gained steam among players at the event is a USA versus the world format. International stars Victor Wembanyama and Giannis Antetokounmpo both gave their seal of approval for this weekend. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Karsh, skater out today. Happy President's Day, everybody. We are to a lively start here on a Monday. Look, the All-Star formats, this is kind of harmless because they really don't determine much. It's about sheer entertainment. And it feels like all sports leagues have tried to figure out a way to make their All-Star weekends more entertaining. And with the exception of Major League Baseball, though even they have toyed with it a little bit. With the whole home field World Series thing. But both formats have led to more entertaining stuff to watch as a sports fan. The Four Nations thing Saturday night, I mean, it might have peaked with the Kachucks dropping gloves early, USA and Canada, damn intense game that we won. And our guy Dylan Larkin scored the game-winning goal, which is freaking awesome. I made him my champ of the weekend. And his ice time went up after playing not much in the game against Finland earlier in the week. Now they play again tonight. They've already qualified for the championship game. It's just a matter of who they play. Everybody still has a chance, but we're hoping for a USA-Canada rematch, that's for sure. And I'm guessing that the NHL probably is as well. You had the NBA format, which had the 24 All-Stars split into 3 teams of 8. Then the Rising Stars tournament champion made up the 4th team, and they had this format of 2 semifinal games and a championship game, and games that were played to 40. Was it better than it previously had been? Because they've experimented with stuff. In 2018, they revamped the format. They went with 2 captains and just drafted teams. 2020, they added the Elam ending, which was, with 4 minutes to go. They add, I think it was 24 points to the score, and whoever was, so if the winning team had 160, they were winning 160 to 140. They had, I think it was 24 points. The first one to 184 would win the game. But these formats have led to more people playing defense when you're defending a score as opposed to playing with a clock. But this is the first year that they tried this format. Was it better? In my opinion, yes. I was more entertained. Was it great? I mean, it wasn't great, but it was a step in the right direction. As you heard there in the update with Villar, maybe they'll take a cue out of the NHL's playbook and go with a USA versus the world format. But the next format for the next NBA All-Star game has not been announced yet. And next year they got Olympic hockey, but the year after that in the NHL has not been announced. The Four Nations thing, when I said it was perhaps too intense, not from a fan standpoint, but the first time a player suffers a serious injury in this format, they might have the league balking a little bit. But hey, look, we'll take your calls on that. College basketball, March Madness, that is right around the corner, and we're starting to get those March Madness feels in watching games. They had the bracket reveal over the weekend. We'll touch on that coming up shortly. And again, get your Champ and Chump votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Kevin in Lake Orion. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Doing great. Thank you.
Good. Hey, I just had a couple quick comments regarding the NHL versus the NBA, the All-Star break, how the format was. all the callers that, the couple callers that called in and basically said the NHL's got it on lockdown with their format. Let's not forget that last year they did basically what the NBA did this year with the splitting of the teams, the 3 versus 3, Team McDavid, Team Austin Matthews, and Team McKinnon, like kind of the same style, but hockey version of what the NBA did this year.
Yep.
And also, for everybody slamming the NBA All-Star break, what NHL skills competition even holds a torch to the NBA slam dunk competition or the three-point contest?
Look, I was surprised at the one caller's outright hostility towards the dunk contest. If it's not for you, that's fine. But this one, and he obviously didn't watch. He watched the hockey instead. It's okay that other people are entertained by it. And out of all of the skills competitions, what are the most popular in all sports? It's probably the home run derby and the dunk contest.
Yes,
Still.
100%. And in the NHL, like the guy talking about the rating, and you were correcting him on the ratings, I love the NHL just as much as you do and other guys do, but the NBA markets their stars way differently. How many commercials do you see where Nathan McKinnon is lacing up his skates for a commercial versus LeBron in a commercial or versus KD in a commercial? Like the marketing, the star power in the NBA is way different. Same with why the MLB doesn't do well with their marketing. They don't market, Mike Trout like they do. They're starting to market Shohei Ohtani better than they ever did Mike Trout. But the marketing is way different in the NBA, so the popularity of the NBA is going to be hitting home with exactly who they want to hit home with, which is young kids. The NBA slam dunk competition does exactly what it's supposed to. The three-point contest does exactly what it's supposed to. The game, I think they have something with the going to 40 points.
Yep.
They need to work on a couple things there. Maybe not do the young stars versus the current all-star team. Like maybe kind of, mix in the young stars with the OG guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the
way.
Yeah, look, it's year, thank you for the phone call. It's year one of this format, and I always think whenever you change formats, you can, unless it's an absolute disaster, there's nothing wrong with letting it breathe a little bit, like just letting it let's go a few years and see how this plays itself out. I thought I saw more effort on the defensive end last night in an NBA All-Star event than I've seen in years. In years. I can't remember the last time. I mean, first of all, Victor Wembanyama was trying the entire time. Secondly, the when it got close to 40, teams were trying to stay alive. Teams didn't want to get eliminated. Defending a score seems to be a way more popular, it invokes more defense than any previous format that they've tried in recent years. So I liked it. I didn't love it, but it was better than the layup line and 40-foot 3-point shots that we'd been seeing for years. Jim is in Milford and next year on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Jim.
Good morning, Doug. Happy President's Day to you.
Happy President's Day to you.
Thank you, sir. Hey, I just wanted to clarify, a couple callers ago, the one that was talking about the 68 Tigers being the last team to win the World Series without interleague play.
Yeah.
I think what he was trying to say was that with the 68 Tigers and Cardinals, they were the last two teams to meet in the World Series without a playoff format, because in 1969 they went to divisions. So that was the first year they had playoffs. I think that's where where his confusion was coming in.
His wires seemed to be crossed, and that might be what he was getting at.
I think that's what he was trying to say. Yeah, I got a question for you, too.
Sure.
Something I've wanted to ask you and Gator for a while. A while back, this is going back a few years, you had a father that was calling in occasionally to give you guys updates on the condition of his son. I think he was battling cancer, if you remember that.
Yeah.
Have you heard any updates on that young man lately?
I have not. Yeah, that guy was that the guy he champed every weekend? He champed his son?
I believe so. Yeah,
he champed his son and he chumped whatever his ailment was. That's a great question. If that guy's out there, love to hear from him and hope they're doing okay. Yeah, that was a tough story.
I do too.
Yeah, that was.
It really was.
He kind of became a part of the show there for a while, and we definitely It definitely impacted people. So maybe he's out there. I appreciate you bringing that up. So bad signals out. We'll see if we can hear something on him. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump of the weekend. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend and should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We got a bunch of those votes that we will go through. If you sent a text, there's a good chance we're going to read it coming up. It's Carson Anderson. Coming up in the noon hour, we'll get a little bit into March Madness. It's right around the corner, and things are heating up for Michigan and Michigan State in the chase for the Big Ten and chase for seeding in the postseason tournament. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas in the law, which is why if someone in my family needs a lawyer or I need a lawyer for an auto or truck accident, I'm sending my guy Steve and fine folks at Michigan Auto Law. They've recovered more $1 million auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Part of the reason why they take on fewer cases, they get quicker results in their client's favor. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. It's Carson Anderson program, long weekend for a lot of people. Today being a day off. And, I had a trip up north. It was packed. Hadn't seen ski Nubs Knob and Boyne Highlands all the time, and I've never seen Nubs that crowded. It was insane, which is great and kind of frustrating at the same time. Like the lift lines stink, but you got to get there early, man. Get on that first chair. I got in more than 20 runs before noon, but by the time noon rolled around, you couldn't move around the lodge. It was crazy. So I went to the bar. But if you were anywhere taking advantage of the long weekend and you're back already or making your way back, where were you and did you notice an influx of people? I bring it up because my brother-in-law is a big snowmobiler, and he said the UP last winter, the winter of 2023, 2024, they got killed by lack of snow. There's no shortage of snow. At least there wasn't in the Petoskey Harbor Springs area. But if you can report back as to where you were and what you saw, what it was like, love to hear from you. State of Michigan, is great for 4 seasons. And in the wintertime, there's plenty to do if you so choose. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Here's a bunch of votes that came in, a lot of feedback. Thank you for all of your texts. Jeff in a truck writes in, my champ is Dylan Larkin for the game-winning goal. My chump is the NBA dunk contest. It's just terrible and boring. That's interesting. I mean, if you watch the hockey, I don't know if you watched the dunk contest, Jeff, but the dunk contest was getting good reviews this year. At least Mac McClung was. I want to get this off my chest. This is from an unnamed texter. I want to get this off my chest. I'm tired of hearing how the NBA players really wanted to win the All-Star game in the 80s. It's not true. Do you know what fans complained about in the 80s? The players do not play defense and everybody is buddy-buddy. They only tried in one quarter. Gary writes in, the NBA All-Star format is as entertaining as watching a game of horse between a father and his 12-year-old. It's not for you, Gary. I mean, if you've watched NBA games in the past, NBA All-Star games in the past, I'm not quite sure how you can make the argument that this format wasn't better. Draymond Green shredded it, and we'll get to that coming up, but I found it way more entertaining because there was at least some level of care. My champ is Mac McClung for always participating in the dunk contest. My chump is Chris Paul. From an unnamed texter, my issue with the NBA All-Star game is that the slam dunk contest is tapped out. I think they've done everything humanly possible. Even jumping over the car has been done. Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard to come up with new stuff. I mean, we've blown out candles on a cupcake sitting on the rim, the little node there between the backboard and the rim. They've tried everything. And yes, the jumping over the car has been done. But was this the first time Blake Griffin jumped over a Kia, right? McClung did pull a basketball, did have, got the basketball out of the sunroof. I think it'd be cooler in the NBA All-Star game if they counted the score down instead of going up to a score. Start at 50 and count down. I don't know. Same thing, but it looks better. That's funny. Count down to 0? Don't they do that in darts? Would that be more entertaining? It is the same thing, but different. Especially if you had to get 0 right on the money. You really have to be careful about when you take 3-pointers. It was funny because when the future stars, the rising stars were playing the OGs needed 3 points, and they wasted about 10 trips trying to hit a 3-pointer instead of just taking 2s when they could get them. They just kept shooting up 3s to try and end the game in one trip. And the rising stars got back to within a possession, and then they finished the deal. Champ, the Four Nations, chump, Adam Silver for ruining the NBA. Did he? Did Adam Silver ruin the NBA? Seems like a kind of a grand overstatement. I'd like to hear more on that if somebody wants to call and make their case. Champ USA Hockey, chump LeBron, he sat out the All-Star weekend. Scott writes in, if there were no fights, no one would be talking about the Four Nations. Is that true? If they didn't drop the gloves right off the opening dropping of the puck, and it was just a compelling hockey game, would nobody be talking about it? Well, we definitely got 2 old school hockey callers today. You might be right. I have no stake in basketball or hockey, writes this unnamed texter, but the NBA is on the decline and the NHL is on the upswing. The NBA product is more like a reality show than a professional sports league. Interesting. I mean, so what makes it more of a reality show? Because way back when, it was compelling personalities that really drove the league to the next level. And isn't that what a reality show is? I mean, when the NBA went through what many people of the older generation say was its heyday, it was Magic versus Bird. It was Isaiah versus Magic. It was, those kinds of rivalries, which are compelling relationships. That is what, in part, why people watch reality TV. And I don't think that stuff hurts. Like, I'll give you an example. If we play Canada again, all eyes are on the Kachucks. And I got Canadian relatives. If Canada wins today in regulation and gets that spot, which is up to them, I'll send them a text and say, where do the Kachucks rank in Canada right now? Like, I'm sure, are the villain. 248-539-9797. Christoph and Fenton. Everyone is talking about the fighting in the USA versus Canada hockey game. Hockey fans are the only ones talking about the game. If you had Team Shaq fighting Team Chuck right off the tip, Engine would be talking about how great the All-Star game was. Does he mean everyone? Everyone would be talking about how great the All-Star game was. You might be right. It was still a damn good hockey game that came after the fighting. It was an entertaining game. But yeah, I mean, adding the element of the fighting did happen after all. 248-539-9797. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket anywhere in the United States. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where tomorrow we'll post Champ and Chump of the Weekend, as you're voting on right now. Stream with video. Go to twitch.tv and you can watch the show and participate in the streaming chat. There are people in there today. I've been reading what they have to say. Same thing on youtube.com, on both Twitch and YouTube. In the search bar, type in 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. All right, the debate last night during the All-Star game was interesting. We'll talk some college basketball in the noon hour, but it's open lines. Anything on your mind, fair game. We'll talk to you next as well here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Skater out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. I mentioned there was a heated debate last night because the NBA and the NHL have tried something to make their All-Star weekends more compelling. To their credit, these games aren't like that significant. These are exhibitions. They are here for entertainment purposes and maybe to market the league and draw more attention to their leagues. And when you fail with the format or the game is boring, it's simply a missed marketing opportunity. But as a fan, you want to see a good product and what you think is a good product. And there's debate over what defines something as a good product. But it basically comes down to, were you entertained? And I think both were better than they have been. And the Four Nations thing Saturday night was pretty good. And the USA versus Canada in a marquee time slot, like, it was really, really cool to have that for hockey. And maybe it'll be a boost for hockey. Maybe it'll be the marketing opportunity that league, needs and deserves. Those two teams, USA and Canada, could play again in the championship game should Canada win in regulation today, and their game gets underway at 1:00. But it's the format in the NBA where they split into the All-Stars into 3 teams of 8 and then had the Rising Stars champion fill out the field, and they played a 4-team tournament in games that were played up until 40 points. I thought it was better. It wasn't as good as the Four Nations, but it's better than some previous All-Star formats, and this is the first year we did it. Draymond Green, who was on the set, did not love it. Called the format ridiculous. Quote, "It sucks. This ain't basketball." Draymond pointed out, you work all year to be an All-Star, and then it's over just like that. And for Cade, it felt like 10 trips up and down the floor, and Cade Cunningham's All-Star experience was done. Kenny loved it. He started counting all the blocked shots and pointing out that we never had blocked shots in the All-Star game. And then Charles Barkley made the point, Draymond, it's your generation that ruined the All-Star game. You guys barely broke a sweat. And so it led to some back and forth, which I thought was an interesting debate. And I think Barkley's kind of right. I don't know if I would describe it as quote unquote ruining the All-Star game, but it definitely had become what I thought was very boring. And I think one of the reasons why they changed is because that was pretty much the consensus, that it was boring. In the end, I think both products were better, but I think if the NBA is paying attention, they'd be wise to take a cue from the NHL, and maybe next year, the format has not been announced yet. Next year, do a USA versus the world. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Jim and Lapeer. You're on 97. Want to take it. Hi, Jim.
Good morning.
What's up?
The hockey tournament. At first, I wasn't terribly excited about watching it. And I did watch the game Sweden versus Finland, and that was interesting because we had a guy playing in there, and he got third star for that game. Then I watched the Canada-U.S. game, and the Canadians booed during the national anthem, and I don't think anybody likes that, but I think I'm willing to give them a pass on it between, and not to get into politics at all, but just between things, including sports and including pride in sports. So I hope that doesn't continue, but that's beside the point. But you had mentioned that some people feel that because of the 3 fights in 7 seconds, that's all people would talk about. And I don't know if that set the tone for the rest of the game, but the rest of the game was intense.
Yep.
Holy crap. They were skating like crazy with finesse. I mean, it wasn't, there were some hard hits, but these guys were playing, it seemed like at the top of their game. The goaltending was great on both sides, and it was a relatively close game, so it was good anyway. I mean, the outcome wasn't determined until the last 2 minutes, really. So the fighting is one of those kind of things like, hey, let's go. I don't care about fighting one way or the other. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I get excited, but it's all kind of for show anyway. And obviously prearranged. between the individuals, not by the league or anything like that. But I just thought that the game was a fabulous game. And then Larkin scoring the winning goal, I thought I was going to wet my pants.
I suppose we all have different ways of reacting to big moments in sports.
When you're older,
It's funny because we took a call last Friday because, we'd watched the game on Thursday and I was like, God, I want to see more of Dylan Larkin, and Dylan Larkin didn't play a ton. And I was a little bummed about it. And his ice time, there were, of the 18 skaters, he was 17th in terms of time on the ice, which happens with forwards over defensemen anyway. But, he was next to last, and he came back and he had way more ice time. But somebody called the show on Friday or texted and says, well, it really goes to show you what Dylan Larkin really is, because he's a fourth-line player who gets minimal ice time on this team. And I said, well, I don't really spend a ton of time focusing on what you aren't. It's what you are, and what he is good enough to be on the team. And you know what? He went out and he scored that goal. And I admit that international hockey goals and moments, there's Miracle on Ice. There's a Canada-USA gold medal game where Sidney Crosby scored in overtime to beat us. International hockey games don't really register with me, but since the Miracle on Ice, I can't think of a bigger U.S. goal. There was the Parise goal to force overtime, and what was that, the 2012 Olympics? That was a huge goal, but Dylan Larkin scored a massive goal for us, and I was fired up about it, and I was thinking back to that texter who said shows where Dylan Larkin ranks. Dylan Larkin ranks pretty high right now. Pretty damn high right now.
And the commentators for the USA-Canada game, they were talking about him all through, especially after the first period. It seemed like they mentioned every time he was on the ice or touched the puck.
Yeah.
And they mentioned several times, well, he's on the fourth line, but look at how he's playing, and he's the captain of the Wings, and he spent his whole hockey career in Michigan. I mean, they really talked him up.
It was great.
For the empty net goal, I think it was the empty net, at the end, where he had the puck and then he passed it to somebody else to actually make the goal, and I think he probably could have made that shot himself, but he passed it anyway. I thought that was a lot of class.
Well, look, it's one of those deals where I'm so excited that Dylan Larkin was the guy. That Dylan Larkin scored when I saw it was him, I did not have the same reaction you did, and I'm glad for that, but I was definitely pumped up. Definitely pumped up. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Paul in Shelby Township. You're next. Hi, Paul.
Hey, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I don't know if you saw the Michigan State UCL game where the referee called a technical foul at the end of the game. He had his back turned to the guy. Then he turned around and called a technical foul. That screwed the whole game up. That was one of the best basketball women games that I've ever seen. Back and forth through the whole game. That changed the whole complexion. Even the announcers were saying that there's something wrong for him to call that technical foul. You just gave UCLA the game. I think that's disgusting. And the next thing, one final thing, is that the third baseman is signed with Boston. He was just using us. He was going to go to Boston, that crackerjack of a stadium where he'll hit 35 doubles and hit 20 home runs. I want to hear what you got to say on both issues.
I didn't see the game, the Michigan State UCLA women's game, but that's the second reference to it. So that's awesome that a game was played that was that compelling, that has that kind of response from the Michigan State fan base. That's really, really cool, and if more people want to get into it, and we start getting calls, we'll make sure we're not missing those games. As far as Alex Bregman, I am not sad that they didn't get him. It would have been great short term. There's no doubt about it. When you look at what he signed for, he signed for the $40 million a year, which makes him the third highest paid position player in Major League Baseball. If he used the Tigers to get that contract, he is not the third best position player in baseball. Now, given it's a short-term contract, he has outs after every year. I don't know why you'd want to exercise those outs. Under no circumstance will Alex Bregman be considered the third best position player in baseball. And he's getting paid as such. I'm glad that the Tigers didn't pay him that way. I'm glad that the Tigers made a commitment to spend that kind of money. And I hope they take that to the All-Star, not the All-Star, to the trade deadline and are willing to go ahead and make a move where they take on that kind of salary, because this team is in the mix in the American League Central. And I would guess that without him not being a free agent where he gets some say about it, because the Tigers only had it, you don't have accessibility to everybody. You only can really bid on the players that you can actually get that have interest in coming to you. And in this case, Alex Bregman showed enough interest that the Tigers were able to bid on him, but they weren't like, they're not getting Juan Soto. But at the trade deadline, you have accessibility to a lot more players that want out of their current situations and their teams want to move on. And I think having a ton of money to take on a player, a costly player at the trade deadline, probably will be a better opportunity than what they would have got out of Bregman. Now, it's up for the Tigers that are here to justify a buy move come trade deadline. And it's up to ownership and Scott Harris to keep that commitment the same. Hey, we're going to spend this money because we're close. So at the end of the day, I am not disappointed at all that they did not get Bregman. And I think they have a chance to be a better team long-term because of it. Now, the weird thing is, there's some predicting, but we really don't know who is going to be available at the trade deadline. We don't know that yet. And so it's hard to predict, and we can't predict, what those players are. We just have to sit back and wait and see how the market unfolds. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. I see we have some more Tigers calls on hold. Look forward to getting to those, and we will. Next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, warm up this winter with hot deals from Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, lease a beautiful new 2025 Chevy Blazer for just $364 a month with no money down. That's a 2-year lease on a Blazer LT, front-wheel drive with 0 down. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount and Chevy lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, your number 1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. Huge inventory of all kinds of vehicles, Silverados, Trax, electric vehicles. There's hundreds of them on the ground to choose from. So go do it. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Offers end March 3rd. Together, let's drive. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get those votes in. Champ and Chump of the Weekend. We post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the Weekend. And we've had heavy voting so far today. 248-539-9797. All kinds of stuff on the table, including where did you go this weekend and what did you see? By that, I mean, we haven't had great winters. And what I saw on Saturday at Nubs Knob Ski Hill was a packed day filled with skiers and people enjoying it. Now, I mean, it was crowded and it was great. I mean, as somebody who's a big fan of the winter sports, it's great to see. The lift lines aren't ideal, but I was, first chair, right? Get up there, get a bunch of runs in before it gets too crowded. That's the hack. Get there early. Get out of bed, get to the hill, be in line by, chairs start spinning at 9 a.m., be in line by 8:45, and you'll be good. You'll be able to bang out a bunch of runs. And it was fresh powder. It was great. But where were you and what did you see this weekend, Michiganders? 248-539-9797, the President's Day weekend, one that a lot of people like to take advantage of. Let's get back to your open line calls, your Champ and Chump votes. Tigers, a lot of all-star talk today. Tons of it. People liked some stuff, hated some stuff. Both the NHL and NBA trying new formats. I think they're both better. But at the end, I feel like the NHL is getting rave reviews. The NBA, I think, is kind of a lukewarm thumbs up, but some people still don't like it. Draymond hated it. He hated it. Then Barkley said, yeah, your generation of players ruined it, Draymond. Matt is in Westland and on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Doug.
What's up?
I would love to speak Tigers with you.
Yep, let's go.
I've been going over the proposed team that may go north, and I'm going to see how you feel about this. I've come down to where there's basically about two spots that are in contention. And first thing I'd like to mention is, you talked about Bregman. I fully agree with everything that you said about him. Short term, it would have been a good thing to have him. But besides that, I wasn't in favor. I wasn't disappointed either that they didn't sign him. But I do feel that this is a golden opportunity for Jace Young. If he can grab that spot, that eliminates a lot of potential problems for the Tigers, and it gives them a good offensive bat. But I see two spots that are available for five people. Let me see what you think. Justin Henry Malloy, Spencer Torkelson, Young, Sweeney, and Baez. Do you think any of those five, or who do you think out of those five may be available out of, for two spots?
Like who comes north? The weird thing is, so look, the Baez contract is so incredibly bad, but they're going to have to pay him anyway. And if you're going to pay him, you kind of want to try and give that resource every last opportunity to give you something. He's never going to be worth the money, but can he help this team win in any way? I seriously doubt it, to be honest with you, but I feel like they're going to give him every last chance. The only harm he really does if he's keeping somebody else from playing or, and here's what's interesting, Matt, when he got hurt last year was right when the Tigers started to get hot and he didn't play. They went 24-10 after he left.
Was that a coincidence or was that?
Probably was because they'd already started to play better. But, he showed up yesterday healthy and everybody was happy to see him. Like, I don't think he's a cancer. I don't think he's not liked. There was a story in the Detroit News today about having Javi Baez back brought an energy and a pep in the step to everybody. And so, I tend to think that he's done and have no issue with them letting him go and what they could, but because he can't block somebody else. That's where he really, really does a very tangible damage. But there's something to be said for when he was out last year. They won a bunch of games, but I think he's going to get every chance to make this team. I think the odd man out, you might have mentioned him, is Justin Henry Malloy. Jace Young, of course, a great chance for him. He with Bregman going elsewhere, here's a chance for a young player to step up, but he's a challenge defensively. And even if he's got to show that he can play the position in the field at spring training as best he can, I'm not in favor of putting a butcher in the field just because he's got a great bat. And I don't think Young has a great bat yet. So we'll see how it plays itself out. But I mean, it's nice to have these problems.
Spencer Torkelson, what do you think the chances of him?
I think he's destined to be. I think he gets left out.
Yeah, so do I.
Yep.
I just don't see a spot for him available on that team.
But here's the thing, and AJ Hinch was on last week. I think it's what he said is true, and that is all these puzzle pieces, how they fit together, we don't know yet. We got to play in spring training. And then the one thing that always happens is somebody gets hurt and it opens up a spot. And so, it's a decision they don't have to make for like 6 weeks. And they should take in all the evidence before they make that decision. But there's a lot of different directions this could go. I would project that Baez will come north with the team. I know people don't like to hear it. And I'm not quite sure, if there's any reason though to cut him, to designate him for assignment, any reason to do it, they should do it. Any reason. 248-539-9797. Thomas in Detroit. And look, I know people, hold on, before we get to Thomas, I know people are going to say, of course they should designate him for assignment. Look how bad he is. They have to pay him anyway. If they cut him, they still have to pay him. They still owe him like $80 million. And so they're just going to try as best they can to get anything out of the resource. Thomas in Detroit. Hi, Thomas.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing?
Man, listen, I've been watching the All-Star game since I was about 10 or 11 years old. Every player always played hard. Nobody complained about injuries, none of this other stuff. The problem today is the NBA players today are more of a brand, and the players are to blame for how the All-Star game is now. That format they had last night was the first time in my life where I turned off the All-Star game and was bored.
Okay, hold on for a second. Thomas, let me ask you. You watched the previous years and thought the previous years were better than last night?
I watch basketball because I love basketball, but I know when players are not playing hard.
Okay, but in the previous years...
But you got to understand, the players got their money already, so they're not going to be interested. They're not going to be interested. You got too many buddy players. They play harder in the off-season against each other than they do in the All-Star games. I'm just saying, the rookies gave the
Okay, you
veterans
watched the previous
challenge.
year's All-Star games. You watched the last few years. Or just this year.
I watch every All-Star game.
Okay, and you thought the previous
Pro Bowl is
you
now, but
you
it is
you
what it
think
is.
the previous formats were better? Like the last few years, you thought was better than last night?
I didn't say they were better. I didn't say they were better, but I'd rather watch those than what I seen last night.
Why?
Man, there was nothing there was nothing going on. There was nothing interesting about that. You're better off doing. They would play harder if the world played against the USA.
Oh, I agree with that. Hold on, I completely agree with that. But they have not done that for an All-Star game yet. Maybe they will moving forward. I think last night's effort was better than it had been the previous years. The effort the previous years has been non-existent. It was a layup line and 40-foot shooting contest.
I don't want to see rookies. I don't want to see rookies in an All-Star game. All-Star game. The rookie game is set for Saturday. Keep that as Saturday.
Okay. All right.
When Sunday hit, I want to see all stars on the floor on Sundays.
So we have a fun. I mean, look, like I said, it's up to your entertainment value. I found this particular format. I mean, it's not elite, but I thought it was a better format than what they'd been doing since they split. I mean, the last 2018, they revamped the format, stopped East versus West. They had two captains. They introduced the Elam ending in 2020. 2024, they went back to East versus West, and this year they did this format. And I found this format, personally, obviously you didn't, but I found this to be way better than the previous few years. It's still not great, but I thought it was a step in the right direction. And look, they haven't announced next year's format yet. The idea that they could do a USA versus the world, I think they hinted at it a little bit with the Candace Parker, Reggie Miller comments about how the world is catching up, and Reggie said, no, the world has caught up. So you might get your wish. And would that tap into some sort of national pride where players would give it the old 110? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brandon and Shelby. You're next. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, what's up, Karsh? How's it going?
Doing good.
So I was excited for the USA game, or all the USA games, because we never get to see NHL players on USA. Like the last couple Olympics, NHL players weren't allowed to play. And so after the Finland game, we saw a bunch of toughness, which you never really see in international competition because normally there's rules against that. But so I was excited to see USA versus Canada just because of the game. But right off the bat, there were so many fights. It was amazing.
It was an intense game. It is one that created quite a bit of buzz, and I'm sure the league and everybody is hoping for a rematch in the championship game. Canada's got to do their job, but I'm sure everybody's hoping for a rematch.
So I don't know if you saw. So in '96, Keith Tkachuk started a fight right off the bat against Canada.
Yep. Was it against Claude Lemieux?
Yeah, it was against Claude Lemieux.
Yeah. Yeah. Now his sons did the same thing.
And like the Tkachuk brothers, they kind of remind me of the Hanson brothers from Slapshot. Like they're out there just checking people and hitting people. They're kind of like giving us a personality. So not only are we playing good hockey, but we're tough.
Yeah. No, it was a game that created some buzz. USA gets to sit back and watch, and Canada's got to take care of business. If they win today in regulation, they get the spot in the championship game. The question is, if they win in overtime and they end up with 5 points, and the United States is playing Sweden tonight, a Sweden win in regulation gives Sweden the spot in the championship game. Does the USA tank and keep Canada out of the championship game and take on Sweden? I don't know. I don't believe in conspiracies. My guess is it's hard to tank in hockey, but it's not impossible. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, happy Monday, everybody. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Great to be with you following I had a great weekend up north. But if you got out and about anywhere in our state, I'd like to hear a report back because it was as crowded as I've seen it in a long time, probably ever, at Nubs Knob on Saturday. But it's good. I mean, it's great. If you're going to live in the north and you're going to live where there's snow, you may as well embrace it, is my theory. And sure enough, a lot of people did a lot of embracing this weekend. But if you want to report back from wherever you were and what you saw, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Tons of votes coming in. My champ of the weekend was Dylan Larkin. The biggest USA hockey goal I can remember since Parise scored that OT or that goal to force overtime in the Olympics back in 2012, I think it was. Good for Dylan. My champ of the weekend is Illinois. The game ops people or their promotions people, when they went to unveil Terrence Shannon's banner, it was upside down. That was an embarrassing moment. I mean, I go to stadiums all the time super early prior to games. Like sometimes we'll be on the air doing a pregame show and you'll hear the anthem getting sung like 4 hours before the game starts because they bring out the anthem singer and they practice it. I've been at bowl games. I did the show from bowl games before where I'm doing the show the day before the game and they're practicing the halftime show. Everything has a dry run. Everything gets practiced. And so I'll be on the air from a press box talking and you will hear the commotion and the music blaring from the bowl game halftime show as I'm doing the talk show. I can't believe they didn't do a dry run for the Terrence Shannon banner unveil because when he pulled the string on it and it unrolled in front of a packed stadium, it was upside down. There is your chump of the weekend. Who you got for champ and chump of the weekend? Promise some college basketball talk. We'll get to that today at 12:20. Looking down on Twitch. And why not 70-58? Champ of the weekend, Michigan baseball starting hot. They just beat the Atlantic Sun favorite Stetson 6-1 to go undefeated in their trip to Puerto Rico, which included a win over number 2 Virginia. Expect to see the Wolverines in the next top 25 for college baseball. 248-539-9797. But the All-Star stuff, I give leagues credit for trying to improve the product and make it more entertaining. These aren't, these don't change the course of the NBA and the NHL. Well, I guess it could. The NHL could it could get a real boost from that game Saturday night. To have a Saturday night primetime broadcast of a hell of a hockey game, which really caught people's attention, the fights right from the beginning and the intensity all throughout, and have Team USA beat Canada, it could be a little boost for the NHL. And good for them for trying and finding this format. I went into this thing and I admittedly did not really care all that much about the 4 nations. And then when I watched the USA-Finland game, I made the comment that I was moderately emotionally invested, but not really particularly emotionally invested. And then the USA played Canada Saturday night and beat them 3-1. And Dylan Larkin, our guy, scored that goal. A goal that I like I said, Parise's goal in 2012 was maybe the biggest international goal I can remember since the Miracle on Ice. And there's those international moments don't really register, or I don't remember them as much. So forgive me if there's a bigger one and maybe somebody can mention it. But Dylan Larkin, our guy, scored that goal. And we took a text on Friday. Somebody saying, this tells you, I was being selfish. I was saying, God, that Finland game, we didn't see a ton of Dylan Larkin. I was disappointed because I want to watch Dylan Larkin. And somebody called and said, all that does is tell you where Dylan Larkin really stands. Kind of ripping Dylan Larkin. I'm like, look, he's good enough to be on this team. And what he is more important to me than what he isn't. And I don't really, I want the Red Wings to be successful and I want Dylan Larkin to be a part of it. So I don't need to dwell on, hey, there's better players. Of course there's better players. But then what happened? Dylan Larkin goes out and scores that huge goal. That was awesome. And if you noticed, this time around, his time on the ice, he was closer to the top. There's only, I think, 4 forwards with more ice time. What happened? Dylan Larkin got a lot more ice time. Who was he behind? He was behind Austin Matthews, Jake Gensel, Jack Eichel, and Jack Hughes. Then Dylan Larkin in terms of time on the ice. Good for him. Good for him and good for us. Anyway, my point on the All-Star game is that both these leagues are trying formats, and I think they both did better. Now, did the NHL do better? Probably. But I think the NHL got a boost from a unique game that really tapped into something. I wouldn't be surprised at all. The NBA hasn't announced next year's format yet. It's to be determined. If they take a look and go USA versus the world. A USA versus the world game. And there was some talk about it last night, not from a, hey, this is going to happen, but, some implications that the world is caught up. And so if you start matching up, a team with Victor Wembanyama and Giannis Antetokounmpo and Nikola Jokic, and you put them up against our best, I might tap into something that we haven't seen before. It might make for a better NBA All-Star experience. I think they should look into it. And even if they don't, and just go back to this format, it's still not great by any stretch of the imagination, but I found it better than it had been, which was layup lines and 40-foot jumpers. There was some effort. There was, when you're protecting a score, Dave, first one to 40 wins, it somehow, some way brings out more in a team defensively. I mean, Kenny Smith was counting block shots and pointing it out. Hey, there's another block. There's another block. It didn't happen in All-Star games before. We'll talk some college basketball today at 12:20, but anything on your mind, fair game, is we've got open lines. We go to Jacob in Royal Oak. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, Doug. How you doing, man?
Doing good.
I'm going to change up the sports topic for a hot second. And you're a skier, right?
Yep.
So I've been living in Michigan my whole life. And, I've done the Pine Knob, the Mount Holly, the Boyne. And this last weekend, I went out to Colorado where my brother lives out in Denver.
Yep.
And we did Breckenridge and Keystone. And, man, I'll tell you what, that 4.5 mile run at Keystone will kick your butt.
Isn't it great?
I'm used to a quarter mile at Pine Knob.
Dude,
I was taking left and right. And, when you go out there, man, it's way different than over here. And I had a blast out there.
It's expensive. The lift lines can be long, but the runs, it's amazing. And I was worried when I first went out west that I still wouldn't enjoy Michigan skiing, and I do. So I'm happy for that. But yeah, it's hard to beat.
Yeah, so I snowboard, man, and I've just been going around here my whole life. And when I got out there, it was a whole new world. I couldn't believe how long it took to get to the top of the hill.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you basically, for people who've never been out there, there's a lot of places you go where you get on a chair and you ride it for 15 minutes and then you're at like the base and then you just ski the top. You can ski all the way down, but I mean, it's like that at Vail. My favorite spot on the planet is Whitefish, Montana and Big Mountain. I thought the skiing was elite and the lift lines weren't long and the cost was less than $100. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump votes. We'll talk some college basketball at 12:20. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, want to have a healthier new year? Start by giving your family the best water available by just contacting CGC Water. This month, save $500 on a Kinetico Premier Softener and get a free Kinex salt monitor with purchase. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can also take care of all your plumbing needs. Save 10% off any water heater from CGC Water, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, 855-339-4242. Let's get right back to your open line calls here on the Carson Anderson program. Anthony is in Detroit and is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Anthony.
How you doing, Carson?
What's up?
Thank you for having me.
Sure. Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I want to say that the NBA has lost a little luster. I mean, the guys, they play all during the season, and then when it comes to All-Star game time, they do want a break. They want a break to be with their kids and their families, which is understandable. But they definitely need a new format. Maybe the international guys and the 12 best NBA players. I think that'll be a start, something new.
Look, it feels to me as though that is the next logical step. They have to see what's going on with the four nations, and they have to be impressed by it. They have to think that they could maybe tap into some of that. And, Anthony, I assume you're a basketball fan and have watched the All-Star game in the past. Do you agree that this All-Star format is better than what we used to see? It's not great, but I'm talking about the last 5-6 years. I like this way better than what we'd seen the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, I like what they're doing now a lot better than the last 5-6 years. But the players still, they have to give us a show. They haven't been giving us a real show. There's no defense. It's 3-pointers. I mean, during the regular season, it's 3-pointers. Just these tickets cost a lot. Give us a show.
Well, I thought this was better. Could they do more? I suppose they could do more. The ticket price doesn't impact me because I'm not going.
Yeah, well, I've gone to quite a few All-Star games.
Have you really?
I go, but it's and then it's like they're pulling away from the people. Like to watch a Pistons game now, you have to have FanDuel. So I mean, they need to get back to the people.
Well, I mean, they've been on cable forever. That's not new, but hopefully they will keep justifying our attention because they've been playing very well and they've been fun to watch. All right, I mentioned we get into some college basketball stuff, March Madness. It's starting to get that feel as we're creeping closer to one of the most exciting events. I would not call it the best event in sports, but it's one of the most exciting events in sports, and that is the tournament. The college basketball tournament, and amongst discussion of them expanding it, which I guess we can get into that coming up, we saw our first look at the real-time bracket update as they do the unveiling of where the teams stand right here, right now. Michigan was a 4 seed. Michigan State just missed out on the top 16. I'm guessing that Indiana loss was costly in that regard. But after the brackets came out, they won a big game at Illinois, did the Spartans, and Tom Izzo got the Big Ten victory record for a coach. But both Michigan and Michigan State are in good shape to try and get one of these top 4 seeds. And right now, first and second in the 18-team Big Ten. And it could come down to a showdown between these two teams who play twice in the last couple of weeks here of the season, including the first matchup Friday night. Spartans got a game against a reeling Purdue team tomorrow night that in East Lansing that looms big for them. Michigan went on the road and won at Ohio State, which Ohio State was actually favored in that game. But big win for the Wolverines, back and forth affair. Michigan up 5.5, but there was a little subplot to that game yesterday I want to get to in a sec. But when those March Madness brackets come out, there is more and more attention being paid to the Ken Pom efficiency rankings, not because, when it comes to the field of 64, it's because there has been a trend that since 2001, 96% of NCAA champions had a top 21 Ken Pom offense. 91 have had a top 31 Ken Pom defense. Right now, there are, I believe, 7 teams that fit that criteria that are both top 21 offensively and top 31 defensively. This is predicted. The teams that won the national championship, 91% were top 21 and 31 in offense and defense. So it's been a pretty good predictor of which teams cut down the nets on a Monday night. The teams right now that fit that criteria are Auburn, Duke, Houston, Florida, Iowa State, Maryland, and Michigan. Michigan State is just outside. They're there defensively, number 13 in the country, number 27 offensively, so they're just outside. We have two strong contenders here to cut down the nets on Monday night. Now, as far as on the court, Spartans get a huge win in Champaign where it feels like no one wins ever except the Illini. There are certain Big Ten courts that I just feel like, hey, you're always going to lose. One of those courts is Champaign, the State Farm Center, or whatever the hell they call it. Jackson Kohler, the outlier, stepped up and gives Izzo that Big Ten record. And now is his team ready to go on a March run? He could use one. They have 5 tournament wins in the last 4 years, which is actually the worst stretch of his career. But the last time he had a stretch like this was 16, 17, and 18, where they only had 2 tournament wins. And what they do, they came back in 19 and made a Final Four run. So it feels like it's, the time that Izzo puts one together, and this team might be more prepared to do it given those Ken Pom rankings. The other teams that are just on the outside looking in, Michigan State, Illinois, Clemson, and Arizona. And that's why that Illinois win was so impressive. And the Illini have lost some games lately. But they're in that stretch. This happens during long seasons. You get into stretches where you feel like you're never going to win again, or your team's been exposed, or something's gone wrong. And Michigan and Michigan State both went through it. The Spartans lost 3 of 4. That was a big win for them to get out of that funk. Michigan has a stretch in the middle of the year, too. Now they're back on track. But that Michigan win at Ohio State, the subplot that played itself out, the TV broadcast mentioned this, and they talked about it a lot in the Michigan locker room afterwards. The vitriol spewed at Roddy Gale, the Ohio State transfer to Michigan, it was pretty vile, I guess. And at times, I thought it impacted Roddy Gale. It looked to me like he was trying to take 15,000 people to the bucket. And he still played within himself most of the time, but there were times I'm like, he hears the boos and he's trying to make a play right now. That was my impression on the outside looking in. But what was fascinating is there's 2 minutes left in a tie game, and Michigan calls a timeout. They've got the basketball, and they call a timeout. And they come out of the huddle, and they draw up this beautiful play for Roddy Gale, who gets a dunk. Then they come back inside a minute to go, another timeout. And what happens? Another play to Roddy Gale, who gets a contested layup. And I listened to everything I could post-game. I didn't hear Dusty May say this. I did hear him say that on the first of those 2 buckets, the dunk that came on a backdoor cut and a pass from Danny Wolf, he said that was their number 1 option on that play. But he didn't say, we intentionally went to Roddy twice in the last 2 minutes because he got booed so much. Both plays worked. Michigan pulled away and won by 3 in Columbus. That might sound familiar, winning by 3 in Columbus. But I wondered if that little extra, going to Roddy Gale twice in the last 2 minutes. Remember when the Lions threw to the lineman in Dallas? That's what it felt like to me. 248-539-9797. Open lines. You want to continue talking college basketball? We will do so. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. We got a whole bunch to catch up on, and we will do that next. If you send a text, good chance we'll read it on the air. It's Carson Anderson. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Hope you're having a good one. 248-539-9797. Look, I mentioned this already, and I'm excited that it was a big weekend up north and that there was a ton of snow and the winter sports industry gets supported by people in this state. And I was on a chair and I was with a family from Kansas City. They'd flown in from Kansas City to ski in northern Michigan. They said they frequently go to various places, but northern Michigan is one of them. And I was like, wow, they go to Colorado and stuff, but they chose northern Michigan. They'd been there before and really liked it. So I thought that was really cool. But where were you and what did you see? This is after we had some pretty lame winters. Good to see that there was a ton of snow. Champ and Chump, get your votes in on that. We've talked a lot about the Four Nations and the All-Star game. Did a little college basketball discussion. Weird proposal on the table regarding March Madness that we'll get to in a few minutes because we're talking about expanding it again, and I don't know if people want this or not. But here we go. Here's the feedback coming in. Hey, Doug, we normally go to Nubs, but went further north this weekend to Houghton. Skied Bohemia, Ripley, and the Porkies. Your idea of getting on the hill early is the only way to go on a holiday weekend. Did you get your 10 before 10? And did you say hi to Heather at the yellow chair? Glad you had a good time, even with the crowd. That's from Kyle. Well, I say hi to everybody that's helping you out at the chair, so maybe I said hi to Heather. I've heard Bohemia is something else. I don't know much about Ripley and the Porkies. Is it true that Bohemia, it's just like straight skiing? No support village or restaurants or anything. It's just, here's the skiing, and it's really, really good, and it's tough. And is Bohemia the one that's all black diamonds? I believe it is. It's a long way to go, but I've heard good things. I've heard people enjoyed it, so I don't know much about it. I haven't watched a hockey game probably since the Red Wings' last Stanley Cup appearance, but with the weekend happenings and the hockey tournament and all the hype, I will tune into these games moving forward now. Not sure I'm going to last into the rest of the regular season, but there's no doubt this was the biggest weekend for hockey I can remember in a long time. So, look, we're playing Sweden tonight at 8 o'clock. Our spot in the championship game is already secured. So I'm not sure how intense this is going to be. Canada and Finland are playing today. If Canada wins in regulation, we will get the rematch on what I believe that game will be Wednesday. No, it's Thursday. Sorry, my apologies. Thursday. If Canada wins in overtime and they only get 2 points, then the doors cracked open for Sweden later today to beat the U.S. in regulation and get 3 points in advance. If you haven't watched hockey in a long time and you tune into tonight's U.S.-Sweden game, you might see a U.S. team that's already qualified for the championship game and a Swedish team that's already eliminated. So I'm not sure you're going to have quite the same intensity as it was Saturday night. But if it's U.S.-Canada again on Thursday and you're looking to watch something, I would say, yeah. That game Thursday could go next level because that's going to be one pissed off group of Canadians. Bill from Lake Ann here. Bill writes, the snow has been great this year. I much prefer our winters when there is snow. I work for a winery and it's great for, and then the text cut off. I don't know what it said there, but look, it feels like we either have snow and it's white outside or it's raining. And I know a lot of people don't like the snow. It's tough to drive in. They don't like the cold because it's uncomfortable. Rainy, gray winters suck, in my opinion. McClung is amazing at dunking the ball. If anybody thinks they can do it better, bring it on. He is the best at it. Why should he not be in the contest? So somebody sent a text earlier, or maybe they called and said he's not even in the league. He shouldn't be allowed. And I'm like, look, he has been in the league. He's played 5 career games in the league. He's played 1 this year. He is a G League player. If anybody else in the G League can be as exciting as Mac McClung, and the G League is the minors of the NBA, I have no issue with putting him in there. If it's for entertainment, man. That's all it is. It's entertainment. There's nothing wrong with finding somebody who's entertaining and putting them in this, right? Am I wrong? Like, just enjoy it for what it is. Now, I got to go see if I can find the series of tweets. This seems to happen every year that stars will watch the dunk contest and say, oh, I'm getting in it. And this year it was Giannis Antetokounmpo and Ja Morant. It was circulating on the socials saying, oh, I might have to do this now. I'll believe it when I see it. But, the fact is, it would be better with bigger names. But you can't just show up. Like, it takes time, effort, creativity. I wonder if these guys, I haven't heard if anybody has a dunk coach, somebody that is out there just to coach guys in the dunk contest. The funny thing about McClung is, no, he hasn't been a staple in the NBA. He's played 5 games. 5 games in his entire career. And in those 5 games, he's got 2 dunks in 71 minutes played. So he has dunked in an NBA game, but only 2 dunks his entire career. But his repertoire is something else. People really liked what they saw from him. 248-539-9797. And I liked what I saw from both the NBA and the NHL. I think their attempts to change the formats and to make them better had a degree of success. I felt bad for Cade a little bit. Not totally bad. His all-star experience, it was one and done. His team lost in the semifinals. At first, Cade looked like, he came off the bench. He looked like, he had that uncomfortable, how hard am I supposed to go here? Am I going, what's appropriate? It's not 100%, right? Am I going 90%? Am I going 60%? And then he kind of got into a rhythm a little bit. He drained a 3. He threw a lob. He had the blow-by of Wembanyama, and then Wembanyama tracked him down and blocked the reverse dunk attempt by Cade. And then Cade, in traffic, had a sick dunk. And I was like, come on, I want to keep seeing him play, but his team got eliminated. And that's when Draymond went off. And he wasn't really talking about Cade, but he did not love the format. He said, you work all year to be an all-star. It's ridiculous. It sucks. This ain't basketball. You work all year to be an all-star, and it's over after 10 trips up and down the floor. And I'm like, yeah, it's not a lot, but they're trying to entertain the audience. It's not that meaningful. And Draymond, speaking from a player, he would have hated it. But as Charles Barkley said, Draymond, it's your generation that ruined the thing, which I thought was interesting. 248-539-9797. Do you love either of these all-star formats? Also, straight ahead, we'll get into the proposal for March Madness. Do you want to see this happen? We'll get to that today at 12:50. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Detroit, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. And here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits and make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Doug Hirsch, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Ethan on a cell. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ethan?
What's going on, Doug?
How we doing?
I've got champ and chump. My chump is the NBA, and it just continues to fall further and further out of the realm of something that I enjoy watching or that I desire to watch. I went to a Pistons game earlier this year with a buddy of mine. That's the only Pistons game that I have watched in its entirety so far this year. And I want to champ the NHL. I was very, very skeptical about the Four Nations tournament and, okay, who's really going to buy into this? Is it going to be like an all-star game light with, how the teams play and all that kind of stuff? I could not have been more wrong, and that USA-Canada game was must-see TV. And I think it averaged 4.5 million viewers, and it peaked at over 5. I mean, huge for the game of hockey. That's absolutely incredible, and I truly hope that the NHL continues to do this. I think getting Russia involved is probably a must. But I absolutely love it. I love it. I love the format. I'm really excited to see if there's going to be a possible rematch between U.S. and Canada. And I mean, I know a lot of people were texting in and talking about how people only watch because of the fighting. It started up. That's a part of it. That you're not going to see anything like that in any All-Star game. That's for sure. And I mean, the NBA is just an absolute snooze fest, all that stuff to watch. I watched a game between Canada and U.S. that felt like it was way greater than the sum of its parts, if that makes any sense.
No, it does. I mean, look, that game, I guess I sort of disagree with you a little bit on the NBA stuff. The NHL was definitely, for this weekend, I was more entertained by the USA-Canada game than anything the NBA put on. However, I thought the NBA format compared to its last 5 or 6 NBA All-Star games, I thought this format was better. Now, that doesn't better than that.
You know what? I would agree with you there. I would agree with you there that they finally changed things up and did things a little bit differently. And for that, I will give them kudos. I will give them credit.
I'll be interested to see what the ratings reflect and whether or not people enjoyed it and stuck with it. The hockey was great.
Yeah, I was going to say the stick-to-itiveness, right? Because averaging 4.5 million viewers for that USA-Canada game is huge. That means people were invested until the end of that game.
Canada needs to win today. They're about to face off with Finland. And this game, if they win it, then we get the rematch that everybody wants to see. And so you're going to see 110% from Canada because there's nothing they want more than to get another crack at Team USA. And that game Thursday could be something special. Is it going to be a little boost for hockey? I certainly hope so. I would just say this. The Pistons have played a compelling brand of basketball, and I know you're not an NBA guy and you said you didn't watch. I would give them another chance if I were you because they are playing very well.
So I told your call screener I went to a game earlier this year with my buddy. That's really the only game that I have watched in its entirety. The Pistons are an outlier for me because they seem like a team that is trying night in and night out. They are a team who are trying their very best to get this team back into the playoffs, play a winning brand of basketball, and I do very much appreciate that. I think I kind of look at the Pistons through a different lens than I do the NBA as a whole because that's my team. The NBA as a whole, I think, can suffer while my interest in the Pistons goes up, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. No, real quick, your final point was?
I just wanted to ask what you think the trajectory of the NHL is, and if this is something that you think they will continue to do.
It's a great question.
As opposed to the All-Star game.
I think it depends on a variety of things. The one problem that this format has, if you're the league, okay, and if you're the Players Association, is
it's going to be injuries.
Do we really want our guys giving it this kind of effort in the middle of a season when they're going for Stanley Cups? They do it for the Olympics. Next year, the All-Star break will be the Olympic Games. So I suspect, and the NHL players, I believe, are committed to playing in that, right? Let me double check that. So I think they have to consider it. I think they'd like to consider it, and maybe they'll just say, hey, this is too good for the game for us not to continue it. But you're right. Mixing in Russia is important. As far as the NBA is concerned, the NBA could learn from the NHL here and do a U.S. versus the world. There was some talk about it last night. Candace Miller brought it up. She thinks the world's catching up. Reggie Miller went so far as to say they've caught up. They've caught up. And when you get, SGA and the Joker and Antetokounmpo and, the elite level internet, Wembanyama, elite level international players, an international against Team USA might tap into there won't be fights. Unless Team USA parades out Matthew Tkachuk for the opening tip. There won't be fights, but by all accounts, I've heard Wembanyama said every time a player from Europe does anything. No, it was Giannis. My apologies. Anytime a European player does anything, he gets excited. Like he's watching and paying attention. And he was excited when Luka went to the Lakers. Even though he's a direct competitor. Well, I guess not in that side, East and West, but he thought it was great for the game. So yeah, I mean, if they could tap into that, it could be really good for the NBA. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dorian next on 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. Hi, Dorian.
Hey, what's going on, Doug? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I agree with Ian 99%. The only 1% I don't agree with is what you just told him about the Pistons being compelling basketball. That I'm glad Trajan didn't try to go for stars. All we need is one. You build around K, but the NHL just showed the world, like I was telling your screener, how to do this. International versus the best players of America. It gives a little bit of chippiness because if you watch a lot of podcasts, a lot of the athletes that are American are feeling away about the Europeans taking over.
Okay, I don't know if you got us on speaker. I'm having problems understanding you. Can you take us off speaker, Dorian? Because I want to hear what you have to say, but I'm having a hard time making it out. Have you got us on a headset or anything?
Can you hear me now?
I mean, a little bit, but go ahead. Your last point was what?
My last point was what they need to do is do international play. Speaker, Dorian?
All right. I'm sorry, Dorian. It's just not working out. 248-539-9797. Look, the NBA, it was better than it's been. That doesn't mean it still can't get tweaked. I tend to think when you go to something new, you should let it marinate for a few years. But I don't know how much they need to let this thing marinate. The U.S. versus the world is right there. It's right there. And there's no reason you can't do that simply. I guess the only reason is if you have all-stars voted on, like you have to change the way the teams are put together. Right now, there's 24 players that get all-star status and contracts matter. Like you get bonuses for being all-stars and stuff like that. If you have to choose 12 players from the world and 12 from the United States, that's going to cut down, or players that aren't amongst the top 24 in the NBA. You know what I'm saying? Like it will change the way they put the teams together because you have to fill 12 world spots and 12 U.S. spots. So, that'll be interesting. That seems to be the only potential issue. John is in Ipsy, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hi, Doug.
Hey.
I'm going to go right in. Champ USA hockey program, and yay, Michigan. And then my chump is the guy called 8 Seconds on Curry. That was hilarious. But I want to go into the intensity of the game and the hockey game. What it meant so much to us is there's so much family and time and effort spent into one individual in hockey versus a basketball player. And just to see the veracity and it's it's so hard to explain it unless you're not, to outsiders. But for us, we know they're going to boo in Boston the national anthem. It's coming. But it's just incredible to see these guys play at the highest level. They're hitting Crosby and Connor McDaniel. Like, that was probably one of the best hockey games I've seen in a long time. And I'm happy you got Fresh Tracks, by the way. So thanks for taking the call.
John, you're welcome. Connor McDavid. But yes, there was intensity. I don't quite know what you were getting at with everything that goes into being a hockey player to being a basketball player. I'm not quite sure what that was about. Look, we're at a point, a bit of a crossroads from a basketball standpoint, in that, yes, the case can be made that we can play an international game, that we can play a USA versus the world and have a hell of a game. Look, Wembanyama yesterday, he looked like he was going 100% the whole time. And you know what? They made this point when, I think it was, forgive me, I don't know the name of all the teams. I think it was Chuck's OGs versus Candace's Rising Stars or whatever it was, where it was the first and second year players going against Steph Curry and company. And they were making the point that this group of veterans does not want to lose to these kids. And there was some effort shown. Not full intensity effort. What would happen? Do you think the U.S. guys, if we put together our best 12 against Luka and the Joker and SGA and Giannis, do you think that they wouldn't want to lose to them? I don't think they would. I think we could be looking at one hell of an intense all-star game if they really want it. If they really want it. Because, as much as we can sit here and talk about from our entertainment value, there's still always that factor of whether or not guys are going to get hurt. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harshgater out today, 248-539-9797. All right, so look, we've had a interesting show. The thing is, bitching and proposing new all-star formats, bitching about what we have or proposing a new one. This is kind of an evergreen of sports talk radio. Everyone does this. I actually give credit to sports leagues that are trying to make these events better, more compelling. What are they really? Well, they're a showcase of your talent. They're a marketing opportunity for your league. I don't know what kind of short-term or long-term bump the NBA will get from this format. I suspect that the NHL has a chance to get a little bit more based upon how that game went, USA and Canada in prime time on a Saturday night. It was pretty damn good. There's been revamping of all-star formats in recent years. I think both of them were better than they have been, both the NBA and the NHL. I think the NHL has got to be thrilled with the buzz created by that USA-Canada game and the result. I am thrilled that Dylan Larkin got more ice time. He went from a guy in the Finland game that had the second least amount of ice time to a guy that had the only 4 players forwards that had more ice time, and he scored the game-winning goal. And it was awesome. He had the assist on the empty netter. Somebody pointed out they thought he could have added a second goal, but he gave it up. And I'm not sure he could have, he couldn't, but he made the right play. Bottom line here is it's really cool to see a Detroit player in that format score. By my memory, okay, since the Miracle on Ice, now let's keep in mind, the USA and Canada in the Olympics since 1960. Do you know how many times we've beaten Canada in the Olympics? Twice since 1960. Okay, so it's been, we don't do this a lot. The only other goal since the Miracle on Ice in 1980 that I can think of that's as big as this Dylan Larkin goal was Zach Parise scoring in the waning moments of the 2012 Olympic Games that forced overtime, that it was eventually won the gold medal going to Canada on Sidney Crosby's overtime goal. So Larkin just scored, in my view, what's a legendary goal. If somebody can think of a bigger one, that's fine. I mean, maybe the Parise one's bigger, but it still doesn't mean it wasn't huge. It was huge. And we took a text on Friday or Thursday show, whatever it was, after the Finland game, when I was being complaining. I was being selfish, bitching about Dylan Larkin's lack of ice time. And it was a rant based in no means on who deserved the ice time, but what I want to see. And yeah, somebody said it was very telling about where Larkin ranked in the league. He's a fourth-line player who has the second least amount of ice time. And I'm like, all right, if you're going to turn this into a chance to rip on Dylan Larkin, I suppose if that's the way you want to see it, I thought it was he just got underutilized. But then what happens? He comes back in this game, and he wasn't the number 1 star, but he was the number 2 star, and he scored a massive goal, and he got a ton more ice time. And that's some substance. That's some substance. Our guy, Dylan Larkin, did that. So, it could be a boost for the NHL. It could be. I'm not sure how much. And, the USA, there's probably nothing that the sport of hockey needs more than Canada to just take care of business today against Finland and qualify for the championship game. So we have a few days to build up the excitement for a rematch. I was not particularly in favor of the Four Nations thing, not because I didn't think it would be good, but because I just want to watch Red Wing hockey, and they're playing well, and this is basically 2 weeks off. I don't want 2 weeks off. But Saturday was pretty damn good. And not every game's going to be that good, but Saturday was pretty damn good. And yeah, the Kachucks dropping the gloves right off the opening faceoff certainly did make it more spicy. So now what? Now what do we get on Thursday? Is the game going to be as good? Is the game going to go next level? Is it going to be better? Is Canada going to put out a line to start the game? Say, all right, you want to fight? Let's fight. Are they going to respond in kind to what the Team USA did on Saturday night? Who knows? But I'll just say thumbs up to both formats. way up for the NHL. And yeah, I think even the NBA was better. For some reason, I don't know, there's some psychology. If there's a clock running, nobody wants to play defense. If the first team to 40 advances, it seemed like guys wanted, it wasn't the same all-out effort you'd see in like Game 7 of an NBA Finals. Whereas I think you could compare Saturday night to a Stanley Cup playoff game. You could not compare what happened in the NBA to an NBA playoff game. All I'm saying is it was better than previous formats, in my opinion. 248-539-9797. All right, feedback coming in. Champ Tom Izzo for reaching the Big Ten mountaintop chump, the Canadian hockey team. That's from Scott and Clausen. Another vote for Izzo. I assume you're just chumping Canada for losing. One change I want to see with March Madness is all the real conference champions being included, not just the winners of those stupid conference tournaments. Reward performance of the entire season for the small conferences for a change. Maybe expand the play-in round to include these teams. So I didn't realize this until recently, and I assume it's still the case. Each conference is responsible for who gets the NCAA's automatic bid. So if you're the Atlantic Sun, or you're the American, or the Patriot, or the Ivy League, you can say it goes to our regular season champion. It's part of the tradition of college basketball that the conference tournament champion gets this bid, this auto bid. If you think about the fairness of that, that's absurd that a team can spend 3 months distinguishing itself as the best team in a conference. And then in a 3-day weekend tournament, they can lose that spot that they have earned. I mean, if I ran a conference, I would think I would be compelled as the commissioner to give the automatic bid to the champion of the regular season. Would it render the conference tournament irrelevant? Yeah, it might. But in the effort to be fair, now, to be fair, you know what the tournament shouldn't be that big. I mean, seriously, there are teams that get into March Madness that are in nobody's conversation of the best in the game, but they're allowed into the championship format. And then they impact the championship format because they might be capable of winning a game, but they have no chance of winning 6. Why is that team even let in? It's the most entertaining thing. It's incredibly entertaining. But as far as straight fairness, I've always said that this format's a little silly. But they are talking about expanding it. That was a report over the weekend on ESPN that there is a push on to move the tournament from 68 teams to 76 teams. Now, that would be a pretty dramatic change in format. We're up against it. So I'll explain what that means in the real world. What would it mean for the brackets if you go from 68 teams to 76 teams? Because you have to get a little creative. If you're going to add 8 more teams, you have to eliminate 8 more teams. But we will get to that today at 1:18. How would that look? Plus more of your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. Right now, lease a 2025 Chevy Trailblazer for just $299 a month for 36 months. You heard it right, $299 a month on a 25 Trailblazer LS with 0 down. Activate the savings with approved credit and a GM employee discount and a current lease in your household. This offer ends on March 3rd. So make sure you call them at 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, your number 1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. They have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, and EVs. Hundreds on the ground to choose from. 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. So over the weekend, ESPN on their College Game Day basketball show had a report that there's a lot of momentum to move the March Madness tournament from 68 games to 76 games. Look, it's already, in my opinion, so big, in fact, too big, that it renders much of the regular season of college basketball irrelevant. You do go out and you compete for your conference championship, and, that's what you're compelled to do, is to win your conference, and there's some merit in that. It's a source of great pride, but unfortunately, that sport, the postseason, the 3-week tournament has rendered much of what happens leading up to it is kind of the intensity is lost, unfortunately. And, I don't think anything will ever be done about it. They're talking about making the tournament bigger instead of smaller because, as we know, it's about the bottom line. And we've seen plenty of examples of short-term money grabs. To hell with the long-term ramifications. But, okay, so let's say they go to 76 teams, and add 8 more. What does that mean? Well, you still have to get to 64 by Thursday. So you have to find a way, if you're going to have 76 teams, which is 12 more than 64, then you need to eliminate 12 teams. So the play-in round, the games that are now Tuesday and Wednesday, those play-in games, you will have to have 12 games on Tuesday and Wednesday to have 64 teams by Thursday and Friday, because the first round games are Thursday and Friday. So that means you would have 6 games on, and you probably have them in 3 different venues. 6 games on Tuesday night, 6 games on Wednesday night. And I always thought, I saw this proposed by somebody else, I wish I remembered who it was, that they should be games all between the last at-large qualifiers, not the teams that are like the 16 seeds. If you win your conference, you should be in a Thursday or Friday game automatically. And that would include all the 16 seeds and the 15 seeds. It should be the at-large teams that are playing for the last spots. First of all, those at-large teams are usually better. Secondly, they're more likely to be college basketball brand names. I mean, essentially what I'm talking about is, let's go see, I'm going to bring it up right now, the last bracketology, and take all those first 4 out and next 4 out teams and say they are playing. All right, so here you go. If we were to do this under the current format, the teams that would be playing in these play-in games include Indiana, Kansas State, Wake Forest, North Carolina, Georgia, Arkansas, San Diego State, Texas, Oklahoma, West Virginia. These are all the teams that are in the last 4 buys, last 4 in, last 4 out, next 4 out in the Lunardi bracket. These would be the teams playing in the first play-in games if they were to go to the format, which I think makes more sense, is all the teams that are the at-large bids, not Lipscomb versus UNC Greensboro, Utah Valley versus Bryant. Let's have it be more compelling basketball with brand names. I think that'd be more interesting. Now, if you're a little guy, if you are playing in a play-in game as Utah Valley and Bryant, would they rather play in, and I don't know the answer to this, if you're in a play-in game and you're playing each other, Utah Valley's playing Bryant, they have a chance of winning that. If Utah Valley goes straight into the bracket and draws number 1 Duke, a top-seeded Duke, not number 1, but a top-seeded Duke team, or Bryant draws a top-seeded Auburn team, they have virtually no chance of winning. So I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. If you're that little guy, would you rather play a game you have a chance to win in Dayton, or would you rather go straight to the first round? I'm not eliminating any of the little guys. I'm just allowing, if one of the little guys is in the last 4 out or the first 4 out, then they belong in that game. But I think advancing them through to Thursday and Friday, I actually probably would prefer that. If I were one of those guys, but maybe I have it wrong. But that's how I would think it would be done. So 248-539-9797. More feedback coming in. The Pistons are the only team in the NBA that have not realized that you need to tank for Cooper Flag. I think there's plenty of teams in the NBA that aren't trying to tank for Cooper Flag. And I think tanking at this point, you know what the Pistons are putting together? They're putting together a team where their stars will want to re-sign here. If you take a step backwards, is Cade going to be looking for a way to get out? We don't want that. They got a star player. They got an all-star player, right? And they might have some more developing in Asur Thompson. What about what's Jaden Ivey going to be? What's he going to settle in at? Like what we've seen from Ron Holland early on. He's a long way away from being a star, but can somebody else from this group emerge? Sure. David Warren says the NBA have 3-point shot themselves into boring. Interesting. I mean, the long 3-pointer is damn exciting. And I feel like more and more people are saying this. I don't know why the 3-point shot isn't exciting anymore. Maybe it's because there's a lot more missed 3-pointers. Are the 3-point shooting percentages? I'd have to go look and see if the shooting percentages are down, but the 3-point attempts are up. That means we're just getting more misses. I suspect the 3-point shooting percentages are going up. From an unnamed texter, Doug, I don't watch a ton of hockey, but I watched the Canada versus U.S. game. How fun was that? It now has me more interested in seeing more hockey in the NHL. So to those people worried about injuries for this type of NHL All-Star break, it will bring back some casual fans to watch the NHL if they continue to do this format after next year's Olympics. Well, it's kind of it's a give and take. If the Players Association and the league is okay with the potential risk of injury because they're playing real hockey and intense hockey, then great. Then it's something that's done for the betterment of the game. I mean, they do lay it all out there for the Olympics. I'm pleasantly surprised to see them willing to lay it all out there for the 4 nations, something that has just been created out of thin air with no tradition or no soul. Right? I mean, that would be, I didn't expect this. Let's just put it to you like this. This is a pleasant surprise. I characterize my interest in this as moderately emotionally invested. Saturday night changed that. I wonder how intentional it was. Do you think they got together behind the scenes and said, look, for this thing to hit, we got to do something? We're dropping the gloves. Okay, it's on. Maybe they decided to do that. 248-539-9797. Canada playing Finland right now. Canada, if they win in regulation, they secure the spot against Team USA on Thursday night. And what will probably be even a higher rated hockey game because now everybody's got the heads up. These two teams played a bad blood, intense hockey game. And now there's something, it'll be a championship game. So it'll probably even be higher rated. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. God, that was cool. Great moment for Dylan Larkin, for Red Wing fans, for Team USA, in what is one of the bigger goals scored in international play for Team USA in quite some time. Like, we had the Parise goal to force overtime back in the 2012 Olympics, and that was cute. That was really cool, and obviously Canada went on to win that game. But when we have only beaten Canada in Olympic play, this wasn't the Olympics, but in Olympic play, we've beaten them twice since 1960, which is pretty crazy. I got to tell you that Larkin goal, I mean, it might be a historic one, which, I mean, I still haven't had anybody call and say this Team USA goal was bigger since 1980. Every goal in 1980 was bigger than this. By a wide margin. That was incredible for those of us that lived through it. For those that didn't live through it, you're either jealous or sick of hearing about it because it was an incredible game. That was against the Russians, of course, not against Canada, but 248-539-9797. Big moment, and big moment for Dylan Larkin. I'm really happy, and Red Wing fans, we had something to cheer about with seeing him pop that goal and give us a lead that we didn't relinquish. And now Canada's off to a 2-0 lead against Finland. They mean business if they close this one out. In regulation, it's USA and Canada in a rematch Thursday, and that will be good. 248-539-9797, phone calls and feedback. Regarding formats for all-star games, which has got a ton of calls today and feedback, and we do appreciate all of it. I argued that both the NHL and NBA formats were better than they have been. The NHL was, unless you're a hardcore NBA fan, if you like them both, I feel like the argument that the NHL was better than the NBA is pretty strong. Scott points out, it's maybe stating the obvious, but the reason this works is if you're wearing the word East on your jersey, it's just an all-star game. It's a show. But if you're wearing USA on your jersey and you don't take it seriously, you look like a turd. That's probably a good way to put it. If the NBA does U.S. versus the world, they could expand the rosters to include more players. Agreed that USA versus Canada was one of the best hockey games I've ever watched. The speed was just amazing. That's from Frank. Another one here. I can't believe there's this much energy to talk about all-star games. Like, who even cares? Like, I didn't turn any of it on at all. I had no interest in turning any of it on at all. I did watch the race yesterday and was disappointing because of the rain and all the big wrecks, but still very entertaining. Look, every sport and everything isn't for everybody. If something in the race compels you to call, feel free. If something in the race fired you up, let's hear it. It doesn't matter to me, Doug. The NBA can play Martians, and I would still be bored with the kind of basketball they play. Okay, well, some people don't like hockey. Some people don't like basketball. Still doesn't mean you shouldn't try and make it better. David Warren says, here's the difference. NBA players' finger gets touched while shooting. They fall, and it takes 15 seconds to get off the floor. NHL player gets smashed in the boards and gets up immediately and skates back into play. Doesn't only one of those sports have an embellishment penalty? Is there an NBA embellishment? I don't think there is there? I mean, you just get kind of pointed at and laughed for flopping, but we can't just assume USA for the world and the NBA will be as good as the NHL. They lack competitiveness in the NBA. No, I don't assume it, but would you give it a shot? Do you think it would make sense to give it a shot? Whoever sent this in? The NBA, I liked it better. Draymond hated it. But if he did USA against the world, do I think it would be better than what we saw? Yeah, I do. Will it be as good as hockey? I don't know. I mean, if you're a hardcore basketball fan and they all decide that this means something to them, and I suspect to the Europeans it would mean something. Giannis talked about his excitement anytime a European player does anything in the NBA. Just saying, I wouldn't watch an NBA All-Star game no matter the format, even if they gave out free pizza and beer. Okay, some of you don't like certain sports. That's fine. CPK in Ann Arbor says, my champ is Dylan Larkin. I had recorded the game and saw his goal at about 11 p.m. Saturday night. I was screaming alone in my living room when he scored. So good. Chump is your NBA bashing callers today. Such short-sighted opinions. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Tom in a car. You're a 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, I was just going to let you guys know, I've been a hockey guy my whole life, and my kids play at various levels. But when we're celebrating all this stuff, and as cool as the other night was, and it was cool, we have to be mindful. We're going to probably meet Canada in the final, and they could switch the script on us in a heartbeat. I'm telling you, they're a fabulous team, and what we did after the anthem and everyone getting all fired up was awesome. However, if you don't think they have a lot of pride in their hockey and everything else, this ain't over. Everyone's celebrating like we won the Stanley Cup, but we got a long way to go.
Well, the only thing I'd disagree with, Tom, is I don't think anybody's celebrating like they won the Stanley Cup. I think they're celebrating it was a great win for USA Hockey, but I think I'm going to guess here that 100 out of 100 callers that is in Detroit and a Red Wing fan would prefer a Stanley Cup over that win on Saturday night.
No, I totally agree with you. But what I see is everything on the internet and everything is talking about how we took them down and all this. There's a long way to go, and I've lived this, believe me, and we have a long way to go. And if we meet them in the finals, if you think they're going to roll over, you're dreaming. I think that we should have a little bit of temp. It was fun, it was great, and everyone loved it, and everyone tuned in. But if you're thinking like a hockey man, the worst thing that we're doing right now as a country and as a fan base is we're poking the bear, and they've got a lot of skill on that team. They're more skilled than the U.S. if we're honest. The U.S. is deeper and stronger and tougher, but a hockey game can turn on its ear in a hurry.
So here's my question: do you think that the Canadian team was taken by surprise that the Americans came out fighting? And
a little bit, yeah.
And if they were truly taken by surprise, caught off guard by that, that's not going to happen again. And they might be the aggressor here. And if they are the aggressor, things could change. Things can change. I don't think you need to worry about Team USA thinking they've already won something. The funny thing is, the something that they might be winning, we don't even know what the hell it is. What do you raise above your head when you win this thing? It's a cup, right? Is it a plaque? Is it a sword? It's got no tradition. They're playing for something that's soulless. And the fact that game turned into such a great game is hard to believe. But as I think it was Scott who sent the text in, you put the name USA on the chest, it's a lot different than wearing the name East. You put the name USA on your chest, if you don't give it all, people think you're an embarrassment. If you don't give it all for East. So that's why the NBA should take a look at this. And quite frankly, while the NBA is a very physical game, an NBA player, are they taking as many physical risks in a full 100% NBA game as hockey players are taking in terms of the physicality and the wear and tear on your body? I hope the NBA takes a look at this. I like this NBA format better than what they've had. Could it be better? Even better? Sure. USA versus the world. The footings were laid last night. I almost get the sense that a trial balloon was being floated out there by the broadcast team. Next year's format hasn't been determined yet. We can authentically do this now. Ryder Cup style. The Ryder Cup matches us against Europe in golf, and it can get damn intense. I mean, one year I thought there were going to be fights. People are getting ready to slap Patrick Reed, but whatever. So yeah, I don't think you need to worry about Team USA thinking they've already won something. And yeah, am I rooting for Canada? Sure. I want to see the rematch. And they're up 2-0 right now, midway through the first period. 248-539-9797. Last chance to get your champ and chump votes in. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, skater out today, 248-539-9797. Mondays mean champ and chump. Love it. All kinds of feedback coming in, and thank you for all your calls, your texts, tweets, etc., etc. Those of you watching on the streams, YouTube and Twitch, I've seen your feedback and read some of it on the air as well. We do appreciate it. Let's get to your phone calls. Dave is in Clarkston, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Doug. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I wanted to. Last night I was at the Chrysler Arena for a wheelchair basketball game versus Michigan State and against Michigan. And I wanted to champ all the athletes that played in this game. First time I've gone and watched a adaptive sports game.
Yep.
And I was so impressed with the skill level of these athletes. I mean, it was an exciting game, back and forth, up and down the court, passing, shooting. It was just so impressive. 3,000 fans went to this game.
That's
and
really
Michigan
cool.
had a band there and everything. And it was just a great night. And I just want to champ everybody that was involved, mainly the athletes that competed. But it was just an exciting, great night.
That's cool. Thank you for sharing, and good for you for going and supporting them. And I'm glad that they put on a good show.
Yep. So if I had to chump somebody, it's got to be Brand Marchand for no good reason other than it's him.
You know what?
I can't explain it.
Valid and justifiable. Yes.
Thanks,
We can
Doug.
all, every Monday we can take chump votes for Brad Marchand. Yes. 248-539-9797. Jay is in White Lake, and he's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, Doug, how's it going, buddy?
It's going great.
Hey, so I got a thought to throw at you. I don't know if it's going to be controversial or what, but I like your idea about the NBA, the U.S. versus the world. But I think, and this is just my opinion from being a fan of both hockey and the NBA since I was a kid, I think there's a fundamental difference in the National Hockey League versus every other professional sport in the U.S. that has a more of a national pride thing among the players. I think it has to do with what hockey is outside of the U.S. I think the reason this Four Nations Cup is working so well and turning out to be something pretty special to watch is because all these NHL players have grown up with a sense of national hockey pride because it's part of the sport. You know, you've got so many pros in the NHL from those bloc countries, you know, like Finland and Sweden and Russia. And well, I know they're not in it, but I think that there's a unique difference in a national pride sense with the players in the NHL versus any other sport. I don't think it would ever work quite the same.
Well, here's one of the big fundamental differences is that historically, and I mean going way back, we are not the world power in hockey. And
No,
we
we're not.
may have ascended to that point right now, but we've always been fighting an uphill battle in terms of perception that we're not the best hockey playing country in the world, even though at times we compete on that level. Basketball, we have always been considered everyone else is trying to catch up to us. Well, now they might have. And so that could change the way, if they went to an international game in the NBA for the All-Star break, it could have a fundamental change in terms of the USA guys will not want to lose. And if we did, you know that the world team would celebrate it. They would celebrate it big time. And so, you know, part of it has to do with your perspective and your world standing. So I think the NBA should give it a shot. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, and I think that the format might be embraced by all included here. By the way, Canada's up 3-0 on Finland now, so there's still a lot of hockey to be played, but we are moving in towards a potential rematch on Thursday night. Jeff Rieger has made his way in studio.
I'm kind of bummed, I got to be honest with you. I wanted the United States to have the ability to tank the game tonight to keep Canada out. Now, that would have been fantastic. That would have been utterly unbelievable, but it looks like Thursday we're going to get it again, which is great.
So I was about to say, don't you want to see it again?
I do, But I also think, considering the Olympics is next year and it's been 10 years since we've had the international best on best, I think it would be great fodder heading into the Olympics. And Doug, I don't know if you know this about me. I know you have Canadians in your family.
Yep.
Are you part Canadian?
Well, my mom is Canadian.
Okay.
She's a dual citizen now. But
I'm going to say something that might be very offensive to you and your mother, but I hate the Canadians and how they act to hockey. They're very great people. I used to party when I was 19 and 20 in Windsor, but I love beating Canada in hockey because they're such elitist. It means more to them, and they took it so rough on Saturday. It made me so happy. It's almost, you ever gamble? You ever do a little gambling on the apps?
yes, I've been known to.
Well, when you gamble, it's not even about the amount of money that you're winning. It's about the feeling of winning, at least for me. It's like, oh, wow, I won $20. I can gamble $20. It felt great. It felt great to beat the Canadians. It didn't feel great for America to win. It just felt great for them to lose. I enjoyed it so much.
Yeah, you and I are wired different. I don't get enjoyment out of watching others lose.
Oh, I do. I really do. I do think, is it a Detroit thing, though? I think we here in Metro Detroit, like, we don't want success for the Canadians hockey-wise. Like, everything else, beautiful people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any, like the one guy who chumped Brad Marchand just because, I don't want success for him.
I'm good with that.
But the truth is, I don't mind Canada. It's my whole life.
I like Canada. I just don't like their feeling on hockey. And I like to beat them considering it's their sport. And to beat them on Saturday night was a blast. I mean, I think a lot of people, and I listened to some of your show, I think a lot of people that weren't sure how they would react to beating Canada, I think they were kind of pleasantly surprised with themselves. I think people loved it.
I wonder if they had just played a normal hockey game without the fighting, it certainly wouldn't have created the buzz. And part of me, I don't believe in conspiracies, but was that planned? Was that a coordinated effort to bring interest to the event?
It was. Well, I mean,
to bring interest to the event.
The Kachuk, one of the Kachucks was it Matthew that said in the group text that they had every intention to throw down immediately as the game started. Now, of course, the Canadians booed the American national anthem, so maybe that led to it. Maybe they wanted to throw down for that. But it was great. I mean, 2 seconds in, they're dropping the gloves. It was fabulous.
Well, it was. It definitely led to one hell of a game, and we are now looks like we're headed towards a rematch with Canada jumping all over Finland early. So.
Yeah, that's kind of a bummer.
I wanted
more of a game.
I assume you're going to talk plenty about that.
Yeah, we'll talk this. I liked your topic about the NBA trying to keep pace with the NHL. I have a Lions topic I wanted to get into. I have a belief about the Detroit Lions, and nobody shares it with me, so I'm going to ask you to talk me out of it. We'll get into some other stuff, too. We got 4 hours up until, I think it's Caputo coming on at 10, or 6, rather.
Talking... Is he a regular show? Is he doing Inside Tiger Town or anything?
No. I think he's just doing the show I would normally be doing.
Gotcha.
So, you know what? Okay.
Sounds good.
A little early.
Sounds good. But Pat's always good for some baseball talk, and that's.
Oh, yeah.
We are just 5 days away from the first spring training game.
Yeah. Did you see Bregman, any of his press conference?
No.
So Scott Boras said the reason he went to Fenway is because he's got a 1,200 OPS at Fenway. And then somebody asked him, like, Alex, you had a lot of offers out there, including a long offer. Did you think about taking it? He's like, no, I'm going to go bet on myself. So take it for what it is.
I am so glad they didn't sign him for that kind of money. Like Bregman would be, he'd help short term.
For the Boston money or the Tigers offer? Because the Boston contract would be amazing.
It would be, but he's not the third best position player in the game.
True, but he'd be your second best player on this team, and you need a third baseman.
The Boston offer, because it's short term, makes more sense.
And he can opt out after. He would never take that offer here, though, because he wouldn't hit.
He wouldn't. But
like that at Comerica Park, like he would at Fenway.
What he was offered in Detroit, it was going to be painful. The question is how much of it was going to be painful.
I'd be good with it if it was 4 years of solid play. Like if we could count on Alex Bregman for the next 4 years to be your rocket third base and not fall off offensively.
Do you think would you feel good betting on 4 years? I would not.
Okay, so I worry about today's problem, Doug.
Fair enough.
I don't worry about 4 years from now problem.
I get it. The compelling issue is
and
he immediately makes
now.
them better. They are trying to win now. I would rather have this kind of money budgeted to sign our own guys and to take on a contract at the trade deadline. Will there be accessibility to a wider variety of players that can be specifically pinpointed and help? 'Cause
Got to
maybe-
get to that point though first. I mean, that's 3 months into the season. But
I hear you. I hear you.
Listen, Bregman is not the perfect player. There's no question about that.
Yep.
But I would have taken him.
Okay. Well, look, have a great show, and certainly look forward to that, and look forward to this. I'm already starting to get fired up for this hockey game on Thursday.
Yeah. Beat him again. No offense to your mother.
It's quite all right. All right, Jeff Rieger is in next. Thanks for listening. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The latest AP college basketball poll was released today after two one-possession wins against Purdue and Ohio State. Michigan shot up 8 spots to number 12. MSU moved the opposite direction as they slid down 3 spots to number 14. Auburn remained the top team in the nation for the 6th consecutive week. Not much new on the Tigers' medical report today. It did mention that shortstop Javier Baez scheduled to do his first base running test this week. Colt Keith continued to make his transition to first this spring training. He was seen getting in some reps with Hall of Famer Alan Trammell today, providing some pointers. The Four Nations hockey tournament continues. Currently, Canada battling Finland right now. They have a 3-0 lead. If they capture a You want some drama, or is that just you imitating the Canadians booing our anthem?
A little bit of everything. No, I do want drama. Like, I wanted the United States to have the ability to keep Canada out with tanking the game against Sweden. Now that's not going to happen.
Yeah, if they capture a regulation win today, Canadians are in the championship game for a rematch with the U.S. Tonight, the Americans face Sweden at 8. Marking a battle between Red Wing teammates Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond as well. After a week that saw him average 21 points while shooting 50% from the field, Oakland basketball's Nassim Mashur has tabbed the Horizon League Freshman of the Week. He played sparingly to begin his college career, but Mashur has quickly become a regular rotation piece for Greg Campy. Angels star outfielder Mike Trout moving to right field this season in an effort to stay healthy. Trout has played more than just 80 games twice in the last 5 years. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, happy President's Day, everybody. Hello. Mike and Rico not here. They're back tomorrow. I work with Rico on Friday. How's everybody doing? We got a lot to get into, and I do made a ton. Now, I'll just get it out of the way. I text Stoney this morning. He was on with Jansen, and I told him what my sports fantasy was. And when I say fantasy, that might be a little strong, but I did want it badly. I did want Canada to win today, but go to overtime, meaning they only got 2 points instead of 1. Thus, the United States could have allowed Sweden to win in regulation and keep Canada out of the title game. Like, I understand I'm maybe the only person that thought that way, and don't get me wrong, I'm going to enjoy when they play each other on Thursday. They're currently up 3-0 on Finland. But I loved Saturday. And we can get into the NBA All-Star game, which I didn't think was all that great, against this Four Nations thing, which is taking the world by storm. But I loved Saturday. I thought it was fantastic. Not only was it a great sports night, you saw Cade in the 3-ball competition, you saw Illinois lose to Michigan State, but more than anything, I loved watching the Americans beat the Canadians. And I've said this before, and I do believe this, and maybe people disagree with me, but I love beating Canada in hockey. A, it doesn't happen very often. B, they take it so hard. And I like Canada. I partied there when I was 19 and 20, never went back after I turned 21. Okay, maybe a couple times. But I love when they lose at hockey because it means so much to them. And maybe I'm just a heartless bastard, but I absolutely love it. It's their thing. I admit it's their thing. So to beat them in their thing is so fantastic. My whole life, I grow up, and we're so close to Canada, and I have to hear how much better Canada is than us at hockey. And you know what? They're right. They are. That's why these little things give me glee. The fact that Canada hasn't won a cup since 1993, that gives me joy. I actually think that's a Detroit thing. I remember the 2010 gold medal game. The game was in Vancouver. It was United States and Canada in the game to settle it all. Mike Babcock was their coach. Ken Holland was in the front office. Steve Yzerman was their GM. I wanted the Americans to win so bad, and they almost did. Remember Sidney Crosby got the game-winning goal from Jerome McGinley? That broke my heart. They needed to win that game because it was in Vancouver. I wanted so bad to trash their party. So to beat them in Montreal, after they booed the anthem, after the game started with 3 fights in the first 9 seconds, To take it to them was fabulous because they need it and they want it, and it means so much to them. After the game on Sunday, I was throwing out some tweets on social media. I was trolling just a little bit, I fully admit it. And you wouldn't believe how many people came back to me and said, oh, this game is meaningless. It's not meaningless. It's not meaningless. Have you heard them talk about it? It's the first time in a decade that you get best versus best international play. They've been talking about this game for a long time. And to knock them out, even though we're going to see a rematch on Thursday, it was phenomenal. But the reason it was phenomenal wasn't because the United States won. I know this sounds bad. It was because they lost. I know I sound like a jerk, but that's how I truly feel. I believe in telling you my feelings and true honesty. I loved it because it killed them. It hurt them. And for the longest time, my entire life, damn near 50 years old now, I've always got so annoyed with the elitism over the border from Canada in hockey. Everything else about Canada is fantastic. I can't stand the way they talk about their sport. So it was so nice to beat them at their sport. That's how I was on Saturday night. And I enjoyed all the whining on Sunday from the Canadians in my life and on social media, and that I happened to see all over the place. But I wanted to know from you, and we'll get to the calls, 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. Did you feel anything on Saturday? Did you feel any emotion at all? Maybe it's not your thing. Maybe you watched Michigan State. Maybe you were out with the wife having a great time. I was at home. My wife was sick. She's now better. Thanks for asking. I was at home enjoying the crap out of it. Did you feel anything on Saturday? And are you fired up about Thursday? Because more than likely, Canada's up on Finland 3-0 after the first period. There's going to be a rematch. So that's number one. But then number two, Doug said something to me that hit home during the crosstalk. I was curious to gauge people's excitement after beating Team Canada. And yes, I get great glee out of teams I dislike losing. And in this instance, the whole country being devastated. Now, they're going to feel better after this game, obviously, because they're going to get another crack at the Americans. And if they happen to beat Team USA, then, of course, I'm going to be the one that's devastated after the amount of crap I've talked. But Doug said something to me when I told him how I felt. I thought all Detroiters felt this way. I thought we're all together in disliking Canada and their love for hockey. Not we're disliking the country, not that we're disliking Tim Hortons coffee. We're not disliking their people. We dislike their elitism and how they go about their business with hockey. It's our game. It means more to us. You wouldn't understand. I've dealt with this my entire life. So to see the United States pop them, it was fantastic. But then Doug said to me, he's like, well, you and I must just be wired differently. And I mean, we might be. But yes, I do get joy out of teams I dislike losing. I do enjoy hate watching. I absolutely do. I don't like Michigan State basketball. I was happy they were down by 16 on Saturday. Now, kudos to them. They pulled it out, and Tom Izzo broke the record. But yes, my entire life, I get great joy out of hate watching players and hate watching teams. It's sports. I kind of feel that's what you're supposed to do. I'm curious. In addition to your feelings and emotions on Saturday night, did you feel anything after beating Team Canada 3-1? But the second part of it is the quote from Doug kind of stuck with me. Apparently, Doug isn't a hate watcher. Apparently, Doug is a guy that doesn't get glee out of teams he dislikes losing. What about you? Isn't that normal sports fan behavior? I watch teams that I dislike all the time just so I hope they lose. You watch Duke to hope they lose, don't you? You watch Notre Dame to hope they lose, don't you? Y'all watch Ohio State hoping they lose, don't you? It's like what we do. It's part of sports. I watch Team Canada stuff and hope they lose. So 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. If you like to give us a call. Did you feel anything Saturday night And furthermore, the hate watch aspect, whether it's who you like to see lose the most, or if you do it to begin with, I don't believe anybody that says they don't do it. Not to mention, I don't know that I want to be friends with anybody that doesn't do it. So we'll get to your calls. We'll get to your text. We'll keep you updated on the Canadians and Finland, which there's nothing to keep you updated on. Canada's going to move on to the championship game. And I got a Lions topic at 3 o'clock. 97 The Ticket. All righty, 2:15. Rieger in for Mike and Rico. They're back tomorrow. Talking about the big win, Team USA over Canada, the fights, booing the national anthem, all that went into that game. It was so gratifying. It was so satisfying. And I enjoyed every second of it. I was on cloud nine. I've always disliked how Canada talks about hockey, how they treat hockey, how they say it's theirs and nobody else's. So to beat them at their own sport was extremely gratifying and satisfying. I'm curious, did you feel anything on Saturday at all? 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. A lot of text to get to. We'll get to some calls as well. And before Doug left, when I was putting my soul on the line of how I felt for the Team USA win over Canada, he just looked at me because I like Canada losing more than I like the Americans winning. I know that's pathetic and weird. He's like, yeah, man, you and I are just wired differently. I'm like, I don't think so. I think sports is based on hate watching. Y'all are going to hate watch the Red Sox and Alex Bregman this offseason or this season, aren't you? Of course you are. Because he shunned Detroit and decided not to be here. I think it's part of what we do as sports fans. Michigan fans hate Michigan State and Ohio State. Michigan State fans hate Michigan and Ohio State. You know how this works. But do you have an instance where you're more happy that a team loses instead of your team winning? Kind of how I felt on Saturday. Let's go to Jacoma. You're on the ticket. Hey, how are you? Did I get that right?
Hey, Reek, how are you?
Hey, good.
Reek, yeah, you're the best, dude. Listen, you've been on this hobby horse for a long time, and I love listening to you when you're talking about your hatred for Canadian hockey. Obviously, calling from Windsor, I'm a Canadian, but dude, I love like when I heard the crosstalk, I'm like, oh, Rieger's going to be on this all because you haven't changed. You've been doing this for years and years.
I have.
And I love listening.
It's good shtick, isn't it? So what'd you feel on Saturday night? I mean, you're Windsor. You're kind of American. You're kind of Canadian. Were you devastated on Saturday knowing that's the emotion I'm going for? I want you all to be devastated, just hockey-wise, not anything else.
I wasn't devastated, but I wasn't happy. Like Windsor's a little bit different, like you said. But I wasn't happy. But it's like, to me, I've always thought, like, so this is my fear. I was talking to a buddy about it. If we lost, like let's say we lose a tournament, I don't think that's an indictment on Canadian hockey. But if we won, I'd be like, we're the best. You know, you understand what I'm saying? Like, so I'd be like, I kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth. But like, I wasn't happy. Well, I wasn't devastated. But the other hate, I don't have a favorite NFL team. They used to be the Lions. But so I don't have a favorite NFL team, but I definitely every Sunday I watch, and I hate watch the Lions more. Like I'm probably top 5 hate Lions watcher.
Wow, what happened there?
Western Ontario. I don't know, dude.
Okay.
You know what happened? Do you know what happened? Is I started listening to probably sports talk in 08, 09, driving to work. A buddy would always turn the ticket on, and I was never into it. And I always found it more entertaining when the Lions would lose, all the callers and everything. So I kind of like got into it that way. So now I hate watch it because it's more entertaining for me. So,
I mean, listen, I'm not going to lie to you, man. I'm not going to lie to you. Listen, it's more fun for me, for us, for Detroit to have a winning football team. But when they lose, it ain't bad for radio guys either because it just opens up the bitching. And as you know, bitching's fun. Like you could make the case over the last 20 years. I've done my best radio shows bitching about the Lions losing. You know, when they win, it's kind of like, all right, let's wait for the next time to lose. But I hear you, man. I feel you.
Dude, well, my attitude is a little bit like yours, so I'm sure you could appreciate my craziness when it comes to the entertainment part and listening. So that's exactly. So all the bitching was, but I was like, this is great. I started listening to this is fun. So it's like now I want them to lose, and it's more entertainment for me. Root for radio, you know.
You want us miserable, which I have no issue with because I want you and your hockey miserable. So thanks for the call, brother.
Listen, Reeves, you're the best, though, brother. You're one of the best on the ticket. Take care,
I
man.
Appreciate that. I think you're the best. By the way, we got this text. I got to read this to you. This is fantastic. It says the following. If I could find it, damn it. Oh, here it is. I work for customs on the United States side. The Canadians crossing today were so quiet, and I loved it. There we go. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Listen, I've covered a lot of hockey, and all hockey players are fantastic. But there is a beef, and there always will be when it comes to Canada and the United States. And that's why these guys are trying so hard. I think I heard somebody on Doug's show, or maybe it was Doug himself, mention that, hey, listen, moving forward, and next year is the Olympics, but moving forward, do you do the Four Nations or do you worry about injury? And Matthew Tkachuk's not playing today because he got injured in the last game. He should be fine to play on Thursday. I don't care about injury. I want this. We bitch and moan about all-star games, and all we want is a little compete level. All we want is for guys to care, maybe play a little defense. This was fantastic. These guys care so much. This is international play to them. This is best on best. There is pride involved. They don't want to lose. Hell, I don't think they care about winning. They just don't want to lose, especially Team Canada and how they've come out in this game. They got in at 6 a.m. on Sunday. There was a snowstorm in Montreal. Nobody's whining about travel. They just wanted to take care of business, beat Finland in regulation so they get another crack at the Americans. God, I want to beat them again. Jason in Chesterfield, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Jason?
Buddy.
Hey, dude.
Hey, yeah, I watched that game Saturday, start to finish. Right off the bat, I was extremely disappointed in the booing of our national anthem. I have family in Canada. I am part Canadian, but lived in Michigan my whole life. Definitely disrespectful to American players on the ice, American fans in the stadium. Was highly disappointed in it and loved watching the USA beat them.
So, Jason, I got a couple questions. Number one, it's a statement. I watched, and I made sure to watch, the start of Finland, Canada. And, this game's in Boston. The game on Saturday was in Montreal. There was a smattering of boos for the Canadian national anthem. Now, I would assume when Thursday rolls around, the Americans are going to boo the hell out of the Canadian national anthem, just like the Canadians booed the American national anthem. And by the way, they can do whatever they want. They have their reasons. They booed, all good. I do wonder, and you answer this, do we see the Tkachuk fights immediately if they don't boo the national anthem? Because we're led to believe there was a group text and they were going to drop gloves regardless. But I do believe, I know for a fact, the U.S. players were annoyed, a little dismayed with the booing of the national anthem. So maybe that's why we saw it.
That's a good possibility why we've seen the fight. I was surprised to see 3 fights in 9 seconds, but I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Hockey is the greatest sport, in my opinion. Are we going to boo their national anthem in Boston?
What should we do?
I don't think we should. We need to be better than that, but maybe tit for tat, maybe it will happen.
I mean, Jason, listen, we know why the Canadians were booing. And that's their prerogative. And obviously they disagree with things. And I'm not about to get into politics or what people believe. But listen, it's they can do whatever they want. There was an announcement made saying, please don't boo the national anthem out of respect.
Heard it.
And they did do whatever they want. That's their prerogative. It's the United States prerogative to get them back. I would boo their national anthem, absolutely, because they booed ours. And again, I understand why they booed ours.
Yeah, I guess just do it this time, but after this is over with and we go back to playoff hockey, hopefully in the NHL, let's not do that anymore.
No, and I hear you. And listen,
I wouldn't boo their anthem if I was, if we were playing Montreal at Joe Louis. I wouldn't boo it.
I would not either.
Just have respect.
I wouldn't either. And Jason, I appreciate the call. I wouldn't boo it, but again, if you're the Americans in Boston at that game on Thursday, knowing full well the Canadians have been booing the American national anthem forever. And when I say forever, for the last 3 weeks, I mean, you're going to boo it? Do what you got to do. I don't get caught up in that kind of stuff. I'm not going to cast a judgment on that. You feel the need, go for it. If you don't, if you think it's disrespectful, then of course don't do it. By the way, Team Canada just scored again. 4-0. Poor Finland. I feel for him. taking the brunt of this thing. Sidney Crosby looked like he had an assist on this goal. I don't know who scored it. But, yeah, Crosby sucked, by the way. That was another thing on Saturday that I really enjoyed. Okay, like, we all agree nobody likes Sidney Crosby still. Of course you don't. Now, I understand he's not the guy that he used to be. Still a really productive player. He was a -2 in that game. He registered an entire 0 shots on net, and he had the giveaway on the Dylan Larkin game-winning goal. If you can't take pleasure out of that, I don't think you're a Detroiter or you're human. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We'll get to some ticket text. A lot of people want to talk too. What'd you feel Saturday night? Did you feel excitement that the United States won? Was there more excitement because cocky Canada lost? That's where I was. That's how I'm wired, apparently. And do you share my disdain? Not so much for Canada and their hockey program, but in sports, that's what you do. Of course you watch teams that you dislike and hope like hell they lose. It's what we sports people do. Take more of your calls. 97 won the ticket. All righty, Rieger in from Mike and Rico. They're back tomorrow, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Talking a lot about what you saw on Saturday in Montreal, from the booing of the national anthem to the 3 fights in the first 9 seconds of the hockey game. Did you feel yourself excited, proud, gleeful that the United States knocked off Canada? There is going to be a rematch because Team Canada already up 4-0 midway through the game against Finland. So they're going to play again on Thursday. But the other thing, too, is I don't think you can duplicate this. They care so much, and that's what makes it so great. Our biggest beef with All-Star games is that nobody cares, nobody competes, and it's just get through it, couple trick shots here and there, and blah, blah, blah. We're all bored. Especially in this era, when we see everything on social media anyway, and getting the All-Stars together is no big deal anymore. We've seen it all, right? This right here, this Four Nations, is brilliant. And it's based, I think, simply because the United States hates Canadian hockey and vice versa. That's it. That's all. This game alone needs to be played every year. Hard to believe it's been 10 years since you got best on best U.S. versus Canada. So no doubt they should do this every year. Without a doubt, do it every year. Now, next year is the Olympics, which is kind of like this. And then the year after that, go back to this. I was so appalled with taking 2 weeks off in the middle of this season to do this. I didn't think I would like it as much as I do. They've knocked this out of the park. Meanwhile, the NBA, they switched things around yesterday. They had some guys from TNT picking teams. There was a little more compete. It was first 1 to 40. Whatever. Doesn't matter. The only, I think, cure for them, and I saw Kevin Durant tweet this out today. He's like, dude, with so much bitching and whining, how about they just give us a week break and we don't have a game? And a lot of people would be fine with that. With that being said, some people would be like, dude, you guys do load management constantly. Do you even need a week off? But the only thing I think that would rival this Four Nations for the NBA, and Doug hit the nail on the head, I'll give him extreme credit on this one, it would be the United States versus the world. That would be the only way, I think, that you could get compete factor in the NBA All-Star game. That would be the only way to get these guys to care. And the Americans might not care right off the bat, but the first time they get popped by the world team, then maybe they would start caring. Do you remember in the Olympics last summer? There were tremendous amounts of Americans that were rooting against Team USA because they didn't like Team USA for some reason or another. Talk about patriotic, not very much, right? So I kind of feel if you can figure out a way to get guys to care, if you care about the All-Star experience, that's the way to go. United States versus the world. Let's go. See who wins every year. I'm down 1 game. And then do whatever you want with the dunk contest and the 3-point contest. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Jim is in Washington Township. He's on the ticket. What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, I got to agree with your caller, last call that you guys had about the whole booing and
yeah.
I guess I'm a veteran, so I guess it bothers me a little more than maybe somebody that hasn't served in our military. But I certainly don't want to boo their Canadian anthem. I hope we're better than that.
All right, so Jim, obviously they're booing because they don't like, we know what they don't like. And that's fine. They do what they want, and they have every right to do what they want. With that being said, obviously our players, the United States players, said they thought it was disrespectful. They didn't take it very well. You didn't take it very well either. So I guess you got two choices. You either boo yourself, which I don't know how they're going to do it. In Boston, maybe they're going to boo, or you just decide not to do anything. At the end of the day, I don't care. Just get me to the hockey game. I get what you're saying. But like today I watched, there was a smattering of boos. Now, I don't know how many Americans were actually in the place, considering it's Canada versus Finland. I think the majority of people watching this game in Boston right now are Canadian. But if Boston fans or whoever happens to be in Boston on Thursday, the Americans, if they boo, you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I guess. Well, like I said, being a veteran, I guess I just see it a little different.
I got you.
But another funny aspect about it is all their superstars live in the United States.
That's true.
So that's even funnier.
Well, Jim, it gives me a little bit of glee. I'm not going to lie to you that like Captain Canada, Austin Matthews, who is the captain for the Toronto Maple Leafs, who is their national team pretty much, that he's an American. Like, and he's playing for the United States, and he knocked off Canada. Like, it's fabulous. It's awesome. Now, they still have Connor McDavid, who already scored a goal today, and they love him. But there's something about Toronto and Canada that is their pinnacle. That's their New York City. So to see Matthews playing for the United States and to win that game on Saturday despite not scoring a goal, like, come on, man, that's phenomenal. But you get what I'm saying, Jim. You get what I'm saying. I'm not looking for hatred of another country by any means. I just don't like the way they act towards hockey.
I get it. I just hope we win Thursday. That'll make it. That'll be the icing on the cake right there.
I got you, Jim. Hey, thanks for the comment. 248-539-9797. We don't need to get into the national anthem, but if you have thoughts, I'm not going to run from it. Do whatever you want. I've never been a guy to tell people what to do during the national anthem. I can tell you what I've sometimes done during the national anthem. Sometimes you look around, you see people go to the bathroom, like to the restroom. Sometimes you walk around or you look around, people are buying nachos, okay? A lot of people say, why even play the national anthem? Like it's sports. We don't play it before plays. We don't play it before movies. Why are we playing it before sports? People have very strong feelings about the anthem. I totally get it. I understand. I just don't. If you want to boo, boo. If you don't, don't. I get why Canada did what they did. Yes, they're probably not booing American citizens or American hockey players. They just have a feeling towards something political that I think we all know about, and I don't think it would make for great radio to talk about that matter. Dan in Macomb, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Dan? How are you?
Good. Yourself?
Good, man.
You stole my thunder right before I came on.
I'm sorry.
Just going to say I'm a Canadian. I've been here since 2001, and I love America. I love America. I'm still on a green card. I'm not I'm not a citizen yet, or not a citizen. It's not yet. I just haven't. But in any case, I got to tell you, it's not that Canadians, and I'm only saying this because I go home like every weekend and so forth. It's not that they don't like Canadian players. It's not that they don't like America.
You mean American players,
yeah, you're 100% right. There's a lot of stuff going on outside of hockey, and I think it would be naive for all of us to think that, it's like it doesn't impact it. I wish it didn't, and I don't like the booing. But you're right. Like, if we didn't do that or beforehand or anything like that, I think at this point it'd be different. But, when you're kind of, without getting political, when you're like told certain things and you're accused of certain things, or when somebody's going to do something to you, you're going to boo. They don't mean anything by it. They would not be booing the national anthem if it wasn't for the political atmosphere right now.
Listen, they think they're right, have every right to boo. I would agree with them. They have every right to boo. You do whatever you want. And Dan, I appreciate the comment, man. Like, again, do you? You want to boo? Boo. You don't. Like, honestly. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. I don't do anything during the national anthem. I just stand there. I look around. I get excited for the games. Let's go to AJ in Belleville. You're on the ticket. What's up, AJ? How are you?
Hey, man. Thanks for taking my call. Just wanted to chime in and say I've, never been a hockey guy.
Okay.
I don't know the rules or anything. I've only been to one hockey game my entire life.
Right.
That's when I was 16 years old, and been a lot of hype around the Four Nations tournament, and I tuned in Saturday, and man, that was one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
Really?
As far as a sports event, that was incredible, man. It's like, the competition, everyone was playing hard. It was just an exciting game. And, for a guy that doesn't, know the rules or know anything that's going on, it was great.
So, Age, you going to watch on Thursday?
Oh, if it's another Canada game, absolutely.
It is. Oh, yeah. We're going to see the rematch. I mean, unless Finland has this remarkable comeback. But no, AJ, I think you hit the nail on the head, though. When you watch that game, it's not even so much about the hockey. It's not even so much about like the Detroit dude, Dylan Larkin from Waterford, getting the game-winning goal. It's more about you could just see how much it means to these dudes. And these guys are all millionaires. They've all reached the pinnacle of their career, right? And they've played in 1 billion games. But when you put best on best, Canada versus the United States, I just don't think there's anything like it in hockey.
Yeah, man, it was some good hitting going on, and I'm not talking about just with the fist. It was just some great action going on there. Lastly, before you let me go, everyone's making a big thing about getting booed and everything. Man, they've been booing all of our teams for the last 4 weeks. Like this is something new. Basketball
You're
games,
right.
like this is just what they're doing right now. It's not a shot at the players. So I hope they're not taking it too personal. You've already kind of stated that there's bigger things going on outside of the game. So, if it's going to, give us some good action, some good competitive spirit out there, that's great. But, let's just leave it on the ice, man, and just move on with our lives.
I mean, AJ, listen, I think you would agree with me. In a perfect world, you don't boo. You stand there, you respect, you get ready for the game. Life is good. But again, like in our country, in anybody's country, I mean, protest is a pretty good form of freedom, isn't it? So you protest to whatever you feel the need to protest. Who am I to say what to do now? I mean, there's people on the ticket text saying, oh, my goodness, Rieger, you're sending the wrong message. Nobody should boo. Well, they have their reasons, so they do what they want, and we have our reasons as well.
Absolutely. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you, AJ. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. All right, here's what we're going to do. We'll get to the calls, I promise. What'd you take out of Saturday? Did you enjoy it as much as I enjoyed it? You heard AJ, not a hockey guy, loved everything he saw. What were your emotions and feelings like on Saturday when the United States knocked off Team Canada? We're going to see it again on Thursday, this time in Boston, on American soil. So that's out there if you wanted to hit on it. We've kind of hit on the hate-watching thing. Doug said he's not really a hate-watching type of guy. I can be honest with you, I am. Probably doesn't shock you about me. I love to hate watch. There's many games. Some people gamble. I do that, but I also hate watch. Okay? I like to see teams I dislike lose. And I very much dislike Team Canada in hockey. So that's out there too if you wanted to hit on it. Coming up at 3 o'clock, though, I have a thought. It's not positive. You're going to not like it. I don't think you'll like it. Maybe you will. I don't know. I'm going to give it to you. And I'm just going to ask you to talk me out of it. Because I don't think I'm wrong. And the more I think about it, the more powerful the thought gets in my mind. And I'm looking at the two guys running the show, Jake and Jeff. Now, Jake answering the phones, give him a call. He's a very nice man. I don't think he's going to hate this idea, but I think Jeff will. And I'm pretty sure Jeff's going to hop on the mic and yell at me. And that's okay because I probably deserve to be yelled at. But I'll sell it to you in about 15 minutes. 97 win the ticket. All righty, 97 won the ticket. Rieger in for Mike and Rico. They're back tomorrow. I go back to 6 o'clock tomorrow. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Talking about Team Canada, Team USA. What'd you take out of Saturday? Did you feel anything? Whether it's glee that the Canadians lost because it means so much to them, or maybe it was happiness that Team USA has kind of peeked over that mountaintop. And how geeked are you that Thursday we get to see a rematch of this? That's out there if you wanted to hit on it. The national anthems has been talked about, of course. The U.S. anthem got booed on Saturday by the Canadians in Montreal. I think you were going to expect that. And we're also talking about hate watching. Like, my stance on Canadian hockey is I hate how elitist they are. So it was very fun to watch them go down. So anything you want to hit on, 248-539-9797. Coming up, we'll do it in about 10 minutes. It's a Lions opinion that I need you to talk me out of. Fair enough? We'll do it. Jeff, you're on the ticket. What's going on, bud?
Hey, Jeff. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Look, you know what? I was one of these guys that hated what happened with the NFL when everybody was kneeling and stuff. And you know, I started thinking about it especially what happened here with the booing. Just let everybody boo. I don't care.
Sure.
Encourage people to boo. I hope the Americans boo the Canadians, and I hope the Canadians continue to boo the Americans, because eventually
I think they will
happen. Yeah, and my thing of it is eventually what will happen, everybody will get what they want out of it. They'll stop playing these anthems before the games, because then people will stop being they'll think that'll stop people from being disrespectful. Now, my thing of it is that's what drives people to these games. I'm telling you, that's what got my interest. You know, when the fights came out and everything, those guys were fighting for more than just trying to beat their counterpart. They were beating them because they were getting sick and tired of being booed.
Okay, so Jeff, Jeff, I'm going to stop you right there. I promise I'll let you finish, but I'm going to give you a counterpoint that you might disagree with. I think they were playing so difficult because of the emblem on the front of their jersey. And their entire life, it's been United States and Canada. It's been let's go best on best. Like, I truly believe, and maybe I'm wrong about this, and I'm sure Team USA was annoyed by the booing of the anthem, and they've said so afterwards and before. With all that being said, though, Jeff, they wanted to kick Canada's ass. Had nothing to do with the anthem. Had everything to do with Canada always being number one. Always, always. They always beat Team USA. Whether it's juniors, whether it's the Worlds, whether it's anything, the Olympics, it's usually Canada that comes out on top. So for a guy like Dylan Larkin or anybody else, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say it this way. Both are right, because before the game, before the booing, that you're right. What was there is what you're talking about. But then the booing added that extra element to it. I'm telling you. And my thing with this is both opinions can be right. It's like, don't disrespect my country. And I don't care if they were not booing the players or whatever. When you're a player and you're getting ready to suit up and get out there and play and you hear those boos coming, you're not sitting there thinking, oh, they're booing because that guy said this about me. No, it's all part of the atmosphere that's taking place. And these guys want to go out and kick butt. It just added to it. So my thing of it is if you want Canada, don't do it. Don't add any more encouragement to the U.S. If when you boo, they'll beef it up a little bit more. Just like in the United States, I hope the fans in Boston do what they do best and boo the crap out of Canada. I hope it's done, because that's what makes, in my opinion, makes these games even that much more thrilling, that much more exciting. It'll drive more people to the game to watch it because of that. I'm telling you.
Jeff, I appreciate the call, brother. I hear you. It's all fired up. This topic firing up everybody. I like it. I like it, just like you should have been fired up on Saturday. You know, we're stuck in our own world. We care mostly about our own sports. Like, we're not very patriotic when it comes to our teams. I just don't think we are. Whether it's the Olympics, whether it's any other country versus country competition, we care about football, baseball, basketball, and hockey. We care about our own sports. We always have. But on Saturday night, all we wanted to do was beat the crap out of Canada. That was fun. It's a blast. I got a couple quick ticket texts for you. Then we're going to move on. I saw some really good ones, but they were a while ago. Let me just find these for you. A lot of ticket text about booing. Here's another one. Aren't you American because you're in North America? You're not American just because we're in the United States. We aren't the whole ass continent. Okay, that dude texted that like 15 times. Here's another one. Both my sons grew up playing hockey. My oldest son played in college. I know a lot of Canadians, and yes, their elitist attitude towards ice hockey is extremely annoying. Newsflash, Canada. Ice hockey is played well all over the world, played extremely well around the globe. Canada can say hockey is their national sport. That's fine, but they are no longer dominant and haven't been, and played extremely well around the globe. And listen, it kind of breaks up, but I'm fine giving Canada hockey. It's theirs. It makes it all the more fun to beat them at. That's why I do think Doug's idea that he said last show about the NBA making a us versus them competition for the All-Star break would actually work. Because I do think you would see crazy compete. I do think you've tried everything else. Could you imagine if it was United States versus everybody else in the NBA? I kind of feel you would get a very tough, hard-fought game that means a lot. So where are you at? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. All right, coming up next. I got to do this. I mentioned this on Friday. And over the weekend, my opinion has expanded in my mind. I have a take. It's very negative. You're not going to like it. I don't want to do it to you, but you have a mission. Talk me out of it. Tell me why I'm wrong. We'll do it next. 97 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. All Team Canada needs to do to set up a rematch with the U.S. in the Four Nations tournament is beat Finland in regulation today. So far, so good. They're leading 4-0 after 2. Nathan McKinnon has a pair of goals. Team USA back in action tonight against Sweden as well. That means it's Larkin against Raymond. That's pretty cool. Dylan Larkin there. Michigan skyrocketed up the latest AP college basketball rankings today. They're the number 12 team in the nation, 9 spots higher than last week. State moved down 3 notches to 14th. The Sports Business Journal broke yesterday that Cleveland will likely be awarded the next WNBA franchise. That's news here because Detroit put in a bid last month to initiate a return of a WNBA team as well. The article did say the league is now considering awarding more teams this expansion cycle due to the interest around the country. They did list Detroit as one of the presumed leaders to get a team if that is the case. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All righty. I'm in for Mike and Rico. They're back tomorrow. Happy President's Day, everybody. 1 hour down, 3 to go. Is it Caputo? I believe, right? Comes your way at 6 o'clock. Okay. He'll come in. He'll give me the middle finger. He'll tell me to go home, and I'll listen to him. Okay, here's the deal. I got like 3 ticket texts I did want to read that kind of bleeds over from the last topic, and maybe later on in the program we can get back to Canada and the United States. But very quickly, do you agree with this? Does the winner of Thursday's hockey game get a gold medal or a Stanley Cup? I think it's bonkers that hockey fans are so jacked up about who wins the NHL's basically meaningless All-Star Week. You're rooting for some Red Wings and against other Red Wings. NBA All-Star Weekend is just passed. Pretty sure none of them got championship rings last night. Well, I kind of think you're missing the point. That's why this Four Nations has been great, because it does make you care. You're absolutely right. Nobody cares about the NBA All-Star Game. Nobody at all. You go, you enjoy. Maybe you don't watch. Maybe you watched SNL's 50-year reunion yesterday. I don't know. But I think you're selling the Four Nations short. It doesn't have to be about a gold medal. It doesn't have to be about a world medal or anything else. It's just Canada versus the United States. It's their best versus our best. And I think pride is enough. And the funny thing is, if you think it's meaningless, cool, your opinion, but look how people reacted. Look at the last hour of radio. A Monday talking about a hockey game, United States versus Canada. So I don't buy what you're selling. Maybe you think I'm being paid by the NHL to try to prop it up. I don't know. Yes, me. I'm the guy of all the powerful hockey voices. They go to me. A guy that sometimes hosts Red Wing Network pregames and intermissions. But I totally disagree with you. It does mean something. Because Canada doesn't want to lose this thing. And I think proof of that is how they responded today against Finland. They're kicking the crap out of them. They're up 4-0 after 2 periods. So I actually do not agree with your ticket text. How dare you send it? Get out of here. I'm going to boo you. No, I would never do that. I respect people. You boo me. I know how it feels. I would never do that to you. Anyway, let's move on, shall we? Because speaking of getting booed, and we'll take more of your calls, I promise, but I'm probably going to get booed. You might sit at your radio, whether you're in your car or listening on the Odyssey app. You might boo me for this, and that's totally okay because I probably deserve to be booed. But I'm just going to give it to you. So Friday, I watched the Eagles championship parade. And it was fine. It was fun. Killed a couple hours. I like watching championship parades simply because you get athletes saying stuff they normally would not say, and some get drunk. And like, I'll never forget Matthew Stafford laughing at that woman that fell off the stage, and then Kelly apologizing, and then you found out the woman was a racist. Right? I'll never forget that. I won't forget Tom Brady almost dropping the Lombardi in the Bay in Tampa Bay after they won a Super Bowl. So I always watch. I enjoy it. I watch it. I'm a sports fan. It kind of concludes the football season. So I was watching on Friday, and I had this thought creep in my mind. And I talked about this on Friday. But I had this thought that maybe the Lions missed their window. And I'm not talking about last year. I'm more than, stop it, please. Let me talk. Simmer down, everybody. I was more talking about where did the studio audience come from? Wow. Really expanding the budget here at 97.1 The Ticket. But I was talking about 2 years ago when the Lions got to the NFC title game. And of course, they were up 17 and they could not close the deal. And then Dan Campbell came to the podium and said, we might not get back. So I brought this topic on the air on Friday. And I said, I feel weird even saying anything about it. It was a thought that crossed my mind. Probably gave it too much credibility. But I asked the question, and people were outraged and incensed. And they wanted me dead. And I get it. I understand it. People are still raw after not making the playoffs this year, or not winning a playoff game this year. So then over the weekend, I was done with it. I forgot about the thought. And I happened to be walking through the grocery store. In the Rieger family, everybody's sick. All right, my wife has flu A. My daughter had flu A. I don't know how that differs from flu B. I just know they were both tested for the flu. They have flu A, okay? So the Rieger household is a very sick place to be, all right? By the way, I somehow, knock on this for Micah, have avoided the flu. I probably shouldn't say anything because I'm pretty sure the flu gods are going to come down and strike me up with the flu. So if I'm not in tomorrow, you're going to know why. But I'm in the grocery store picking up some supplies like the chicken noodle soup and the Advil and the saltine crackers and the Vernors. And, I'm being a good husband. I'm being a good father. And I was being rude too because I was talking to somebody on my AirPods. And somebody noticed my voice, and after I hung up the phone call I was on, this gentleman said, hey, are you Rieger from The Ticket? And I always come back with the say stupid line. I'm like, no, that guy's a jerk. And he's like, you are him, aren't you? And I'm like, yeah, how you doing? I'm Jeff. So I shake the guy's hand, and we get to talk, and very nice gentleman. And trust me, I'm going somewhere with this. And he goes to me, he's like, so what do you think about the Lions? What do you think about this year? And you know how sometimes you blurt something out without even thinking? You just give your true reaction to it? So I said it. I said it to him. I said, not that the Lions Super Bowl window might have closed. I didn't say that. I said something so much worse. I said something like, I'm kind of worried that they might not make the playoffs. And the look on his face was that of horrified, right? And the conversation quickly ended after that, and he went on his way. He was wearing a Lions cap, and I went on my way. I'm like, why did I say that? Why did I say that? And then I was driving home to give the supplies to my sick wife and my sick child, and I thought about why I said it. And I believe it. I think whether it's replacing 7 new coaches, whether it's Jared Goff losing Ben Johnson, a dude that he played the best football of his life with, whether it's the fact that you did not beat one single elite quarterback this year, whether it's the fact that you only played 3 outdoor games this year, you got 8 next year, or whether it's next year's schedule where you go to Lamar and you go to Burrow and you go to Stafford and you go to Daniels and you go to Mahomes and you go to, there's one more. There's Jalen Hurts. Yeah, he just won the Super Bowl. Whether it's any of that stuff, I do kind of think the Lions are going to take a step back. And despite having talent, they absolutely have talent. I think the NFC North is going to be difficult. And I wouldn't be shocked with that schedule and all the upheaval and change that they might miss the playoffs. And I said it. I blurted it out loud. And I'm very loud. And I'm sure other people heard it. I mean, I think I'm going to get canceled. I hope nobody got that on videotape, but I just admitted it to you. So that was my weekend. And I was kind of horrified at myself. But then I talked myself into believing it because I believe it. I said it. I believe it. I have reasons, some of them which I just gave you, that I believe it. So I need your help, okay? And we'll get back to the hockey calls. Got a lot of people that want to talk about kicking Canada's ass, which felt fantastic. See, we were on the same page on that one. On this one, I understand you're going to come at me. I'm going to duck because the bullets are coming my way. I understand. With that all being said, give me the reason I'm wrong. Give me the biggest reason I'm wrong about this. Give me your biggest belief as to why they're not just going to make the playoffs or win the NFC North again, but damn it, they're going to go to the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl. Tell me why I'm wrong, because I am not trying to fight you. I want to agree with you. I want to hold your hand. I want to go back to that grocery store, and I want to find that gentleman, and I want to say, you know what, I've changed my mind. I've said a lot of things to a lot of people over the course of my life. Some of them have been listeners at 97 Won the Ticket. I don't think I've ever felt as bad as when I said that. The look on his face, it's kind of like seared in my brain. And it doesn't shock me that the conversation was over pretty quickly after that. He now probably thinks I'm a jerk. So give me the biggest reason. Give me the biggest reason why I'm wrong about this. The biggest reason that you believe that next year is going to be even better than this year. Because I don't. I think it's going to be difficult. 97 Won the Ticket. All righty, 97 won the ticket. 3:16. Canada about to punch their ticket to the championship game. They're up 4-0 on Finland. If you're interested, we'll keep you updated. If you're not, the update takes 3 seconds. I told you my story. I was at a grocery store, and this is after doing Friday's show. And Friday, I asked the question after watching the Eagles Super Bowl parade, is the Lions window closed? Did they miss their one opportunity when they couldn't win the NFC title game a couple years ago? And then I was at the store over the weekend, met a listener, asked me what I think of the Lions, and I just blurted out without even thinking, I'm worried that they won't make the playoffs. Conversation quickly ended after that, and that was the end of it. And I've been thinking about, why I would say that and the things that would justify that opinion. And I gave you a couple of my thoughts. And I'm just asking you, what's the biggest reason? Not that just I'm wrong, but that this is the year they go to the Super Bowl. What's your biggest belief? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. If you would like to give us a call. Very quickly, before we go to the phones, I got to bring this up. So Gussman running the board today. Go ahead, you tell him. You hate this opinion, but forget that you hate this opinion. You hate this opinion because you have a family member that always yells at you what?
I have actually multiple family members that just sit there and they wait for the other shoe to drop when it comes to the Lions losing. So this year, best season in Lions history,
yes.
15 wins.
Yes, until the playoff game came around.
Doesn't say anything, and then as soon as they lose to Washington, text, I knew they'd mess it up somehow. And you get it at Thanksgiving last year. They have 9 wins at Thanksgiving, the first time in 10 years. They lose to Green Bay. Walk up the stairs, he's standing by the turkey. Oh, I knew they'd find a way to blow this game. Or every draft pick they have. They just blew that pick. They should have picked this guy. It's you've never even watched these players before. You have no idea.
You got to respect that a little bit, don't you, though? I mean, that's an old-time Lions fan that probably doesn't even care if they win. He just wants to be right now. And I'm curious, how many people have turned into your uncle? How many people do you have in your life that have turned into that kind of Lions fan? Because that's a Lions fan that's seen it all. He's seen the pain. He's seen the misery. He's been tortured. And he decided, screw it. They're always going to lose. They'll never win. And despite having three really nice seasons in a row, despite having the best GM and the best coach we've ever seen in Detroit, they're pretty confident that, you know what, they're not going to win it. To be fair, though, he's not fair. He's moving the goalpost. Because if the only acceptable response is to win a Super Bowl, well, then only one team does that every year. But
it falls in line with your take, though, of it evolved from Friday. I worked with you on Friday, too.
You did, yeah.
They made a Mr. Window. I think that's a little bit ridiculous, but missing the playoffs, man?
Come
on.
Well, I told you, and I'll give you some of my reasons. Let's take some calls to 248-539-9797. I don't need you to agree with me. I don't need you to disagree with me. I'm looking for the biggest reason they improve this year from last year. Even I admit I probably should not have said miss the playoffs. But I believe in a little bit of honesty. Honesty's good, man. Let's go to Jay in Highland. You're on the ticket. What's up, Jay? How are you, bud?
Hey, Mr. Rieger, how are you, bud?
Good, dude.
Thanks for taking my call, man.
Yeah.
Hey, so I want to throw something at you that I don't think enough people are talking about, and it is, so I'm a diehard hockey fan. I watch everything. I was watching the AHL last night.
Wow.
The Saturday obviously was one of the greatest games historically in hockey. I mean, I cannot believe what a perfect scenario the NHL put together for this. And we're killing Finland right now, or Canada is. So obviously we're going to have a rematch on Thursday. What I wanted to point out to you, Jeff, and I don't know if you've even realized it, or I haven't heard anybody talk about it, and I think it deserves a heck of a lot of coverage in Michigan. This is a U.S. team. We are representing the entire country, and we have Dylan Larkin, Connor Hellebuck, Zach Werenski. We've got Grosse Pointe,
ton of Michigan dudes, yeah,
Township, and Waterford on the same team. Why is this not something explosive on local sports, even national sports? I own a small business in White Lake, and I am so full of pride that 3 of our boys are on this team. And there's parents that come into my business. These kids' parents. This is. I feel that this is such a huge thing for the state of Michigan.
So, Jay, and I agree with you. And I mean, hell, look at the Red Wings. They got a bunch of local dudes playing on Detroit as well.
Oh, yeah.
I agree with you, but what do you say to the one ticket texter that I just read at the start of maybe the 3 o'clock hour where he's like, you people are cute, getting all excited over nothing because this is just the NHL All-Star game?
I will have this to say. This is not the NHL All-Star game. Hockey is intrinsically a nationalistic sport on a unique level compared to every other sport in the United States. You don't have the NBA, the NFL, the WNBA, anything. You don't have that around the world globally like you do hockey. Hockey is a nationalistic sport. You take the bloc countries, Finland, Sweden, Iceland, Russia. These countries live and breathe hockey.
I'm with you.
And when American kids play this sport, they are raised, and Canadian kids, they're raised from that point. You are playing. You want to play. The ultimate goal is to play for your country. It's not like the NBA or something like that where you're playing for a conference.
No, but Jay, I appreciate the comment, man, and I agree with you 100%. But that's why this has been so successful, because it has that feeling of playing for your country, not that you're playing East versus West in the NHL All-Star game or even world versus the United States. This is country versus country. The best versus best. That's why it's been so great. 248-539-9797. Ollie's in Dearborn. He's on the ticket. What's going on, Ollie? How are you?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Good, man.
Good. I love the show, by the way. But
thank you.
There's so much elephants in the room I want to talk about with the Lions. But I do not agree with you how their playoff window was closed.
Well, yeah. See, Ollie, very quick. I blurted it out. I think they probably end up making the postseason. It would be a true ridiculous disaster if they did. But go on.
I think their Super Bowl window might be closed, maybe. But with Dan Campbell as their head coach, you can take out anyone. You can take out Aaron Glenn. You can take out Ben Johnson. Aaron Glenn was overrated, in my opinion. I don't know what he did against the Commanders. He kept blitzing. But as long as we have our core, Dan Campbell and the system he created in Detroit, we won't miss the playoffs because we also had 20 injuries on defense, and everyone's going to come back healthy next year. And that's why I don't think we'll miss the playoffs. But Goff, the big elephant in the room, I think Goff can't elevate us to take us to the Super Bowl yet. Because you know what? 2 years in a row, we lost to 2 almost rookie QBs. Yeah. Jaden Daniel, rookie QB. Brock Purdy, we lost to freaking Brock Purdy in the playoffs. Because you know why we lost? Because Brock Purdy took his team there. He was scrambling, running out of the pocket, getting the 4th down. Goff needs everything to be perfect for him to play good. And that's why I think it's going to be tough to make it to the Super Bowl, but I think we'll definitely make playoffs.
Ollie, I appreciate the comment, man. Listen, I mean, that game was awful simply because there was a bunch of, black swan moments, whether it was the Vildor face mask or the 2 4th down calls. I mean, the fumble, you know it, I know it, I get it. And, yes, I'm probably jumping the gun. I'm not making the postseason. But I look at the schedule. I look at the upheaval of coaches. He mentioned Jared Goff. I look at Goff's history playing with various coordinators and how he's done. You add it all together, I look at Brad Holmes and how he reacts at free agency and also with trades and the draft. I don't believe he's going to go out and try to get a Myles Garrett. He might try. I'm not quite sure he's going to succeed. Is Max Crosby even available? You saw how the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Many will say, well, they just played great on that specific day. Well, that D-line is better than your D-line, and that's been an issue. So I just add it all up together. And I realized the work it would take to get back to not just winning 15 games, but to get back to the postseason. And I do wonder if they take a step back. So I blurted out, I worry that they don't make the playoffs. It's a worry. Probably not going to happen. But I'm curious your biggest reason for belief. Your biggest reason that next year is a hell of a lot better than this year. Because you don't win a playoff game this year. So where are you at? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. 97 the ticket. 97 won the ticket. Ooh, Finland scored a goal. Look at that. Very exciting for the Finns. They didn't get shut out in the last game of the Four Nations face-off. Talked a lot about the United States and Canada, how to make the All-Star games better. That was in the first hour. I gave you my bump in with the Lions fan at a grocery store where I blurted out I'm just concerned or a little worried that they don't make the playoffs. So I'm asking you the biggest reason that they not just make the playoffs, but that next year is better than this year. And I was talking to Jeff at the break, and he's yelling at me. I mean, it's funny. He's like in his 20s. I'm damn near 50 years old. There's no respect for older people these days. Really kind of hurts my feelings. But he brought up the point. He's like, you just feel this way because you've been through so much crap. And I don't know that he's wrong. I just gave you reasons. I can give you them again that I don't think they're going to be as good next year as they were this year. Yes, I fully admit that when I blurted out not making the playoffs, I understood I probably went too far, and I do think they're going to be a playoff football team. But I do believe he's onto something. I really do. He talked about his uncle that always waits until the Lions fall flat on their butt, and then he texts them and says, not this year, a-hole, or however the conversations go with your uncle. And I'm not necessarily sure that he's wrong about this, though, because of what's going on in the past. And I'm curious if you feel this way, too. I think the older folk might feel this way, while the younger people that have not really been tortured, they haven't seen the crap, they haven't been through it, I do think the younger people are probably like, oh, my God, you people are moronic. They've won the division 2 years in a row. They finished the third season 8-2. You're such a dope. But I do think that having gone through so many years of bad football, that it's only normal or natural to wonder if the other shoe's going to drop, all while admitting that the Lions have never been set up better in the history of watching them. So give me the biggest reason. Give me the biggest reason that they're better next year, that they win the Super Bowl next year. That's number one. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. But the second thing is, do you feel this way? Are there two different types of Lions fans? I kind of feel there are. There's the older fans that are much more cynical, that are waiting for the other shoe to drop, that are almost... they mock the younger Lions fans because the younger Lions fans haven't been through anything. Meanwhile, there's the young folk that they consider people like me crazy. I also think there's two different kinds of Lions fans now, too. And that's why there were so many people that were upset and they claimed they weren't watching the Super Bowl. Like, I've never seen over the course of the last 3 years, you go to the grocery store on a Sunday, everybody's wearing Lions gear. You go on vacation in the summer, everybody's wearing Lions gear. And with that came a bunch of people that were so upset where they lost in the playoffs that they claimed they weren't going to watch the other football games in the Super Bowl. Meanwhile, guys like me just wake up and we're like, what's new? We've been through this. Like, there is two kinds of Lions fans. I think I figured this out. It used to be we just watch. We watch football. We hope for the best. We didn't really have a ton of expectations. And we, the older Lions fans, we look forward to Brady taking on Peyton Manning. We look forward to John Elway trying to win a Super Bowl. We look forward to Joe Montana doing his thing in the Super Bowl. We always look forward to other stuff. Now these new Lions fans are like, oh, my God, we didn't win a playoff game? This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl. I can't watch the NFC and AFC title game. So if you have a reason that you believe that they're going to be better, I would love to hear it because I am searching. But the second thing is, do we now have a new group of Lions fans? Do you know them? They haven't been through what we've been through. No offense, Jeff. Couple quick ticket texts for you. At 248-539-9797. Says, Riggs, you seem like the type of guy that passes gas in an elevator before you get out, then laugh at the little old lady who's gagging when she gets on. Lions are winning the Super Bowl next year. That opinion is flatulence. That's Scott in Carlton. Couple more, then we'll hit some calls. This one simply says the Lions are going to blow. That's a lot of nuance there. Are the producer and I related? My uncle is the exact same. There you go. You got some love. Got a couple more for you. Says, yes, I think the window is closed. Not making the playoffs is ludicrous, but definitely won't be as good next year as this year. Here's another one. Good afternoon. I'm Patrick from Novi. I feel like the Lions will be fine in the playoffs. The loss against the Commanders wasn't something, in my opinion, that involved either quarterback or I think it was. Let me try that again. The loss against the Commanders wasn't something, in my opinion, that involved either coordinator. It simply involved the players not showing up. The next postseason will strongly depend on health and mentality, in my opinion. And then some people are just calling me trolls, with the exception of this one. Greetings, Jeff. Absolutely with you 100%. Love NFL, love NHL, hate games. It's hard to understand where the dogs are coming from. Let's go to Brian in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Brian? How are you, bud?
Jeff, they are set up for success.
Here we go.
I don't even like the Lions, but they are set up for success. But, Jeff, I tell you this, they better not let Washington or Philly come up with Garrett, because if they do, the party over. And Washington they're in the best position probably in the NFC, because they look at their quarterbacks on a rookie scale.
Yep.
And then one of those teams going to be hard to beat if they end up with Garrett. So Lions need to make a push forward and go all in. Don't tell me about the draft picks. Don't tell me about the future. It is now. It's next year and the year after. Don't be saying.
Well, Brian, that's part of the reason I do wonder. Well, are you still there? Right.
Yep.
Okay, that's part of the reason that I do wonder about next year. Like, I know how important the D-line is, and that's how you build championships. And I said this to Wojo, he disagreed, but I kind of feel Holmes, out of all the great that he's done, he kind of neglected the D-line over the years and just really hasn't hit on guys or drafted them high enough. If you don't go after a guy like Myles Garrett or Max Crosby or Trey Hendrickson or one of these guys that could be a game changer, I would happen to agree with you.
Jeff, if they don't come up with one of those good guys, they will not win. Because listen, Goff is a good quarterback, Jeff, but he don't move that well. So imagine Philly with having Garrett with those other guys. Goff wouldn't have a chance in the world. The Lions better go all in. Their quarterback is good, but he's not. He can't escape nothing. So what you think is going to happen when they lining him up and just pinning their ears back going after Goff? If the Lions still building for the future, they will fail. That's what it is. It's a failure. It is now, not down the road. It is right now. They need to go for everything today. If you want to win a Super Bowl, if you still want to be the same old Lions and keep telling the fans we go build for the future or the draft picks or we don't want to give up too much, that's how losers think, Jeff. Go for it right now. Look at them guys in L.A. F them picks.
No, Brian, listen, I agree with you. I would say I appreciate the call, man. I would have 99.9% of Lions fans agree with you, too. Nobody cares what you give up. Give up whatever it takes. You got to give up 5 draft picks to go get a guy like Myles Garrett. Do it. He's 29 years old in the prime of his career. He can kill a quarterback. He can help Aiden Hutchinson, and you win a Super Bowl. Like Jeff said it to me at the break. If you get a Myles or you get a Max, he believes they win a Super Bowl. I would actually agree. I don't think you need that much help defensively anywhere else, with the exception of defensive line. And I don't know that a guy like Brad Holmes will do it. I don't. I'm sure they've called. I don't know if Myles Garrett will do it. That's the other part of it. Like, he is a guy that has to accept the trade. He has to say, yes, I will come to Detroit. And I still think of the Aiden Hutchinson comment at Super Bowl week where he's like, we got enough dudes, or you can only have enough dudes on the D-line. Don't know what he was talking about. But did he know something? Does he know a guy like Garrett's not coming here? But I think Brian's right about that. If a guy like Garrett goes to another team in the NFC that you have to beat to get to a Super Bowl, you're in trouble.
I totally agree with him, too. I think it's 2 years, like he said. You got 2 years.
2 years until you got to start paying guys. Yes.
2 years left of this like elite level play from everybody.
I don't disagree. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number if you want to give us a call. I started off the topic by giving you my conversation with somebody in a grocery store. I blurted out, I'm kind of worried the Lions don't make the playoffs. And it's kind of involved to the kind of Lions fan you happen to be. The older Lions fans are like, you know what? We're never going to see it. Always waiting for that other shoe to drop. While the younger Lions fans are like, dude, shut up, man. This team's great. So where are you at? We'll get to your calls. The biggest reason you think they're going to be better next year than they are this year, 97 won the ticket. All righty, 97 on the ticket. It's official. Finland tried to come back. They scored 3 goals. They brought the game within 1 goal in the final minute, and then Canada got an empty netter, and they're moving on to the championship game. So it's official. Thursday night in Boston, we get to see the United States and Canada Part 2. Hopefully the outcome is the same. If it's not, I know I'm going to have to take a lot of crap because I've been talking mad smack to Canadian fans for the last 48 hours. So come on, Team USA. I don't care if you beat Sweden. Let Lucas Raymond score 5 goals. Doesn't matter. Make sure you beat Canada. Couple quick ticket texts. We'll go back to the phones. Talking about the Lions and what's the biggest reason they're going to be better next year than they were this year? Is it simply health? Are you concerned about any of the reasons that I laid out there, whether it's the schedule, whether it's 7 new coaches, whether it's a Goff regression? So that's out there if you wanted to hit on it. But we're also trying to get to the bottom of, are there 2 types of Lions fans? Because I still find it very weird people took this playoff loss so tough. And the only thing I can come up with is there's the older Lions fans that have been through the crap. So while they're loving this success, they understand how to deal with the failure. Compared to new Lions fans that kind of hopped the board and said, wow, this team is fun. I'm going to go buy my gear. And then once the team loses, they're like, well, what do you mean we're not going to the Super Bowl? I'm not going to watch. Why would I waste my time watching? I'm going to watch Landman or something. Or the new episodes of Cobra Kai. 248-539-9797. I got some ticket texts. First, let's hit up the phones, though. Scott in Commerce, you're on the ticket. What's up, Scotty? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you feeling?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm all right, man. Close to the end of the workday. So,
good.
The first thing I want to address is I think why people took that playoff loss so tough is because we weren't supposed to, at least in my opinion, we weren't supposed to lose to Washington. I think our test should have been the Eagles.
Yeah, I agree.
If we were going to lose, it definitely should have been to the Eagles. And if we won that, that would have been a good indication of our chances of winning it all. I think that's why it was such a tough thing for people.
Well, Scott, real quick, I 100% agree with you. I'll take it a step further. Not just did we think Washington was going to be, we mocked Washington. At least some of us did. We thought they were going to roll over. Lions were a 10.5-point favorite. We were so confident. We took it to the next point. Can you imagine what it's going to be like to beat the Eagles, to go to the Super Bowl for the first time at home? It's going to be amazing. So I agree. I think we all got in our own heads. We got all overconfident, and that's probably why it hurt so bad. But go on.
It definitely did. We weren't supposed to lose to Washington. But I also believe the next 2 seasons is a very telltale sign. It's Super Bowl or bust. Now, I don't think we need help on that defense. Hell, if they feel as though they need help on the defense, you ain't got to break the bank. 2 Newports and a pack of Skittles. Y'all can sign my auntie Pookie. She built like a linebacker. Just go to Oak Park, Michigan. I think where we need the most help is on that offensive line and adding in some at least another offensive threat. Why we're not going after Cooper Kupp, I have no idea. But I think we need to add to that Laporta, St. Brown, J-Mo combination.
Well, Scott, see, I 100% disagree with you, man. First of all, get your Aunt Pookie out to a tryout, for crying out loud. See how she does. But hold on a sec, because I don't know if they're interested in Cooper Kupp. They need a third receiver. We know Goff played with Kupp. I am not interested in Kupp. He's a declining receiver, and I don't want to pick up whatever he has left on that contract. I'm not a Cooper Kupp guy at this point. He's not the same dude he was when he won a Super Bowl. But I think it's all defense. You said you're good with the D-line. I think they need to upgrade that defense even more. I think you have questions in the secondary. I think your safeties are great. I think your linebackers are coming back, a couple of them at least. I think you're fine there. But defensive line, I think you have major issues, or at least major question marks, because we don't know if Aleem McNeil's going to be healthy. We don't know how Hutch is going to look. And you don't have anybody opposite of Hutch.
Fair point.
So
you really don't. Hutch is your only weapon for the most part. We had that one other player.
You had Marcus Davenport for about a game and a half. James Houston had some success, but the problem is everybody that was supposed to help, and Scott, I appreciate the call, whether it's a Onzarike or whether it's a Martin or whether it's a Pascal, these guys just haven't been good enough. They just haven't. And I think a lot of people do worry, as good as Holmes is, because he's a stud. But I think a lot of people worry that they have the opinion of the last caller, that if he goes get Grandma Pookie, or was it Auntie Pookie? I forget, that they could just fill the linebacker position that way. I hope Auntie Pookie was not listening. I mean, if that's how his nephew thinks of her, she's not going to take that well. Let's go to Blake in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What's up, Blake? How are you, bud?
Hey, I'm doing well. I'm definitely with you on the Cooper Cup deal. I don't think that we need to go with the hurt receiver route. Keep on drafting and see if we can pull something. But I think that we're going to be better just simply off of us being a younger team where you get the Brain Branch, Terrion, and even Gibbs coming in and hopefully being able to get the rock early and often a little bit more than he was, making our offense a little more explosive. I don't, as far as the question with Aleem, me personally, I think that after next year, his cap hit is $26 million. There's nothing that he can do to justify that. We should cut him. I think that it's boom or bust for me with Myles Garrett. We absolutely have to get him. We've been playing this ring around the rosy since Holmes has been here. I agree with you guys. This is just the one thing that I feel like he never really has addressed. We've been bargain shopping a lot for the pass rushing position. So, yes, for me, Myles Garrett will be a part of that, especially with our tough schedule coming to next year. Aiden needs more help on the opposite end.
Yeah, Blake, I don't believe Garrett's coming here. At this point, Cleveland doesn't even want to trade him. But, I hope you're right. I hope Myles Garrett, if he does get traded, he ends up in Detroit, because you would be unstoppable defensively. Two guys that draw double teams would kill so many quarterbacks. It'd be unbelievable to watch. But I hear you, dude.
Can I just one?
Yeah,
if we
please.
don't get Garrett, my Lion fandom is out the window. If we get Max Crosby, I would hate it if I seen him come to Detroit.
Why?
Just putting that down. Because 7.5 sacks doesn't sound good for me with a player whose cap hit is $26 million.
Hey, Blake, I appreciate the call. Crosby's younger. He's maybe not as good as Garrett, but he's right up there. His motor is relentless. Playing actually with another beast on the opposite side, I think Max Crosby would be delightful. I disagree there. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Let's go to Phil in St. Clair Shores. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Phil?
Hey, two things that I think my beloved Lions will never, ever make it to the championship game. Number one.
What's that?
From last year, fourth down gamble. That game against the 49ers, they should have kicked the field goal, continuously put points on there and drive those guys down. They didn't. They swung the momentum in the 49ers' favor. We lost the game. Next one, this year, I would have never, and I hear this from every sportscaster, it's the norm. I would have never let Ben Johnson nor Aaron Glenn interview until they were finished, totally finished with our season. They are under contract. Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, and Sheila should have never allowed them. And I'll tell you why. I'm making an example as money. I don't know what they make. I really don't care.
Yeah.
If you're making $1 million today and you get offered $10 million, you tell me your mind isn't on that $10 million.
Phil, well, first of all, I'm not going to.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Go ahead. Please.
From a 1,500 square foot home to a 5,000 square foot home, and then, what size swimming pool am I putting in for the kids? Their mind was not in the game, Jeff. Their mind wasn't in the game.
Phil, I choose to believe that their mind was in the game because Ben already had the gig. I think Aaron already had the gig. And getting their staff is something normal. Like, we found out that Ben Johnson reached out to Dennis Allen, and everybody freaked out, and he's now his DC. With all that being said, Phil, I don't blame you for thinking what you think, because that was a very pathetic game against Washington. And if you think their heads weren't in the game, who am I to say I have no idea. It's like, I choose to believe that they were going about their business, but you look at the other side of things, and Cliff Kingsbury told the Washington he's not going to interview with anybody, and he's the guy that beat you. So, like, I get you, man.
Jeff, one other thing. You know, and whatever days it took, 3 or 4 days for them, you know, to get ready to interview and that. And I don't care what anybody says. Those 3 or 4 days, they should have been walkthrough practices. And I don't know if
Phil,
they were.
I think they were, and we're up against it, brother. I do appreciate it. I think they were. It was an awful game by everybody involved, whether it be Goff, whether it be the coordinators, whether it be Campbell, whether it be, I don't know. Rory had a tough day that game. You know, that dude who sings forward down the field, I heard he got some words wrong. No, I'm kidding. But everybody had a bad day. Anyway, all right. More of your calls. My Lions discussion. I'm the bad guy. I'm sorry. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Canada upheld a late comeback surge from Finland this afternoon in the Four Nations tournament. 5-3 the final for a game that was 4-0 after 2. This means that the U.S.-Canada rematch will in fact happen. It's Thursday at 8. Lions defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson was seen running indoors in Allen Park in a video posted on his Instagram today. Hutch broke his leg against the Cowboy and has been rehabbing himself since. ESPN released an article detailing every NFL team's franchise tag plans this offseason. Eric Woodyard says the Lions will likely shy away from using the tag on any of their players this year. The Lions have not done it since they tagged Ezekiel Anza back in 2018. The Tigers continue to work their way up to their first game of spring training Friday. Javier Baez is set to undergo the first base running test post-injury this week at some point. According to the latest USCHO poll, Michigan State hockey back in the number 1 spot in the nation. Michigan is 10th best. On the basketball side, Tom Izzo's team swept their games last week, but fell 3 spots to 14. Michigan all the way up to 12 this week. That's 8 spots up from last. The San Diego Padres have added another right-handed pitcher, Nick Pivetta, to their roster. Thanks to a 4-year, $55 million deal, Pivetta has been with the Red Sox since 2020. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
.405. Jeremy Otto mentioning Javier Baez. I want to get into that momentarily. We've talked hockey. How'd you feel after the United States knocked off Team Canada, who won today against Finland? So we're going to see a rematch on Thursday. I felt it was amazing. I enjoyed it. We talked about that. We've been talking about the Lions, too. My conversation that I probably should not have aired over the radio with somebody in a grocery store where he recognized me and asked me, how about those Lions? And I don't know why, but I blurted out, I just hope they don't miss the playoffs. So he immediately ran away from me. Everybody's been disgusted with me so far. So I'm asking you, yes, not making the playoffs is extreme. But what's the biggest reason in your mind that they're going to be better next year than they were this year? That's out there if you wanted to hit on it. And then we also kind of tried to get into new Lions fans versus old Lions fans. I've been thinking about this for a while. It still kind of befuddles me why so many Lions fans were like, I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl. And the only thing I can come up with is simply they're new Lions fans. They weren't always fans of the team. Maybe they were fans of the NFL. But over the last 3 years, the team has gotten a lot of new fans, and they've bought a ton of merch, and they're everywhere in Metro Detroit. I think it's those people that didn't have the emotional involvement with the Lions before that are so devastated now. Those are the people that aren't watching the Super Bowl. When guys like you and me, who have been around way too long and have seen way too much losing, we're just like, sweet, another season. Hopefully they're better next year. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. A lot of ticket text to get to, but Colin in Livonia's on the ticket. What's up, Colin? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Good. What's the word today?
I just wanted to kind of express my me being upset with like these new Lions fans and them just like absolutely hating on the Commanders after they knocked us out of the playoffs. Like, I think you have to give credit where credit is due. Like, Jaden Daniels is a rookie quarterback, and they made it to the NFC Championship game. They played the better game than us. Like, at some point, all of the defensive injuries had to come to an end. I wasn't so sure about making the Super Bowl with our defense like that. I just think, like, and I know a lot of people were, like, after that game went really south, they were, like, turning off the game. And I didn't agree with that because, like, if you're going to be a fan of this team, you have to be ride or die, win or lose. Like, you have to watch the entire thing, win or lose.
Well, I mean, listen, you can do whatever you want, right? You want to turn it off because you're disgusted. Be my guest. There were a lot of people, though, Colin, that walked out early when it was pretty obvious the Lions weren't going to come back. There were people exiting Ford Field, and instead, like, we thought it obviously was going to go a different way.
Yeah, and that's what I don't agree with. Like, I think if you're going to be a fan, you have to be ride or die. Like, win or lose, you have to be there. You have to witness and experience the pain in order to, call yourself a fan.
So, Colin, do you agree with me, though? Do you agree that there's various kinds of Lions fans now when there used to never be? It used to be you were almost bold to be a Lions fan, and you might not have even admitted it to people you just met, like, hey, dude, I'm a Lions fan, because they probably feel bad for you. But now it's all these Lions fans that are like, they're very different than I feel the older Lions fans.
Yeah, I agree. There's two different types. Like, me, for myself, like, I didn't pay attention to the NFL very much because the Lions were so bad. I was all college football. And now that the Lions are good, I kind of started paying attention. And that goes back to my point of ride or die. Like, I have watched Michigan lose to Ohio State over and over and over again. And I just feel like, those new fans need to be there.
Colin, I appreciate it, brother. Another loss to Ohio State yesterday. Just wanted to point that out. Nobody planted a flag, by the way. Good for Roddy Gale. Poor kid. Transferred from the Buckeyes to Michigan, and they harassed him the entire game. Then he scored 2 big buckets late in the game, and Michigan wins, and they're in first place in the Big Ten, and they play Michigan State at Chrysler on Friday. It's going to be a good game. I got a couple quick ticket texts I do want to get to. Then we're going to move on. Doug said if Sweden beat the U.S. in regulation that they would be in the finals, not Canada. That's not true. Canada's in because Sweden doesn't have an actual win. They have the 2 points, but Canada beat them. So the tiebreaker, if they finished with the same amount of points, would be head-to-head. So Canada obviously got their 3 points, so they're in. Couple more for you. The Lions are not going to bring in a huge defensive star. I don't believe the Lions think they need that huge defensive star to win. The Lions, where is it, have never had a Super Bowl window. They don't know what it takes to go for it. So it's easier to play it safe and continue to sign our guys and build from the draft. If they haven't blown a window in the past, they would know they need to go all in and try to win right now. Nobody's disagreeing with you. There wasn't one person disagreeing with you. I mean, other than maybe Brad Holmes. I do think we should probably give Brad Holmes some credit. There are way too many people that love to say getting a guy like Myles Garrett, if he does get traded, isn't a so-called Brad Holmes move. Like, why? Holmes, pretty smart guy. Holmes, pretty great GM. Back-to-back executive of the year, okay? I'm pretty sure if Myles Garrett truly was available, Holmes, not a dope, understands what Garrett could do for your football team. Now, is it a Holmes type of move because you'd have to give up a ton of draft equity to get him? Maybe not. But I think for this purpose, he'd do it. I keep going back to his quote. He spoke to the media like a month ago, maybe now, on a Thursday. And he said, listen, we believe in drafting, developing, signing our own, which they've done, which is great. He's like, but if the right player comes along when we want to go into the F them picks mentality, and I'm paraphrasing here, we have no problem doing that too. The right player is Myles Garrett. Does he get traded? I have no idea. As far as I know, up till this point, people keep calling Cleveland. I'm sure the Lions have called too, and Cleveland said, no, sir, not available. So whatever you want to take from it, feel free. But I'm still looking for your biggest reason why the Lions are going to be better in 2025 than they were in 2024. What is it? And are there truly two different kinds of Lions fans? 248-539-9797. Ticket text, the same number. Coming up next, you heard Jeremy Otto mention it. There is a lot of buzz that this dude going to be a Tiger next year. You good with it? I'm not. We'll get to it. 97 won the ticket. There's a lot of snow outside. It's miserable outside. School keeps getting canceled, and you can't play golf, but you can. I know the perfect place if you just need to swing the club to go to. It's X-Golf. Whether you're a scratch player or just starting out, X-Golf is the ultimate destination for fun, practice, and competition. With state-of-the-art simulators and an automatic ball tee system, you don't have to chase your golf ball around or even bend over to tee it up. It's just right there for you to whack. Just focus on your swing and enjoy the game. Enjoy delicious food and drinks, a lively atmosphere with friends and family, too. Swing by X-Golf Golf today to book your next party, or join a league, or just go there to hang out and maybe play an iconic course. I was at X Golf a couple weeks ago. I went to the Novi branch, and my daughter and I, on a snow day, played Pebble Beach. She was hitting the crap out of the ball. It was so much fun. We did 2 hours. It's really affordable, and we had a blast. And we're going to do it again next time there's a snow day. X Golf, a hole-in-one experience you don't want to miss. Find your nearest location at playxgolf.com. X Golf, your ultimate indoor golf experience. Okay, so 4:17, 5 o'clock, get back into the United States and Canada, booing the national anthem, all-star games. It was a hot topic the first hour of the program. Talked a little Lions football, too. Can I take a segment? Am I allowed to take one segment? I need to get something off my chest. I talked about this a little bit over the weekend, and it drives me crazy. This drives me bonkers. Tigers have done a hell of a job in the offseason to get me to believe a little bit. I was impressed with their offer for Alex Bregman. Did not work out. I don't think Bregman wanted to be here in Detroit. I argue it was the ballpark. People scoff at me, but that's okay. I watched the Alex Bregman press conference yesterday, and somebody asked Scott Boras, like, why did you choose Boston? And Boris said he's got a 1,200 OPS at Fenway. That's why I chose it. Then somebody asked Bregman the follow-up question. You had a lot of offers out there, including a very long one. I assume they're talking about the Tigers. Why'd you choose the short one? And Bregman's like, I believe in my own ability. So that's what happened out of Alex Bregman. But other than not getting Bregman, the offer was pretty amazing. 6 at 171.5. I think Scott Harris played the Jack Flaherty thing perfectly. Because if you don't trade Flaherty to begin with, you probably end up extending him. Flaherty wanted 5 years. You only ended up giving him 2, really 1, because the second year is an opt-out, and if he's any good this year, he's going to opt out. I think it's been a good offseason. I would have loved another bat. But I think they're showing commitment to you that they're trying to continue to win and have a nice season and build on making the postseason. I think Scott Harris has made some nice moves. I expect guys to get better. I consider them good at developing now, and I believe the Tigers will be fine. However, there's one thing, and I admit to you, this might be a little irrational. There's one thing that drives me crazy, and I actually think would derail any of the progress I just talked about. And his name's Javier Baez, who, by all accounts, is going to make this baseball team. Baez is going to make this team. And you think I'm kidding. Evan Woodbury just came out. He writes for MLive. He covers the Tigers, does a splendid job. And he was predicting the Tigers roster. Baez was your shortstop, along with Trey Sweeney. And I looked at the comments like you always do for any kind of tweet, and people seem like they're actually kind of like okay with it. Wenceel Perez might not make this team because of Javi Baez. Who's more valuable, Baez or Perez? I think the answer is obvious. It's Perez. Guy was a stud in the postseason. Always coming up with clutch hits. I think Javi Baez makes this team. And I think it because I saw this quote over the weekend, and it's ridiculous, but I'll give it to you. So A.J. Hinch was talking about Javier Baez, and I understand that it's a little bit of lip service, correct? I understand that you need to talk good about your players, and A.J. does that very well. But here's A.J. Hinch's comment about Javier Baez, quote, "As we've gotten to know him, I know how important winning is to him and how much he values being there for his teammates. The game itself is just a small snippet of what people see. He's beloved because of the time, effort, energy, personality, and vibes he brings. Everything is awesome about Javi." Okay. That's the quote. Now, to Hinch's credit, he wasn't ready to say if Javi's going to make the team or where Javi would play or how much Javi would play. But that quote seems like Javi's making the team. Evan Woodbury predicting Javi makes the team seems like Javi's going to make the team. Am I unfair if I allow everything positive that's happened to go out the window if Baez makes this baseball team? How much do you have to see before you realize this dude can't play? I don't care that he had massive hip surgery. They went 24-10 without him. They went on a run to make the postseason pretty much immediately after they put him on the long-term IL after a game against the Cubs. Do you remember that? They only lost 10 times the remainder of the season. That was in late August, for crying out loud. You cannot have this guy on this team. Spare me the they love him. Do they? Javi makes more than everybody in that clubhouse. Do they really love him? A guy that can go out there and swing in the other's batter's box and still keep his job? Do they really love him? Spare me that. Is a hip surgery supposed to fix his wandering eye? Here's the other thing. Scott Harris loves to preach to you. No, it's all about commanding the strike zone. If you're a pitcher, you better throw strikes. If you're a hitter, you better make great swing decisions. That's why they wanted Bregman, because he makes really good swing decisions. Baez doesn't. What kind of message are you sending by throwing Baez out there every game? Hey, listen, Torque, you better swing at strikes. Riley, you better swing at strikes. Colt Keith, you better swing at strikes. Hey, Javi, do whatever you want. Here you go. Here's your money. Because we already lit it on fire to begin with. Here's your money. This guy can't make the team. He cannot make the team. He cannot come north, actually west, because they started in L.A. with the team. He just can't. If Javier Baez makes this baseball team, I don't think the Tigers are serious about winning. Is that unfair? I don't think it is. I was listening to the morning show today, and Stoney had a very interesting analogy about Javier Baez. Anybody see this? Stoney admitted not a great analogy, but it was pretty funny. He said he compares Javier Baez to poop. This is Stoney, not me. And he said, you already spent millions of dollars on poop, and it's in your house. Don't you want to get rid of the poop? Like, the money's already a sunk cost. Don't you want to get it out of your house so it doesn't smell? His analogy, not mine. Maybe he can get away with that. Maybe I can't. I don't know. That's why, again, I'm citing Michael Stone, not me. Although he is in kind of semi-retirement. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Go back and listen to the morning show. He said it himself. I need to know from you. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. One segment. Just one segment. Am I being irrational here? I've seen enough from Baez. I actually stuck up for Javi last year. I thought he was going to have a better season. This reeks of a guy that don't care. And I guess I don't know that for a fact, but it's what I see. I've talked to Javi. Seems like a very nice man. I don't care. At some point, you got to be serious about winning. And if you put Baez on this ball club, a guy that had a historical, awful OPS last year, maybe close to the worst OPS in the history of the game, or at least in the modern era, this is the guy that you're paying? We talk so much about trying to re-sign Tarek Skubal. How's that going to go? Hey, we're so serious about winning, we're wasting a roster spot. And that's the other thing. A roster spot for this team is important. Have you seen AJ manage? He pinch hits for everybody, not named Riley Green and Parker Meadows. Every spot is important. He's all about that flexibility. So let me get this straight. You're going to have Baez take up a roster spot. He's not going to hit against righties. Trace Sweeney, I guess, will. So you're going to keep him for hitting against lefties, and he's not going to do that well. And by the way, he doesn't play a great defensive shortstop anymore either. How many throws in the dirt do you have to watch the Torque or whoever's playing first base? I can't take it. I'm sorry. I'm impressed with the Tigers. I think Harris is doing a nice job. I think AJ managed his ass off yesterday. But you cannot have this man on this team. You just can't. And if you do, I can't take you serious. Maybe you disagree. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. I can't think of one person that Detroit would want gone more than Javier Baez. He's already going to get paid over $70 million over the next 3. Give him his money and let's move on. And before you say it's not my money, of course, but it's not their money either. They already spent it on him. He's already getting it regardless. So hopefully he doesn't impress in spring training. But by the way, he already has. He's hit a couple home runs off batting practice balls. You heard Jeremy Otto say today it's the big challenge. He's going to do a little base running. Maybe I'm getting all worked up over nothing, but you cannot have this guy on your team. Tigers have made some really nice strides. They've proven to you they're serious about trying to get back to the postseason, serious about trying to win this division. If you allow Javi to be on this team and waste a roster spot, I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't believe in you. I don't think you're serious. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, 97 the ticket. All right, 97 won the ticket. Rieger here, Mike and Rico back tomorrow. So we're talking about Javi Baez. I gave you the comments from AJ Hinch about Baez. Everything's awesome about Baez. Evan Woodbury from M Live predicting Baez will make the team. And I simply made the comment that if Baez makes the team, the Tigers aren't serious about winning. I think it's that simple. Now, do you agree? I give the Tigers a lot of credit. I think they've done a lot of things well in the last year and a half to put you in a position to maybe contend in the AL Central. But I'm sorry, I can't believe in you if you give Javi another chance. I think serious organizations buy him out. And you got to spare me with the, well, doesn't he deserve a chance in spring training? He's going to get one. I don't think he deserves one. You cannot convince me that dude is going to be a good ball player. Why? Because he fixed his hip? Now, that's what the Tigers apparently want you to believe, but they don't even believe it. They want to cut him, but I don't think they're allowed to cut him at this point. You got to pay him anyway. It's a sunk cost regardless. I also told you Stoney's analogy. I'm not going to say it on the air again, but go back and listen to the morning show to think of what Stoney thinks about Javier Baez. But it's interesting because I usually like to think I have my finger on the pulse of Detroit fans. And I'm like, dude, you bring up Javi Baez, I think a lot of people would agree the dude cannot be on this team the first weekend or the first week of the season against the Dodgers. But here's some of the ticket text I'm getting. And I'm amazed by this. Like this one. What if he has a great spring training? Big if, but what if? What do you think then? I don't care. It's spring training. Doesn't matter to me. Here's another one. See, here you go again, Jeff, jumping on the negative bandwagon before you know it. Now, yes, going on history over the last 3 years, I get it. But you're already calling for his head. We haven't gone to spring training yet. What if he hits 400, 5 dingers, 15 RBI in spring training? Would you want Baez gone then, I believe it says? Or would you change your tune? No, I would not. I would not at all. Here's another one. Rieger, you're being a moron. Give Javi a chance. He deserves that much. See, this blows me away. I thought the majority of Detroiters would be like, dude, you're right. You're not right about a lot, but you're right about this. And then one more for you. You suck as a host. You're not very informed. Did you see their record? There, by the way, spelled T-H-E-R-E. So if you're going to rip on me, at least get your grammar right. Did you see their record with Javi in the lineup? Well, I just did that. I told you they were 24-10 without Baez late in the season that allowed them to propel to the postseason. Javi played 80 games last year. Their record was 40-40. In those games, Javier Baez hit 184 with a 516 OPS. He had 6 home runs and 37 RBI. He had 69 strikeouts. Okay, so this is the guy you want to go after me for? Come on.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like we had the same conversation last year around this time when people were going, oh, but Jeff, what if he has a great spring training? What if he mashes the ball? What are you going to say now?
He deserved the chance last year, yeah.
But I'm not comparing the two players at all, but it reminds me of when people were like, oh, Miggy's in the best shape of his life. He's coming back this year. I'm not comparing the two at all, but it reminds me of that. It's like we all know that's not going to happen, guys.
So Javier Baez, in his years in Detroit, after you got him, some people were excited. Others wanted Carlos Correa. We were all just excited that Chris was spending money. If you remember, they spent money on Eduardo Rodriguez, and they spent money on Javier Baez. And that was the second to last season, I want to say, for Avila. But we all thought the rebuild was over. And Chris Ilitch declared the rebuild over. So that's why we thought it. And he spent some money, right? Here's Baez as a Tiger, okay? First year, you would kill for these numbers now. 17 homers, 238 average, 671 OPS. Like if Baez could give that to you now, considering you know what he is, I mean, I'd be like, sweet. I don't think he's capable. Because after that, his numbers declined even worse. He went from a 238 batting average to 222 2 years ago. 593 OPS, which is truly woeful. And he came away with 9 home runs. 9 home runs in 136 games. 547 plate appearances. Pretty awful. And then last year, the worst. Minus 1.1 WAR, 187 batting average, 516 OPS, 6 homers, 37 dongs. So, this is the guy that you want to give another chance to. Don't you want to win? Don't you think it's time to move on? And a guy with that track record, I'm sorry, he wouldn't be on this team if you were not paying him. But you are, so he gets to stay on the team. Thus, I can't think you're serious about actually winning baseball games and winning a division and going back to the postseason if Baez is a member of this baseball team. And again, before you hit me with, he's just one of 24 players, there is no team in baseball that relies more on their flexibility than the Tigers. Not one. Not one. So I ask you, all right, and we'll get to the calls, and I'll read some more text. 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. Am I being unfair about Baez? Feel free. I'll read some of the positive ticket text, too, that I have not read yet. But I don't think they're serious about winning if he's on this team. I think it's that simple. But the second thing, and I was wondering this today when I was driving in, is Javier Baez the worst addition in the history of Detroit sports? The worst addition, whether it's free agency, whether it's trade, whether it's even drafting. Any route you go to bring a guy on one of our 4 teams, you want to include college, feel free. Juwan Howard was a pretty bad addition for Michigan basketball, but he did get to an Elite 8. He was a Franz Wagner shot away from making a Final Four, so he's not the worst. I can assure you that. Patrick Swilling back in the day, in the 90s, Gusman wasn't even alive, I don't think. Finally got excited. Yes, Swilling. We got ourselves a dude. He stunk. He was awful. I'll give you one more. Remember Aubrey Huff? Remember that dude? He came with Jared Washburn. 2 dudes at the trade deadline in 2009 for the Detroit Tigers. And Dombrowski usually hit trade deadline acquisitions out of the ballpark. Those were strikeouts for sure. That was like a Baez strikeout on those guys, swinging way outside of the box. You want to hit on my Baez opinion, feel free. I think the Tigers are not serious if they allow Baez to break camp with this team. But more importantly, let's see how bad it is. Is Javier Baez the worst Detroit sports edition? I'm not going to say in history because you're all different ages, but of your lifetime. Is he the worst of your lifetime? And my answer is yes, he is. Now, we've had some bad ones. Scott Mitchell was pretty damn bad, but he was good for one season, made the playoffs, won 7 games in a row. Joey Harrington was a pretty bad addition. Baez is worth because you gave him $160 million or whatever it happened to be. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd say the only one comparable is Josh Smith for the Pistons.
Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Pretty awful, actually. It was Smith and Ben Gordon. They finally spent some money. Those dudes were albatrosses on you because you couldn't get rid of them and you're already paying them. But that's how bad Baez is. Josh Smith at least gave you a little bit of something, from what I remember. I got to go look at the stats. But Baez has given you nothing. Baez has given you what Stoney compared him to in the morning.
He gave us that walk-off on opening day in 22.
Yeah, it was a walk-off double, wasn't it?
Yeah, off the wall. They thought it was a catch.
We're going to win. We're going to win. Yes, yes, yes. And then you started watching Carlos Correa play for the Twins. And even though he got injured, you're like, why couldn't we have that guy? Okay, guys, we'll get to the calls. And I am joking around a little bit. And I know the job of trying to be a radio host is to try to entertain, but I can't hide my anger might not be the right word, but disgust. It's disgust, guys. It really is disgust that we're talking about this. I thought we were done with this. When they got rid of him last year, you went on one of the craziest playoff runs in the history of baseball. Something like that has only been done twice. And now you're going to bring him on back? And I know AJ has to say he's beloved. He's not, though. Is he really beloved? Do you think this young baseball team that took off once Javi left is happy about Javi being back? Different rules? Javi doesn't have to adhere to the rules about the strike zone. He still makes the team. Meanwhile, who are you sending down? Evan Woodbury theorizes it's going to be Wenzel Perez. Dude, that is way more valuable, at least in my opinion, baseball-wise, than Baez. All right, we'll get to your calls. Answer it. Is he the worst addition in Detroit sports history? I say yes. Or maybe it's like recency bias. 97 won the ticket. All right, 97 won the ticket. So we gave you the Baez saga. We gave you the nice words from A.J. Hinch about Javier Baez. Says everything about Javi is awesome. I gave you the opinion that if Javi breaks camp and on the Tiger roster, I don't think Detroit is serious about winning. And I think they've done some good things this offseason. I think they're taking a couple steps. So do you agree with that opinion? That's out there if you wanted to hit on it. There's a lot of Javi defenders on the ticket text, 248-539-9797. But I decided to go one step further. I decided to really get serious and dig my claws in. I'm on my own island, I guess. I think Javi is the worst addition to Detroit sports in my lifetime. And I'm an old dude. I'm 49, bro. I'm old. I can't think of a worst addition. Baez has been absolutely awful. 248-539-9797. Like, very quickly, somebody's like Juan Gonzalez. Juan Gonzalez was there 1 year. Much better season than Baez. Somebody's like Prince Fielder. Prince Fielder went back-to-back years of 100 RBI. Come on, dude. His only problem was he said, I got kids, man. Like, come on. You're not being fair. Baez has done squat. Nothing. Even in his best year, he stunk. Somebody wants to put Matt Patricia on that list. I mean, that's fair. Throw Rod Marinelli on the list while you're at it. I mean, if we're talking about Lions coaches, then fine. Maybe I have to walk back my Baez comment just a little bit, all right? I'll admit that. But that's a category of hell all to itself. Let's go to, how about James in Detroit? You're on the ticket. What's going on, James? How are you, bud?
How you doing?
Good.
You there?
Oh, yeah. What's going on?
Well, no, I don't think anybody can really argue the fact that he is, if not the worst, one of the worst deals that has ever been made in Detroit sports. But I'd like to take a quick step back because this subject is something that is very – I think it's one of the worst things about Major League Baseball and I guess about sports, period, is these contracts that are signed – that you're locked into without any or little or no performance-based criteria. And I don't know how it can be good for the Players Association any more than Major League Baseball, because now players don't get paid that deserve it or have to move. And it's just horrible. And I don't understand why there can't be any logical mind looking at it would say, okay, this is not a good thing. We should fix it. So I'm not saying that he shouldn't get paid something, but if he doesn't meet some minimum performance requirements, he shouldn't be able to get his whole contract, and we shouldn't be locked into it forever.
I mean, James, it would be a beautiful thing, and the Players Union would never go along with it, but it would be a beautiful thing if you only got paid if you played well, or you only got paid more, or you could get out of contracts. In baseball, they're guaranteed. It would be nice if baseball came up with some kind of cap or at least a salary floor. They don't have any of that stuff. But that's why I think when you're talking about baseball contracts, guys are getting less. Look at Bregman. He had to take 3 years with opt-outs after each year. He wanted $700 and $200 million. James, back in the day, he would get that contract. But I do believe baseball clubs are wising up, and they're not offering as much. I mean, last year, Bellinger and Chapman both took opt-out deals that were smaller than they originally intended, right? So I do think baseball teams are wising up. But in the meantime, like, you're stuck with Baez.
No, and I think if he's on the roster and he stays longer than a few weeks and doesn't put up, some eye-opening numbers, then you're right. They're apparently not interested in winning. And
James, and it's a shame, man, and I appreciate the call. But, man, you're looking at a guy like Tarek Skubal that you desperately want to re-sign. Now, will they? I don't know. Do they want to re-sign him? I don't know. But you are sending the wrong message. Everything they do for this team is to develop the kids. Try to send the message. Play the proper Scott Harris, dominate the zone baseball. Baez is none of that. It's an awful message to send. It's an awful message to send to anybody. If you're a serious organization, it's already a sunk cost. I don't think you got to pay them all at one time. What the hell do I know? Get rid of them. Get rid of them. And don't get rid of them because I want it or the fans want it. Get rid of them because it's the right thing to do. Oy vey. Legitimately gives me a headache. Now I understand my voice to you might be headache worthy. So, John in Westland, you're on the ticket. What's going on, John A?
Hey, Jeff, how are you, sir?
Fantastic. How are you?
Oh, not bad. This subject kind of got my goat a bit because, while Javi Baez is just an unbelievably awful signing, let me take you back 16 years. And
sure.
Let's talk about breaking up a 6-time Eastern Conference championship team and an NBA championship team, and in a move that ultimately cost a Detroit sports icon as a player and an executive his job. You broke up that team to sell us cap space, and with that cap space, you brought in Ben Gordon and Charlie Villanueva.
Oh, yeah. No, that whole thing was a failure.
The organization is just now finally recovering. You haven't won a playoff game since then.
It should not have taken that long. But, John, believe it or not, listen, I'm not sticking up for AI, and I'm not sticking up for Charlie V or Ben Gordon or anybody else that you use that cap space on. What I would say was, if I could take you back to those conversations back then,
yep.
They made 6 Eastern Conference Finals in a row, and we all thought you needed a change. So Joe traded Chauncey, and the goal was go get a bunch of cap space. It was going to be a big year for free agency the next year and reboot the whole damn thing, and it did not work out. So I would agree with you. It was bad.
Yeah, you struck out really, really badly on there. You needed at least one of them to hit, and, it just set the franchise back 15 years, basically.
Yeah. No, John, I appreciate your call. Here's the crazy thing. It should not have set them back 15 years, though. That was a really bad job of bad ownership and bad front office. I think that's pretty obvious. Where's Troy Weaver these days? Remember that dude? Holy cow.
I thought the Pistons offered him like a scouting job, like a job like he'd go down in terms of
and turned it down.
And he declined.
Yeah, probably not a bad move. I'm sure he got some money that he's still getting paid. One of my favorite stories of all time was when Troy got into it with the fan at the game. I was about as rock bottom as it gets. All right, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We'll continue to take your calls. Is Javier Baez the worst sports edition in your lifetime? The worst Detroit sports edition? We got a lot of people that want to talk. We'll get to all of you. Also, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, we'll get back into the United States and Canada and some of the particulars about that game on Saturday night. 97-1 the ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Four Nations face-off continuing today. Canada defeated Finland 5-3 this afternoon, setting up a rematch with the U.S. again. That's Nathan McKinnon, who scored 2 goals in the win. Sidney Crosby also buried an empty netter at the end. The U.S.-Canadian rematch set for Thursday at 8. The Tigers had the first day of full-team workouts today. Colt Keith was seen taking some reps at first base with Hall of Famer Alan Trammell, giving him some pointers. Ace Tarek Skubal joined Buster Olney's podcast today. Olney asked him about a potential long-term deal with the ball club. Similar to the past questioning, he said he would keep that between himself, Scott Boras, and the team, but reiterated how much he has enjoyed playing in Detroit. Coming up at 7, right here on 97.1 The Ticket, Pat Caputo and Dan Dickerson host Tiger Talk. Detroit GM Alex Greenberg is their guest. After a week that saw him average 21 points while shooting 50% from the field, Oakland basketball's Nashim Mashur was tabbed as the Horizon League Freshman of the Week. After playing sparingly to begin his college career, Mashur has become a regular rotation piece for the Golden Grizzlies. Angels star outfielder Mike Trout moving to right field this season in an effort to stay healthy. Trout has not played more than 80 games twice in the last 5 years. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$97.1 The Ticket, 5 o'clock hour. I have no idea what's going on here. I don't get an open. Are you guys mad at me? Mike and Rico back tomorrow. That was a Jeremy Otto update. We got Caputs coming your way at 6 o'clock. Okay, 248. Inside Tiger Town at 7 o'clock. Maybe we'll get some clarity on the Javi Baez discussion, what we're talking about now. We'll get into the United States and Canada, but we got a lot of traction on the Baez stuff. It's kind of twofold. I read you the AJ Hinch comments saying everything about Javi's awesome. Evan Woodbury from MLive predicting Javi's going to make the team. I simply said if Javi makes the team, the Tigers, who have done a nice job in the offseason, are not serious about winning. I think it's that simple. Team went 24-10 without Baez. Once they finally got rid of him, they made the postseason. I don't know why Baez would make this baseball team. So is it unfair? You can answer the question. For me to believe the Tigers are not serious if Baez makes the team. But the second question may be just as unfair. Is Javier Baez the worst Detroit sports edition of our lifetime? And everybody's lifetime is different. But I think the answer is yes, unless you think I'm suffering from recency bias. So let's bust out some calls, 248-539-9797. The Ticket text, the exact same number. If you want to give us a call, Dylan is in Arizona. You're on the Ticket. What's going on, Dylan? How are you?
Hey, man. Thank you so much for taking my call, man.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Great. So I just wanted to talk about the worst Detroit sports contracts, more specifically with the Tigers. Javi Baez has definitely been terrible. And I don't know if anybody's mentioned this dude, but Jordan Zimmerman was also pretty
great one.
Pretty awful.
No, you're right about that. I mean, they're equally as bad. Here's what I would say, and maybe I'm wrong about this. The Javi deal is longer, and at least, this is going to sound bad, Zimmerman actually showed at least like a month of good baseball. But yeah, both guys were absolutely horrendous.
And one thing I kind of found kind of funny about Jordan Zimmerman, I think if you remember, it was like the last year of his contract, and I think he started the season like 0-10 or something like that. He was just terrible. His ERA was terrible. And then I think it was like in June or July that year, he pitched the Angels and he finally won a game, and I was just waiting for that contract to end. And then I think a lot of Tigers fans could say the same. Like Jordan Zimmerman and Javi Baez, to me, are probably equal. We could debate on if one or the other's the worst, but Jordan Zimmerman was definitely terrible too.
Hey, Dylan, I have a little gift for you, and it's just going to make you feel worse, but apparently this is what I do. So Jordan Zimmerman, he spent all of 5 seasons in Detroit. A 4.87 ERA was year 1, 6.08 ERA year 2, 4.52, nicely done, year 3, 7 ERA in year 4, and an 8 ERA in year 5 before the contract finally ended. Here's the other thing, Dylan. I'll never forget this. I remember when they signed him, Avila hopped on with Mike Valenti, and Valenti brought up like Jay-Z's old arm injuries and how it would affect him, and Avila said, absolutely not, that's ridiculous. And Mike ended up being right because, I mean, Jay-Z was horrendous. It's a great one. It's a great one.
Right.
Thank you, Dylan. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Enjoy the warm weather. What do you think it is in Arizona? Probably not like here. 248-539-9797. Mike's in Clinton Township waiting a bit. What's going on, Mikey? How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. What's the word?
Not much. So I'm going to go hockey, which I hardly watch now. But back in the day, I'd say Cujo, who was supposed to be the, unstoppable.
Yes.
Because he was a great, regular season goalie. But in the playoffs, he was worse than Bob Asenza, if we're going
Mikey, was it Bob Asenza or was it Essenza? Remember those comments? Or remember that debate?
Either way. But either way, but I would say that bad. And then another Red Wing I just thought of, we wanted him for years, and when we got him, he didn't do much, was Jimmy Carson, which he was good, but he wasn't what we wanted. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't the piece. Because at that time, we were looking for the piece to get us to the Stanley Cup. And, him, Asenza, back then. But I'd say Cujo, biggest failure as far as,
so
did we bring back the
believe it or
Dominator?
not, Mike, and I'm just looking at his stats. Cujo, the 2 years before he joined Detroit, he was top 10 Vezina voting. Pretty good, right? And then he came to Detroit, and you're looking at a 2.88 goals against, a 2.92 goals against. My God, pretty pathetic.
And that, but he had all he had to do was keep the score below with the other team, and that's back when we could
Right,
we had more
Studley
firepower.
teams, yes. I mean, you had all-stars, yes.
And he just could not, and he just kind of, I think the Detroit fans might have got to him. You know what I mean? Like, we were in his head, unfortunately. Like Javi.
Yeah, no, Mike, I mean, listen, I got another one, and it's not maybe his fault, but what about Mike Modano for the Wings? I mean, you wanted that guy. He was amazing in Dallas. He finally comes here. He gets injured. He sliced his wrist, if you remember, and then Babcock screwed him out of playing in his 1500th game.
Well, that, and then he didn't like flying on Red Wing 1 or 2, whatever it was.
Yeah.
He badmouthed it. But in general, yeah. So
yeah, thank you, Mikey. I appreciate it. Yeah, dude couldn't even get in the playoffs. Remember the Wings couldn't win a playoff game that year that Modano was on the team? And everybody called in the radio station, just put Mike Modano on the team. And Babcock would not do it, like at all. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Jack is in Rockwood. He's on the ticket. What's going on, Jack? How are you?
Hey, pretty good. How about yourself?
Fantastic.
Listen, if I heard you reference yourself as an old guy a few minutes ago, so this one's going to really make me the old guy because this is an example from the year you were born, if I did the math right. But the Tigers acquired what was supposed to be a slugging first baseman from the San Diego Padres back in 1975. Nate Colbert was supposed to come in and just light the field up with RBIs and home runs, and I think he played 46 games, hated it the whole time here, was outspoken about it, hit 4 home runs and 18 RBIs in the only season he ever played for us.
It's funny because when I was born in that same year, Jack, the nurses called me the Nate Colbert of babies. I'm kidding.
That's funny.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't remember him. I was 3 days old. Maybe. Actually, I was born in September, so I think I was born at the end of the Nate Colbert era. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Let's go to Jim and Fraser. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Jimmy?
Hey, I'm going to go back a little bit, Jeff. Back when I was probably in my early teens, Rogie Vachon. I remember when Ted Lindsay, I remember my dad, we used to have season tickets, and it was a big thing when we picked him up from the Kings as a free agent. And within 2 years, Ted Lindsay got fired as GM because of this. We ended up losing Dale McCord, I believe, which was our rookie, scored like 30 goals one year. We ended up losing him for compensation back then, and it was a disaster. I think he was 30 and 60 or something like that in 2 years. Save percentage of 88%, like 80.88 something. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but that was a disaster back in. That was a disaster in the late 70s. I think it was 78, 79, 80, just before they went to the Joe Louis.
Jim, what do you think about the Javi stuff, though?
Oh, he's got to go. I agree with you. I think your producer, I don't know, he said something that hit me. I was going to call about this. He said that this reminds me of Cabrera. He's in the best shape of his life. I thought immediately when you said that, he's looking great, and and I'm thinking, oh my God, this is the same exact thing they said at the end of his career. He's the best shape. Looks like he's ripping the ball, and he gets up here into nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Jim,
I'm like you too. It's just time to let go. This is getting old, and let Sweeney let the kid play. Kid did well when he was here. I mean, he didn't hit that great, but he fielded well. Let the kid play. He did a great job in a very difficult situation.
Jim, I would rather have Zach McKinstry on days that Sweeney's not play than Javier Baez. You're paying him like, I don't know, a tenth of what Baez is making. And every now and then McKinstry pops a double. He does. I can't take any more Baez stuff. I can't do it. So if you want to comment on it, the contract is out there. He's owed $70+ million over the next 3 years. The way the Tigers are talking, it sounds like he's going to make the team. Evan Woodbury from MLive predicts Baez to make the team. Wenceal Perez is going to be the odd man out. Am I insensitive? Irrational? I have the belief if Baez makes the Tigers out of camp, I don't think they're serious about winning. That's it. I think it's that simple. And for all the people that are like, oh, dude, come on, give them some games in April and May. No. Those games are important to a team like this that should be in the running to win the AL Central. And furthermore, he's taken up a roster spot that's rather valuable. There's not a team in baseball that wants or needs more flexibility than this team. There's nothing flexible about Javi. So that stuff's out there if you want to hit on it. By the way, big game on Saturday, United States and Canada. We're going to hit on that. We did it to start the show. I wanted to bring it back. The Javi stuff is still out there. Feel free. We got Caputo coming your way at 6 o'clock. 97 on the ticket. 517. What's going on, everybody? So, talking about the worst sports edition in Detroit sports history, I nominated Javier Baez. People are saying yay or nay or who they would choose. We'll get back to the phones momentarily, but I do want to bring up the United States and Canada once again. Way back at 2 o'clock, I got to tell you this story. I talked about the game. Now, since talking about the game, Canada's won. They beat Finland 5-3, so we get to see a rematch. On Thursday, the United States and Canada. Today's game against Sweden is meaningless. Doesn't matter. But anyway, I asked the question way back in the 2 o'clock hour, what were you feeling on Saturday? Did you watch and were you surprised that you felt patriotic? Did you watch and were you surprised that it affected you emotionally, fandom-wise? Or maybe it did nothing for you. Maybe you didn't watch. Michigan State was on. The dunk contest was on. Cade Cunningham was in the three-point contest. But I was looking forward to that game because I wanted the United States to win so bad. Not so much because I wanted to celebrate as an American. Oh, no. I wanted the United States to beat Canada simply because Canada is so damn arrogant about their hockey. I love their people. I love their country. I used to go there when I was 19 and 20 and party there when it used to be easy to get across the border. I love Canada as a country. I hate their hockey fans. I hate their hockey players. And I find it so satisfying when they lose because they take it so damn seriously. I love, like a lot of Detroiters love, when Canada doesn't win the cup. They haven't won it since 93. It was the Montreal Canadiens. And I love it when the Americans beat the Canadians in international best on best. And that's what happened on Saturday. It's been a decade since you've seen best on best, Canada versus the United States. It was awesome. They're so elitist over there. And it gave me great joy. Then you add to the fact that, yes, the Canadians booed the American national anthem. They did what they thought they should do. That's up to them. I'm not going to say yes or no to it. They're going to do whatever they want to do. And the Boston fans or the United States fans on Thursday are going to do whatever they want to do when the Canadian national anthem is played. I can tell you today, I don't know how many Americans were in the building in Boston, but there was a smattering of boos. I made sure to watch before I came on the air when the Canadian national anthem was played. So I would assume that the Americans are going to boo the Canadian national anthem. So if you want to hit it from the booing of the anthem, which the Canadians have been doing for a month now, and it's obvious why they're doing it, they do what they got to do. You do what you got to do. I'm not going to tell you whether to boo or not. That's your deal. Protest however you want to protest. But it was very satisfying to, after they booed the national anthem, for the Kachuk brothers to kick their ass. Now, they'll tell you that this was planned before the game. Matthew Kachuk said there was a group text, and they planned on dropping the gloves before the game. There was 3 fights in the span of 9 seconds. There were 6 dudes in the penalty box. Canada got a power play. They couldn't convert. And then, of course, the game from there was Dylan Larkin getting 2 points. Connor McDavid scoring the first goal. And it was a fabulous game. And it was so great to beat Canada. So I told this all to Doug in a nutshell at the crosstalk. And I told him, like, listen, I don't even necessarily care that Team USA won. I love it that the Canadians lost because I know it hurts them so much. I know how serious they take this. And before you hit me with, but, this is just an all-star game, bruh. It's not. Did you see how they played? The NBA would kill for compete level like that in their all-star game. The NBA should do what the NHL did. The NBA should do United States versus the world. And they might lose, but they should do it. Because to get that kind of compete level is awesome. So I told Doug at the crosstalk that I loved seeing Canada lose because they're so damn elitist. It's their game. They never let you to forget it. So to beat them at their own game is phenomenal. And Doug just looked at me and he said, it's kind of disheartening. He said, I guess you and I are just wired differently. I think he wanted to get the hell out of there. Maybe I made him sick. I don't know. But I'm like, what do you mean we're wired differently? Yes, I love watching teams I dislike lose. That's how we are as sports fans, aren't we? So in addition to, did you feel anything Saturday night? 248-539-9797. If you didn't think you were going to watch and you happened to catch it, did you like it? Maybe you didn't. Maybe it did nothing for you. That's out there. But the other part of it is, what is the one thing that you love to see miserable? Sports-wise, of course. I watch Michigan State basketball just because I hope they lose. I'm a Michigan fan. What do you want from me? I watch Duke basketball just because I hope they lose. I watch Notre Dame, you guessed it, because I hope they lose. There's so many sports that I watch because I hope the team playing that I hate loses. I mean, that's what we do as sports fans. Doug will tell you, though, that we're wired differently. No, I wanted Canada to lose because it means so much to them. I like their country. I like their people. I enjoyed the Windsor Ballet when I was 19 and 20. The guys behind the glass have no idea what that is. Strip joint, guys. Strip joint. But they're so elitist about their hockey. I loved beating them. And I love the fervor and compete level that you saw. You knew how important this was to both teams. So it was way more than all-star. I even went as far to say that, and it didn't work out, but if Canada would have at least gone to overtime against Finland, the United States tonight would have been in control if Canada makes the final game. They could have tanked the game and kept Canada out, which would have been hysterical. The Canadians will say, oh, you're afraid of Canada. No, I'm not afraid of Canada. I hope the United States beats them again. They're bigger. They're more physical. They have just as much talent. Did you watch that first game? They were hitting Canadian players all over the place. It was awesome to watch. I was even more satisfied than I thought I would be. So 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. We'll get back to the Baez stuff. Is Javi Baez the worst addition to a Detroit sports team ever? That's out there if you wanted to hit on it. The Baez comments from AJ Hinch. Baez is awesome. Everything is awesome. If he makes the team, does that mean they don't care? But what'd you take out of Monday? Or Saturday, rather? What'd you take out of the game? It was great to see the United States beat Team Canada. And I can't wait for Thursday because I hope it happens again. 3 fights immediately. 97 won the ticket. All right, so I've always been under the impression that we here in the Metro Detroit area, we're annoyed by the arrogant Canadians when it comes to hockey, correct? Am I wrong about this? I'm getting some pushback. I enjoyed the hell out of Saturday night, mainly because Canada lost, not so much because America won. It's always been a thing of mine. I always thought it's been a thing of ours, ever since like Don Cherry back in the day. I love the fact that the Canadian teams can't win a Stanley Cup. But it has nothing to do with them. It's got everything to do with the fan base and how much they love their hockey and how much they think it's their game. And even if they're right, it's great to beat them at their own game. So what'd you take out of Saturday? Anything? Were you moved emotionally, fandom-wise? And don't you usually hate watch sports? I mentioned that Doug at the Crosstalk said him and I are wired very differently. So we'll hit on it. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Here's the other thing. We're talking about Javi Baez and the A.J. Hinch comments on Javi Baez. I made the comment that Baez is the worst addition to Detroit sports ever. You buying that? Quick ticket text. You're such a loser. You sit there and hate watch sports. Unbelievable. Now, unless that's sarcastic, doesn't everybody hate watch sports? Isn't that the goal of sports? You've never watched a team you dislike to hope they lose, and when they do, it's rather satisfying? I mean, come on. Here's another one. Hey, Jeff, I hate Canadian hockey fans, too. It's great to beat them. They remind me of you Michigan fans. That's fair. I agree. Michigan fans, very arrogant. 100%. And then it gets political. I'm just going to read this one because it doesn't matter. I don't care that they booed the national anthem. They did what they thought they should do. You do what you think you should do. Boo, don't boo. I don't care. Now, I do wonder if the 3 fights in the first 9 seconds were a result of the booing of the national anthem. The players say they don't like it, but the Canadians feel the right to boo. It is their right. Protest however you want to protest. It's going to be interesting to see if the Americans boo the Canadian national anthem. Some people don't want them to. Others do. Do whatever you want to do. I'm not focusing on the political booing. Like, I don't even care about that. I just like beating Canada. And for all the people, and we're getting them all over on the ticket text, oh, you're such a schmuck, Rieger. Which, by the way, great word. Very underused. You're such a schmuck. This is a glorified scrimmage. It's not. Go listen to John Cooper, the head coach of Canada, talk after losing 3-1 on Saturday night. He was devastated. Go talk to a Canadian hockey fan. They were devastated. Like, don't you understand how these people feel about their Canada, or their hockey, rather? Go listen to a Toronto radio station when the Maple Leafs get knocked out of the first round of the playoffs. That's what I like to do. It's very enjoyable. Let's go to Jason in Royal Oak. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Jason? How are you?
Hey, Rieger. Thanks so much for taking my call, man.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Baseball is actually my favorite sport, so I would love to be talking about Tigers baseball, but I got someone else to talk about what you're talking about. I always want Team USA to win, all right? I love my country. Even though I don't always love my politicians, I love my country.
Sure, of course.
All right? Yeah. So on Saturday, I mean, I was more into the Michigan State game. I was expecting us to, or Izzo, I'm sorry, to beat the record, Bob Knight's record for the most Big Ten wins, on against Indiana. But that didn't happen. So I was way more into the Michigan State. Who did we just play?
Illinois.
We just beat. Yeah, thank you. The Illini. Michigan State, Illinois game. But I was going back and forth to Team USA versus Canada, and I started off with, watching the hockey, right? And when they booed, when the Canadians booed the United States, I mean, I love my country. I always want my country to win.
Yeah.
But I was so, and I love Canada too,
Of course.
I was so upset and hurt. I would never boo, I wouldn't boo North Korea. I wouldn't boo the Russians. I wouldn't boo Iran. I told my son, if I had been in the stands, I would have been throwing down. and I would have lost, but I would have hurt some people. That was crazy, man.
Yeah, but Jason, I mean, listen, they've been doing it for a month, right? And they have their reasons. We all know why they're booing. I'm not getting political. Right. You could have your take, whatever your take is. But for me, like, I don't care about the booing because they've been doing the booing. But so obviously, then to beat Canada, you felt even better about it?
Yeah, I mean, and now I want to beat them again. I actually wanted, Finland to win today against Canada, you know? But I'm super happy that we're going to be beating them again.
Jason, I appreciate the call, my man. 248-539-9797. Here's the deal. If they don't win on Thursday now, it would be devastating for me. You know Canada's going to be motivated as hell. You know the United States will be motivated. You get no Matthew Tkachuk today. He got injured in that game, so hopefully he's going to be able to play on Thursday. Don't lose the championship game. Because all the Canadians that I talked smack to over the weekend on social media, they're going to come hard. They already are. They're already very excited about their win against Finland. Quick ticket text. We might not have a Canadian anthem to boo on Thursday, Riggs. Canada still has to win to make it theirs, LC at a card. They did. They beat Finland in regulation 5-3, so they're in officially. We get the rematch. 248-539-9797. Jay's in Wall Lake. He's on the ticket. What's going on, Jay? How are you?
Hey, not much. Rigger, how you doing?
Good, man. What's the word?
Hey, so really quick, I want to say whoever it was that called you, texted you and say you're a loser for hate watching, I just want to ask them, do you really just sit around and root for your rivals? Do you root for another team? Like, does a Michigan State fan root for Michigan or vice versa? It never happens, right? So I hate watch all the time. Don't feel bad if you know, Doug Carson says you're wired differently. Doug Carson is probably the guy who would eat kale flavored ice cream if they had it. So
come on now.
Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. I like Karsh. But anyway, I wanted to talk about the whole Lions. I heard you talking about it earlier about you saying that you may have been a little bit skeptical on if the Lions make the playoffs next year. So or their Super Bowl window is closed. I think that, you know, their Super Bowl window isn't closed, but it's cracked. You know, because if you look at it, all of these teams that are competing, especially in the NFC, you still got Philly. You got our whole division, and with the addition of Ben Johnson to the Chicago Bears, that makes, for instance, kind of like playoff teams, right? You would think that the Chicago Bears would get better. I just don't know what the Lions could do to make them like as good as they were last year. Maybe not 15-2, but more like a 14-3 kind of like. I don't see what they could do. You lost 7 coaches, very important coaches at that. You have to reload and come back and do it all over again.
Jay,
you got to.
Jay, I agree with you, and I think you hit the nail on the head on all of it. Now, I understand why people don't want to talk about it or it makes them feel queasy. But the other thing, and you tell me if I'm right about this, the other thing is, okay, so 2 years ago, you get red hot, you make it to the NFC title game. Year before that, you went 8-2. This year, you go 15-2, and I'm not saying it was fraudulent because it wasn't, but you didn't beat a single elite quarterback. Then next year, you mentioned the 7 coaches. You got a crazy schedule. You got tough road games. A lot of them are outdoors, something you didn't have to deal with this year. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's going to be tough to be as good. So now the question is, well, how far do you drop back? And if the answer is to 11 wins, there's a chance that you only get 9. You know what I mean? Like, I do think we're going to find out a lot next year about Campbell 100%. And everything else.
Yeah, 100%. You know, if you look at it, the Lions did some amazing things this year, and I think it's kind of flying under the radar. They went undefeated on the road. That's very hard to do.
Beat everybody in their division, too.
Yeah, you know, sweeping in the division as well. Like, are you going to be able to go on the road and maybe only lose 2 games, right? Like, you expect the Bengals to get better. You expect Baltimore to still be in contention as always. I mean, the Super Bowl defending champs and the Eagles. It's going to be very hard to go and play outdoors. And I mean, history only shows when Jared Goff plays in outdoors, and depending on when you're going to play Philly, whether it's at the end of the year or at the beginning of the year, these cold places, all of that's going to play a factor into it. And how healthy is Aiden Hutchinson going to be? He can come back 100%, but is he going to still be himself?
And who are you adding to that line with Aiden Hutchinson, too?
Exactly. That's going to play a big factor in winning these games and determining how good the Lions will be next year. I think they'll take a step back. I'm not saying that they'll be 9-7 or 8-9, or I think that the Lions could possibly be like 10-7. That'd be like a goal. Maybe kind of going back and forth with Green Bay for the division or the Minnesota Vikings, but it's going to be hard. I can see them being a wild card team and possibly making a run. If they could do that, then okay. But as far as trying to win the division again and being a number 1 or number 2 seed, that's going to be very hard to do with the schedule that they have next year.
Jay, it's a good call as always, man. Good to talk to you. 248-539-9797, quick ticket text. The fans in Boston should cheer their asses off during the national anthem for Canada and then beat their ass in the game. I like that idea. Hey, do whatever you want for the national anthem. Like, honestly, that's your choice. As far as what Jay was saying about the window being closed, I know Jeff Gussman working the show today. He's like 18 minutes away from getting off, so he doesn't want to get frustrated or annoyed by me before he gets to go home. With that all being said, there's a lot of people that agree, including caller Jay, with the whole Lions might take a step back theory.
Yeah, caller Jay's been waiting for this moment all of his life.
Oh, Jay's very positive. He's a Lions fan. Calls all the time.
Listen, I disagree with you, but that's okay. I mean, your mouth will be shut when the season starts and they start like 3-0 again. You'll be like, I hope they lose. I really hope they lose, Jeff, so I have something to talk about.
You're taking it too far. You know what? Now that you're here, actually, I meant to bring this up. You offended me. I was actually on a beautiful family vacation with my daughter and my wife, visiting my brother in San Francisco, his 2 kids, his wife. And I got a text from a buddy. My buddy likes to listen to the Ticket Odyssey and then like record it and send it out over. Oh, here's what people are saying. I heard you tell Valeni and Rico, I think it was, that I was hoping the Lions lose. So I have something to talk about on the radio. That's very mean.
It was true, though, wasn't it?
What now? What's the question?
Hey, you picked the Vikings, too. That was so weak, man.
All I know is, no, I didn't. I totally did not. How dare you? I picked them to beat the Vikings.
I don't remember that.
Oh, wait, no, you're right. I picked them to beat the Commanders. You're right about that. I picked them to lose to the Vikings. Yeah, that was a bad take. That was a bad take. The Vikings game was the game that duped everybody. Because after giving up 33 points on average for 4 games in a row, that Lions defense, then they shut down Sam Darnold. They held them to 9 points, and everybody's like, oh, we're back, baby. And then, of course, Washington did what they did.
It turns out Sam was just a pumpkin all along.
Yeah. Wonder what's going to happen to Sam. 248-539-9797. We got one segment of radio left. We got Patrick J. Caputo coming on in on President's Day. We got Inside Tiger Town at 7 o'clock. Will Alex Bregman be on the show? They should get Bregman on to talk about why he decided not to come here. That would be fascinating. 97 won the ticket. All right. 97.1 The Ticket. Sometimes the conversations off the air are just as good as the conversations on the air. Now, I'm informed I'm on the YouTube today. Is that right? Usually they cut off the YouTube when Woj and I come on at 6. That's me today?
Yeah, I guess you are on. Jake's been controlling it back there.
Oh, we're on the YouTube.
So it was on. We noticed it today when Doug went to break and he was like eating his lunch and he was still live on there.
Oh,
that's when we noticed it.
Now nobody can hear what I say at the break, right?
No.
Oh, good. That would have been a problem. I'm kidding. Quick ticket tags for you. Hey, Jeff, I grew up watching Hockey Night in Canada in the 50s, so I hate Toronto and Montreal more than the other Canada teams, as they were on every game, and there were only 2 teams with more cups than the Wings. P.S. Congratulations to my niece Lauren and her teammates on the Tecumseh High School girls basketball team for winning the Michigan SEC Divisional Championship. Brian and Dexter. Well, congratulations. I agree with you. My worry about USA-Canada is that Matthew Tkachuk not being 100%. We need him. Also, Connor Hellebuyck in net. Listen, I think Tkachuk will play on Thursday. He's not missing that game. You kidding me? And Canada's net-minding situation stinks. So I think he'll be all right. And then some people are angry at me because I'm not mad about the Canadians booing the national anthem. So that's pretty much where we are. Pat Caputo's in the house. Pat, you want me to take this call or you want me to go to you?
No, go ahead. Somebody waited to talk to you. Take the call, bud.
Mo's in Detroit. You're on the ticket. What's up, Mo?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man.
Baez wasn't the worst of all time for the Detroit. I'd say it was Darko.
Yeah, he's pretty bad. I mean, you could have had some pretty good other players, obviously.
Darko, you could have had Dwayne Wade, you could have had Chris Bosh or Carmelo Anthony, and we could have went back-to-back champs. But
you still won a title, though, Mo. And without Darko, you wouldn't have the human victory cigar, which was really fun. I'm just saying, and I'm eager to see what Caputo's going to say, too. The Baez thing is out of control. It's run its course. It's insane, and it has to be done. But it looks like he might make the team. But Mo, go ahead.
Who's better than Baez that's a free agent that's out there right now?
Well, there's no free agent. Not a whole lot of free agents out there now. I mean, camp has just started, so you got to trade for it.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
but
there's
nobody that's a better shortstop, I'd say, over Baez. Baez is going to be, I think he's going to have a breakout year next year.
I hope you're right. And I will have been woefully wrong. But I'm going to bet a lot. Can I make that bet in Vegas that Baez will stink?
Yeah, well, the over and under, I would take the under.
Yeah, I mean, let's say 164 batting average, over under.
Yeah, I think you'd go over that.
Okay, I agree.
That's pretty bad.
Well, what about a 600 OPS?
I think. You know how you got the Mendoza line? It's 200 for Miriam
200,
Mendoza.
I heard about that. Which, by the way, is like almost acceptable in baseball now.
Yeah, with the Baez line, -3 WAR.
Yes. All right, so Pat, listen, you and I disagree on a lot of things. You and I agree on a lot of things. But I did find myself thinking on Saturday, how happy is Pat Caputo? You enjoyed the hell out of that, did you not?
There's a couple things about it. First of all, you got to understand, you can't underestimate Canada in hockey. All right, if they get their backs against the wall, they get it up because
like you saw today,
they are not going to be playing, like a hockey game or even be a little intense. They are going to be insane on Thursday night.
I agree with you
because they've done this before. The Americans beat them in the
2010,
Olympics. Right? And they played the Americans. It was a close game. The Americans matched their intensity and all that. But
Crosby scored the game winner.
Right. And by the way,
from McGinley,
he didn't just have an empty netter tonight. All across Canada, the greatest empty net goal in the history of the world. That's where the sarcasm comes in.
Okay, so it's so funny, man, because I pointed out he was awful on Saturday. He was awful. -2, 0 shots. He had the giveaway that allowed Larkin to get the game winner. Right. He was horrendous. So that I get a tweet today.
But he still had the greatest empty net goal in the history of hockey today. But look, don't ever underestimate them and their intensity. And I heard a lot of really seriously moronic, dolt-like takes on the Four Nations. Oh, who cares about this?
That's fantastic.
It's I'm like, wait a second. This is like soccer. If they play in Europe or something, the Euro Cup all of a sudden becomes the big thing. These dudes have been playing against each other since they were like 14, 15 years old on big stages and big tournaments, and it grows over the years. So the fact that it's USA and Canada, too.
Well, best
really
on best, too. I mean, you can't get any more best on best than this.
Right. And
First time in 10 years.
And the Americans have been kicking their ass in the juniors. And, the other thing, too, I love about this is when the game's in Canada and Canada loses after one of these international games, they have to stand there on the blue line after the game and exchange little prizes, and the Canadian people have to stand there and do it.
But you hit the nail on the head. It's not about the players. It's not about Cooper, the coach. It's about their fans. They were devastated on Saturday night. All right, fine.
But you know how they are. Dude, you dealt with it a lot. That's why you and I agree so
much. You know what it is?
Much more about
covering
the game.
hockey for as long as we have. You longer than me.